Great. And Brandy, is there any members of the public online? I don't see them.
Yeah, we don't take public comment.
I know, but just technically the public just want to see.
It's
them.
nice to see who's.
No, there's no members of the public.
Okay, very good. Okay, well, housekeeping piece, does everyone have a parking pass on their car if they drove? We're good on that front. Okay, wonderful. Well, I know many of you, but I'll just reintroduce myself. I'm Sophie Glass. I'm a facilitator with Triangle Associates. One of the hats I wear as Triangle Associates is facilitating the Kitsap Regional Coordinating Council. So I know some of you from that, but I'm not wearing that hat today. I'm just an independent facilitator today. It would help me just to do a round of names, and just because this is being recorded for the public, do you think we could start over here?
Yeah.
There we go.
John Moore.
Okay,
Oh, you're watching recap.
Oh,
very official.
Yeah. I'm Fred Chang. Are you going to be asking us what our expectations of the meeting are?
I could,
Okay.
yeah, I was gonna review the agenda, and then maybe we can see, if anyone has any other questions, please. Heidi Fenton? That's right.
Jay Rose Pepe. Eric Warden.
Mark Trenary. Scott Diener.
Rob Johnson, Mayor.
Wonderful. Well, just as kind of general framing remarks, I've been supporting your retreat for about 6 or 7 years now, and it's been just such an honor to see the decisions that you all are making in this room, or not decisions, the recommendations you all are making in this room come to life, including the construction project that we're sitting in right now. So these retreats have been really fruitful, and I've learned a lot. Up on the screen is the agenda for today, and then Councilmember Chang, you can certainly say if anything is misaligned with your expectations. The first piece is that Mayor Patantu is going to talk about the status of existing projects, so things that are in the works. Questions and answers throughout. My understanding is the mayor is okay with it being informal, so as people have questions, absolutely we can address those as we go. Take care of yourself. There's not an official break in this morning, so if you need to take a breather after that first hour, please do so. But then we're going to talk about the timing of the budget priorities. So the mayor is going to talk about a number of the topics that you all, or directors, I understand, have brought up over the last few weeks or months. And then I'm going to help you all as a facilitator organize those ideas into different buckets. So things that need to be addressed now, assuming there is funding available, things for your next budget cycle, which is 2025, 2026, and then a third bucket of out in the future. If something doesn't make it into one of those 3 buckets, I think it means it is not going to move forward for now. At that point, we will take a lunch break. If we're doing well on time, it can be an actual break. If we're running low on time, it might be a working lunch, but it will be provided. Thank you so much, wherever Brandy, I think, was the one who organized it, but yeah, lunch will be coming to us. After that point, I'm going to provide everyone with a worksheet that talks about all of the 2025, 2026 priorities that you identified, and you all independently are going to rank. You can use a various kind of criteria that you have, you know, from your experience, principles, etc. And then I'm going to take each of your individual rankings, put it all together, and then we'll have a conversation about how the rank order, just how things fell. No decisions are being made today. So we'll review those results around 2:20, and then we'll wrap up and get everyone out of here by 3 o'clock. So that's what the agenda states. Did anyone else have any other priorities for today or thoughts?
This is the first meeting that the council members have had with each other that hasn't been in a formal meeting. And I just wanted to hear from the council members, like what their concerns were. I like the list of retreat topics, but when are we going to discuss them?
Well, I'll get to that. So we're looking at the agenda. So probably about an hour, we're going to be walking through these topics that you guys provided me and staff provided me, and it's a 3-page document that's 1, 2, 4-page, the 3-page document that we'll be walking through, and then
I'm sorry, when are we walking through that?
in about an hour.
Oh, during the timing of budget priorities?
Yep,
Yes.
that'll
Okay.
be,
Okay, so
all
that's
those ideas.
about an hour from now, if we're on track, we should be walking through this list of topics that you guys provided and staffs made some recommendations to. When we're walking through this list, I'm probably gonna be kind of looking at a kind of a straw poll, you know, as to, and we'll really end up in 3 buckets, and there's really a 4th too, which is there really isn't, there isn't probably four or more of you want it, if there aren't four or more of you that see this as a priority, then it's probably not a good use of your time to continue that dialogue related to it. So the three buckets are an immediate need, and those topics, I'll be able to tell you whether or not, something that's funded with an enterprise fund could be something, and there's gonna be a few topics on here that we could potentially, and they're related to reorganizations of staff positions. The second bucket would be prioritizing to drive our upcoming budget process. I pride myself on engaging with you guys, as I develop the budget that you ultimately approve. If I don't engage with you at the beginning of this process, I'm not meeting your expectations. And so this is our first opportunity for a budget that you're gonna hopefully approve in November. That we start on in earnest in June and July on the staff side of it, to gauge your guys's, and determine what are your priorities so that we're feeding your priorities into this budget process. There are, we're gonna be lucky to fund or implement half a dozen of these things, and just being honest. That's why at the end of going through all these and putting them in, okay, there's a third bucket, let me back up, which would be, this is a great idea, but it's, this is somewhat long range, future planning, 3 to 5 to 7 years from now. And it's likely coming back at a future retreat, yes, this is important, but it's not as high a priority as some of these, immediate and short-term needs, okay? And then the last category is, it's a good idea, but it just lacks the support of four more of you. So, Mark.
Well, I like what I'm seeing here, but as I reached out yesterday afternoon, I really wish we would have had this yesterday afternoon, so we would have had a chance to review it, kind of wrap our heads around it.
I didn't get your
Prior
message
to-
until about 8:30 last night. I wasn't feeling well yesterday, so,
Okay.
sorry.
Can I just piggyback on that?
Yeah.
One of the things I'd like to talk about, it doesn't have to be today, but is maybe next year's retreat and looking at maybe doing it a little differently in terms of solicitation of ideas. We all know the sticky doc exercise, right? Where everybody lists their, and we could all do that, and that might help inform on what the council would like to see.
I have been asking for 2 months, right, for ideas.
No, hopefully you got ideas from everybody, but
Well, I got 3 pages of them.
yeah.
One of
But in
them,
terms,
go ahead.
but in terms of what comes out of that list for retreat discussion, I think it'd be nice if
Like
we
a
had,
pre-process to.
yeah, if we
prioritize.
had a little weigh in for what that looks like. Because, one of the things I wanted to talk about is not on the list, and it's important for me, and I think it's important for the community too.
Okay, and there's gonna be opportunity when we
would
get to
like
the end of the
to
list.
suggest that we actually just go through these topics first, and then we scrunch everything else as the time is available. Because to me, this meeting is for council to talk about our concerns and in consensus. I mean, especially want to hear from the 3 new people that I haven't worked with so well. And I mean, the rest of it, we can do as needed during a work study if time runs out. But
Yeah.
I would like to propose that I'd like to hear from every council member, like what you're expecting from this meeting today.
Yeah, let me ask Mayor Patanza, so the first hour here where you were just gonna talk about the current status of things, do you feel like that conversation is important to inform?
It is
Yeah.
important to inform, because
what's happening?
if we're not conscious of what initiatives we're currently doing and staff is working on, you don't understand the magnitude of adding.
Yeah.
What are we not gonna do if we're gonna add something in, So I think and I will, this document that there's all kinds of notes that go, this is a monthly project meeting that I have with the directors, of the city directors, okay? And to make sure that planning, finance, and Department of Community, the DCD, the engineering group, and the finance department are all working, together to make sure that finance knows what the funding need is, a lot of these are projects that Public Works is working on largely.
Right.
But they require permits, they require funding and timing of funding. And before I implemented this, many times we think, Public Works thinks they're working on something, but there was a disconnect with finance, or there was a disconnect with, oh, we needed a permit for that? Well, yeah, of course you need a permit for that, type thing. So I will keep this as high level as I can, but I just want you to understand all, because, and I have all of these presentations you guys have been getting over the last 3 months is so that you guys could hit the ground running, and that I didn't need to spend half the day on this list. And so you guys have been getting a number of presentations just to give you guys a good foundation of information.
But to Councilmember Chang's point, that working lunch idea, we have an hour built out. I would recommend just to hear from everyone that if we do want to take a working lunch, to give you all as much time as possible to talk about your current concerns, and then also just to reflect what you said. I think we initially had that Mayor Patanza was going to kind of read through the list of what he heard, but could I just invite the council to chime in with their own voices to talk about it in a little bit more detail? And
And
elaborate?
what I've done with the list too is the folks
their
that,
names.
they put their names to it. So I'm looking, this was your idea, okay?
Yeah.
And I want to hear from you. So why, for you to advocate why you think this is a priority for the city and the city council.
Brought
This
that
is,
back.
my first time
Mhm.
being involved in, a meeting like this. And, so I don't know how it was done in the past. Yeah, are we following how it's, doesn't mean it should be.
Yeah, it's your meeting,
Right,
but,
It's gotten almost different every year.
Okay, wait.
well, and in
What-
early on, we, at least when I was a council member and my first 2 years as a mayor, we had the department directors here. And it ate up more than half of the day because they were pleading their case for all the things that they're wanting to see. And the city council told me, it's our retreat, it's not staff's retreat. And so we stepped away from that. So that's where I went to this list of, yeah, I get their feedback, I get the things that they want you guys to know about and hear about, and then I get, feedback from you guys. And there's not, this list doesn't have to be everything today, but we do need to be mindful of time. We should be wrapping up around 3 o'clock today. And there shouldn't be a problem getting through all this and other things you want to talk about.
Councilmember Rosa Pepe, I think you're gonna say something, Councilman Ward, and I think you as well. And so let's do 1, 2, 3. Is that okay? So go ahead.
So no, I was gonna say, Rob, you're right. It initially was a dog and pony show
Mhm.
and it's morphed into a retreat, but this one's gonna be much different because we have 3 new members. We have, quite frankly, different agenda items than we've had before. A little bit more expansive on that. So we need to make those decisions. So it's recognizing what happened in the past, but not moving forward in the future. I would not even expect next year's retreat to be like this one. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you for that.
No, it's exactly what I was curious about, as, are we following the same board or is it different, I hope it's different, right? I hope every meeting's, getting better, and, cutting the fat out of things, like having those presentations. I actually enjoyed having those during the council meetings and cutting that out of it, but hearing from others throughout this last week, like Mr. Trenary said, he asked to see these presented, a few days ago.
Yeah, yesterday.
Mayor was there, no, I get it, so just timing of things.
Sure.
There's a lot of questions, everyone has their priorities and, I think they just want to be heard.
Sure. So one of the things I'll be doing is taking notes. I'll be sitting down, and what I'm capturing is a few process improvements I need for next year. One is advanced receipt of material. Another one is maybe doing some early prioritization to really hone in on topics, and then maybe soliciting some other ideas. But Councilmember Fenton, please.
Oh, yes. I feel like the time is gonna go by really quick, so I would say, yeah, let's do a working lunch. So that way we're still working. And then I like this list because I'm,
The
you know,
retreat topics.
yeah, and I like the way I can hear everybody, all my council members talk. And so I'm looking forward to this,
Yeah. Anyone else before we, oh, yes, please.
Just that, in terms of advanced prep for this is what kind of the common theme is. I think we could take care of a lot of that with one or perhaps two work study sessions, just to prep for this.
Yeah,
Um,
I think so.
Really, that's what these presentations we've been giving, and
Yeah.
I know it wasn't necessarily for Fred or for yourself, who've been around a long time. Mark and Jay, too, have been a long, but just to give you that foundation, so we weren't working on the foundation here today, that, because otherwise I'd be going through this list and you'd
Sure.
be asking me, well, why, what,
Yeah.
and so, not that I don't want those questions, but
Yeah.
it just gives you that, hopefully you've got a much better foundation than you had in January and today, because we've been trying to give you a ton of information in presentations from all the different directors.
Great. Well, I am a process person and I love process, but you're also here to talk content. And so I'm wondering if we can move into the status of existing projects. You can do that at the high level. They've had the background. And then we can get to hearing from you all. I know a few of us are having either back issues in my case, or apparently have started exercising again. So if I'm standing and sitting, it's not to lord over anyone. It's just, so take care of yourselves. And let me switch the screen sharing here. And then allow you to just kind of share.
And I've just got a couple, and I know we're already 10 minutes behind, but I got a couple little housekeeping items. Because of the remodel, we've got our finance department working in the kitchen and the conference room back here. Unfortunately, the only way for them to get to the restroom is coming through, and they're gonna come kind of around. And also, as you heard in the council meeting, this is the copier room now.
Yeah.
So when anybody in the building needs to send a print job, this thing's gonna fire up. So I apologize for the interruption, but in hindsight, we probably should have taken this meeting offsite. But then we wouldn't have been able to harness the technology we have. So anyway, Jay, you asked me about the state of the city, and if I have time at the end of the day, I'll run through that also. I haven't sent it out to you guys because every time I get it, it evolves and I tweak it, and I'm probably gonna give it 4 more times. So I will get you guys my slide deck when it's the finished product. And
I don't mean to interrupt, but perfect example today, I was at Kiwanis this morning. So they asked about the city and I said, funny, you should ask that. You're starting your show again. And I said, you might want to ask the mayor to come talk about this, talk about it. And at the same time, I got the question, when's the city gonna fix the roundabout? And I go, it's a state roundabout. And that's still out there. So, yeah, that's why I was
That's not
talking
in my
about
state of the city, but
state of the city. So, yeah.
And if I haven't mentioned it, I thought I mentioned it in my mayor's report. Tentatively, March 1st
You did
is,
mention
May. Excuse me, May 1st. March already happened. So, all right, let's jump right in here. So this is a condensed version of our city projects, monthly city projects meeting. And, the utility department is working on our water comprehensive plan. There's a number of steps related to this. So this is just something, this is an initiative taking staff time. I just want you to be aware of it. It should be, plan needs to go to the state by second quarter of this year, and it's something that we're working on. Sewer rates, remember, we've got sewer, water, and stormwater, again, comprehensive plans for those. Last year we did stormwater, and we're still tweaking that. Remember, it came back before you guys. Year before that, remember, we redid the water rate and its structure and went to the consumption model. Now we're starting the 6-year update for our sewer plan, and we've selected that consultant, and that work should commence. This list is a month old. I'm certain it probably has commenced.
When would you expect that to be before the council?
End of the year. It's a huge lift. I would think so.
Okay.
Sometime this year, you should be heading to the utility committee and then to the full council. We've also got a storm drainage comprehensive plan, and we'll be talking about potential projects for that. And we've been talking about the CFC implementation, and that's what some of those bullets are about. Storm drainage facilities, and I've got some bullets about that for you guys to prioritize later in the day. We've got a number of bullets about parks and facilities, and all the initiatives we've got going there. The property that we purchased out at, it's in Sydney South for the regional stormwater pond. 640 Bay Street. Nick and I, it's just, we tend to be crisis managers around here and, we have this gravel lot down here. We want to market it to a development and it's just capacity and our ability to do that. We'd like to have a sign on it, and be marketing that property for the project that we'd like to see down there. Community event center, some bullets around that. The Gibbons, pickleball court and the Old Clifton multimodal pathway. They're all projects that are in some form of design or, permitting processes. Sewer comprehensive plan, I've already talked about, buildings and facilities. We're doing for our comprehensive plan, facilities element in the comp plan. And you can see some of the projects like, City Hall reskin. We've got a water tower at the South Shed that for years we've been trying to get demolished. And every time we put it out to bid, we get bids of $600,000 to $700,000. If we wait long enough, maybe it'll just fall down, but that's not really what we want. But and whoever takes it down gets to recycle the steel. So we don't think it should cost this much, but this is where the construction world is these days. And I'm still negotiating on this building over here, and I'm hopeful that I believe it's next week, they're finally gonna get to the asbestos mitigation and removing that.
Should we just take a quick pause? I know that we wanted to do this quickly, but that was a lot of great information. Does anyone have any
Question
questions?
about any of those projects or initiatives?
The storm comp plan, was there any, I don't need to have an answer, but was there any conversation about, when we have downtown Cora and you're putting in all the greenscape, landscaping, putting a storm park down there, the water quality park? I thought it was a great grant opportunity for.
Yeah, I don't believe there isn't. I know in this quadrant over here,
Right.
we don't have an opportunity to do that, but there is a basin study we want to do.
Right.
That would, we need to do, so I'm gonna be later asked.
Not an opportunity because of timing or an opportunity.
Timing and real estate, where would I put it? I don't have any property to put it on, down, in that little strip over here. I can see us doing something,
Yeah.
as down Sydney, possibly, whether it's a vault in the ground, in the street or in the parking lot over there. And as we get into there, we don't do well in grants if we don't have at least our concept well baked, which takes staff time. Okay, and there's 2 stormwater initiatives, and secondly, we haven't yet. We're close to implementing our stormwater capital charges, so we lack dollars for grant matches right now. Okay, and so there's 2 major stormwater initiatives that we need to be undertaking. One is the regional facility at the end of Sydney it's the first step in the Flower Meadows, area to us being able to do sidewalks and repair the streets out there because there's no stormwater infrastructure. And if we put sidewalks in, we just made dams because there's no place for the water to go. So I'm really gonna be asking you guys to prioritize between downtown and Sydney South, and we need to do both, but we have to be realistic. We don't have the capacity nor the resources to do both. And so someday we're gonna do them both. Which one do you guys want us to do first? And that's in the next part of our day.
I'm just gonna make a note to, schedule a meeting with you in the next couple of months,
Okay.
just talk about some opportunities and, I happen to know, some really good people, that I think could help guide the city a little bit in obtaining those and,
Councilmember Warden, is there anything that you would like to just put back on the retreat topics? Like, it sounds like you have a real interest around kind
No,
of storm.
no.
You're okay? Okay.
No, yeah, no, my priorities are They're,
Elected, okay, I
they're
see.
fine.
Councilmember Fenton and then Councilmember Morrissey, go ahead. Ann.
Yeah, the mayor, said something about a gravel lot down there that you want to sell to a developer. Where?
No. It's-
640 Main Street.
Oh,
yeah.
that one,
The,
okay.
down here on the corner of Frederick.
Yeah.
We own that site.
Uh-huh,
And our master plan calls for from Kitsap Bank to our property
mhm,
is, we would like to see a parking structure and the two residential towers. And we had a developer, online with it, they walked away. And to be honest, until we get the street done, the infrastructure done, it's probably not as marketable as it will be once the bank starts its development and a developer truly sees that this revitalization is happening. So, we want to market this property. Something Nick and I have on our to-do list. Until we get a little farther along with the street and the bank, giving us a certain date when they're breaking down or even having broke ground. We're probably wasted effort right now. Does that make sense?
I know that developer, while you're speaking of it, I read in the Kids Have Sun,
Yeah.
about that possibility.
Yeah,
I was kind of looking forward to it.
yeah.
Hopefully someone picks it up in the future.
Councilmember Morrissey?
I have a question. It's more just related to me being new. We're updating the count plan this year. What type of percent or resources does that take away from our daily activities, from my understanding, moving forward?
It's a heavy lift.
I gather
But
that,
it
right?
happens
But
every 6 years and we have to do it.
I get that, right?
Yeah.
But like, where does that, do we lose 50% capacity? Do we lose?
Well, no, I'd be speaking out of turn if I tried, I would, something in the 20-25%.
All I'm looking
If I
for
had to guess.
an understanding of
Yeah,
where.
it's a heavy lift. It truly is.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll just point out that I'm gonna be missing some meetings because of the county's comp plan.
Yeah.
And that is, and we have people that are working on that full time. That's all they do. And so I just would hazard a guess, 40% of staff time.
Yeah, maybe it's that high.
Okay, okay, I'm just trying to get an understanding of
The range.
what that will
and we
change in the
have,
future.
a couple people that are doing long range planning, and this is pretty much all they're doing right now, okay? And then we have a couple, one person that does development review. We might steal a little bit of her time, but not a lot, because we gotta keep, things moving,
I got a quick question. So before we move off, the comprehensive planning, there's a section here on parks, facilities and master planning, but on the agenda, there's a bullet for growth.
Mhm.
And I'm hoping growth will pick up the parks planning discussion.
Let's see where it takes us.
Okay, as well as the city administrator position. Okay,
I have a question about the 730 Prospect. As you may know, that's 2 buildings away from the City Museum on Sydney and Prospect. And, I have mixed feelings about it. I understand that it is in the city's interest to have because it's a potential lots of parking and an office space. But on the other hand, when you think of downtown and if you want to make it more vibrant, I don't know that another municipal building in the downtown core will make downtown more. So for me, this pause has been I have mixed feelings about it.
And I hear you, but what I can say is, if I put those functions in the industrial park, we're fragmented right now, okay? Being in different office buildings, and it's really important for cohesiveness for us to be at least within walking distance to each other for collaboration. I mean, it would fragment our functions and make us, and we're likely not moving City Hall, and so, and the county's not moving
Yeah.
county's not moving its campus. I mean, they're expanding their campus, and if this is an opportunity that we shouldn't pass up if we can obtain it.
The only-
Councilmember Chang and then Councilmember Rosa Becker.
It's just the original master plan for City Hall is for it to double itself. And I know that's cost prohibitive, but I think about that master plan, and if we concentrated more of the services here, it would make sense that we wouldn't have to spread out to the planning department and that other building.
We just don't have the footprint at all.
Room isn't here.
There's no room. And we're gonna
The
talk
plan
about
was
how we
over
can
the parking lot.
maximize this building.
Really doubling the existing building on the
Yeah.
space.
Yeah.
And that was the original master plan, which we probably
Yeah.
abandoned.
Yeah, I
And
remember
I
that.
I can touch on that, because when we undertook this project in the very beginning, we looked at, because this building was designed, add another
Wing.
second wing onto it. Our challenge is our code would require us not to just comply with our parking standards with the new wing, but the entire building. So and structured parking is $50,000 plus a stall. It made it just unfeasible for us to add on to this. So we decided, you were part of that decision process when we made it, was to live with the existing footprint that we have. And when we build a new building, we're gonna have to meet our parking standards, just like we make everybody else do.
What I'm hearing from you a little bit is just an interest in that revitalization concept and one thing there. So I think that'll come up a little bit with your priorities. Councilmember Rosa Pepe, please.
Just one thing with that, and that is when we serve our customers, being the citizens, if we put a building someplace else where they have to go, here right now, the way I look at it, and I'm assuming that at some point in time, the police department may move, you would have all of our administrative in one street. So if people needed to visit different offices because they forgot something or had to do something, they'll walk on one street, they're not getting in their car, there's no transportation issues. We're centralized. That's my interest in that building, if it comes in at the right price.
Vehicle miles traveled reduction, I mean, I realize
Additional
virtual,
parking.
yeah.
Yeah. Any other thoughts or questions on this first set of existing projects in the work?
Okay, I'm gonna try to, these next three, I think you're aware of all three wells that we have, and the water rights for all of those wells are tied up in Foster. You know, well 11 is the sole exception to that. It has additional pumping capacity that it can provide, but we don't. So we are bringing that well online with a variable speed pump. And so we're gonna be able, we'll draw the water that we have water rights for. When we finally obtain the water rights, it's flipping a switch and we get the additional capacity out of it. But all of these well projects, 11, 12, and 13 are all tied up in water rights.
And I'll just add that I meet with the tribes bi-weekly, and water rights is becoming increasingly important to them. And we can expect to hear a lot more from the tribes about their concerns about overall water for the region.
There's someday in our future, there'll be an intertie. You know, we have two water systems, the utility committee, we touched on that earlier in the week. We have the McCormick system and the city system, and someday we'll have a pipe either going down Old Clifton or going up Glenwood Road that are the two opportunities to tie it in. And be nice if some development on either one of those corridors would build some of that infrastructure for us so that we aren't building a pipe that's very expensive. There's another reservoir being built out in McCormick Woods to facilitate all the growth that happening. And this water main replacement, that's just us tracking when we're gonna do this, the street down here, it's getting underground power, sewer, water, storm water, street trees, new sidewalks, and this is just the project related to the new water line that needs to go in the street. We're rebuilding the Melcher pump station, just aging infrastructure, and of course, I think where everybody's versed on the Marina pump station project. We're still, you know, the developer, see here. This pump station one issue is related to this is some performance issue on water intrusion we're getting with the contractor, and we're working through that. Ruby's Creek Substation, that's the facility that Kent Trends it's designing on our behalf. We're paying for it and they're reimbursing us. And really the bottom line is when they build that park and ride lot, they have some commercial pads. And their commercial paths really have no value if they don't have sewer and water service out there. So they'll likely also build that the sewer lift station for us, well, the board hasn't made that decision yet. I'm pretty confident that they will, and then they will put a latecomers agreement on that, and future development that happens around them will then in turn reimburse Kitsap's Transit for the construction of that project as they tie into it.
Capital Warden.
And that, when I have been told, I know that still has to, each stage of that realization comes before council.
The agreement and the contract for the design came before council. And then likely, yeah, that would come back to council when the construction, but maybe not, because they're going, if, I know it'll come before the transit board, they're going to build it. And a developer building, unless they're seeking credits from us, then it would come before you. But if somebody wants to build infrastructure for us, it wouldn't necessarily come.
I'm saying for us, I disagree strongly with that.
Okay, they're building it for the city.
Build that so they can develop a transit center.
Well, they don't really need it for the transit center,
They
they
don't
need.
need to either have lift stations that are pulling
Yeah,
the water, and the one that's upstream, we still have to upgrade that one as well, because it's undersized, so they're powering, not working accordingly.
there are some upgrades. The development across the street, which is Bob Disney's project, and also the, I don't know what by the fire station up there, Doug Strobat and his group has a large parcel up there. So one of those three parties, whether transit, those projects are too large to go into the existing infrastructure. So a lift station is in our comprehensive plan and needs to be built for future growth to happen in that area.
Just for the notes, I would just want to make sure, can you,
Requirement for the county to develop land. It's not a requirement for the county to build infrastructure. It is for future development, that is for developers to do. What we've already passed, we're moving forward. What I'm explaining is, we're not in land development.
I agree with that statement. But we do have a comprehensive plan, and we have elements in our comprehensive plan. Because we have mandates from the state, because we're a city, to accept population and growth. And so,
Right, and the
so these,
requirements for growth. is
correct,
For them to build the proper infrastructure, if they're on sewer, to build lift stations. That's the requirement, that's not the public or sewer rates to build lift stations
Yeah.
for growth. That is for developers to build lift stations for growth. Our responsibility as sewer rate payers is to do base rate, is to do retros, to do upgrades, things like that. It is not our responsibility to build infrastructure.
okay. I agree with your statement, but you remember there's two sides to the sewer utility, and a water utility and a stormwater utility. Operations and capital, okay? The ratepayers were responsible for the operations and then replacement of existing infrastructure, okay? Our capital facilities charges and development, which, because they're responsible for their portion. When somebody builds a regional facility, it is not uncommon for us to enter into a development agreement for them, and they get credit for the portion they were responsible for. It's complicated.
I understand. I understand.
And so the ratepayers are not contributing to growth.
By using our staff time, our resources, our money, they pay us back, we are using staff resources.
Okay.
I'm curious, Councilmember Warden, whether, I mean, what I'm hearing from you is kind of just your,
We're moving forward, I don't want to spend an hour on this topic.
Yeah.
I just didn't like bar, I just can't do this.
yeah,
As far as we need to move forward. That's-
yeah.
Absolutely not.
No, noted, and I'm just, when you have a conversation about priorities moving forward, perhaps some of that kind of philosophy or that position can come out in terms of where the city should put energy. So while we're just taking this pause in this, we went through a whole other page very
Yeah.
quickly. Was there anything else that you all wanted to touch on? I see Councilmember Rosa Pepe. Anybody else?
My only thing is just put a little, bug in the ear, that with West Sound Utilities, We haven't seen their list of projects for next year and the impact they may have on us for rates down the road, that's all.
Well, they have a comp plan obligation as well.
Yeah, and their rates aren't part of us in our budget. I mean, I know you're on this, where
Right.
that's discussed is at SAC, you know.
Right, and that ends up though,
Yeah.
it does have some impact with us.
Yeah, they need to be planning for, you're correct for
Exactly,
their.
so that's
project.
just, this is just
Yeah.
a small bug,
You-
that's all.
I mean, I'm capturing action items. Do you wanna list that as one or
No.
Okay,
that's-
just
that's-
a bug.
It's just a bug.
just a bug? Great. Anybody else before we let the mayor continue?
Okay,
Okay.
so knocked out sewer. We've got some minor security improvements that we're trying to get done. So these key cards that you guys use, they're much better than keys. You don't have to track them. You can kill them electronically and eventually we want to get the building next door on the same system. And you know, it's not on fire, so it doesn't seem to be a priority at sometimes. But we continue to track that project.
Robert, he's still better than a phone app that lets us in.
We've. It's a bigger project. It's different, and it's different technology than.
In
what
a
we have.
previous world, unless you're gonna provide said device to each person, what if I don't have one? I choose not to have a cell phone.
Or I upgrade
Yeah.
mine.
I asked about that because I didn't really want to have a card either.
Yeah.
But good question. Transportation projects, there's a lot of them. We've got, the Pottery Avenue project, that's that road guy in front of the middle school. You know, these are in tech called TIP, internally at our Transportation Improvement Project numbers. So I'll try to give you, we got, this is Bethel Phase 1 is the next one. We've got, Bethel, Phase 5, which is the two roundabouts that one of them we're going to construction on. I'm gonna talk a little bit later about the Anderson Hill roundabout and whether you guys want to prioritize that in the next budget. The Bay Street West situational study has been largely completed, and that's the concepts for taking the pathway from the ferry terminal up the boulevard and connecting to Tremont. We've got a non-motorized trail along Old Clifton that we want to complete. We've been that's under design. We've got the Bay Street Pathway. We've been talking at length about that. You shouldn't have too many questions in this venue about that. And then there was I'll get into this. There was a conversation with the developer about trading projects, and the staff and I believe that's not something that we should pursue. That they would build our Anderson Hill roundabout, and we would in turn build the project that they're responsible for as a roundabout in the future for McCormick Woods Drive, which isn't needed today. But then we got I think it was what's the new subdivision?
Trails?
No, in Bremerton, that's at the end,
Sinclair.
so we got that chunk of mitigation dollars, and that bridged a huge portion of the gap for us. So we'll talk about that a little bit later. We're only a couple $100,000 short of having all the funding we need to build the Anderson Hill roundabout. So
And it's way cheaper. Well, we have to manage, but we don't have to pay to move those utilities. That's-
Correct. yeah, correct.
And McCormick Woods, so we have to pay for utility.
If a private developer builds a project,
No, but
They have to
there's
do
one there that
utility.
we have to, when not at Anderson, so just so I
And
understand.
before we build it, they have to pay to move all these.
yeah, it's about $1 million. And if we build it, PSC, because of our franchise agreement, they have to move it for us. So that was part of why it didn't work.
Just understand.
Yeah, sure.
Would that make the project happen faster at Anderson?
We'll get to that.
All right, I'll wait. Patient.
Be patient, thank you. Jumping, we've got the Sydney Road sidewalk, which is the other project by the grade school. We got Tremont phases 2 and 3. Phase 2 and 3 are the traffic lights at the boulevard and at Sydney Road. And so we've got a study that's 100% grant funded for there. I'll be shocked if we don't end up with 2 more roundabouts on those, on that corridor. From that design. We've got, I just keep this on here, you know. the street trees that we did on Sydney, and they've got most of them done. There's some more to be done by the Sydney Art Gallery. We took some trees down by the high school, and there's some trees that are lifting the sidewalk on Kitsap Street before you get to Rockwell. So I just keep this on here so that Public Works doesn't forget about those, because there's a window of time when we can plant trees and not have to water them every day of the week. And that window's closing here pretty quick. And then also, you know, we put those new street trees on the hill there a year ago, and then because of site distances, we didn't put trees in certain locations. Well, we got tree grates, and they need to be taken out and the sidewalk filled back in, because they're trip hazards. 60 right, oh, that's they're across from Bravo Terrace, for multi-care that we, and we'll talk more about that later, and it has to do with the right-of-way agent. We got a contract right now to procure, to obtain that. The right-of-way agent wants $30,000 to do this one parcel, so I think we're close, if not ready, to have our own right-of-way agent on staff, because the money we're spending on all these acquisitions now, some of the existing projects we would leave with those consultants, and we'll talk more about that later. Miscellaneous project, we're starting on asset management and smart meters. I was told the last couple of days with Jackie, 50% of the meters have been in McCormick Woods have been swapped out to radio reads.
Yes.
In the next couple of months, we'll have 100% of them done.
Yeah.
And right now, they'll be able, instead of having to walk up and touch that wand at every driveway, they're driving down the street and it picks it up. And then the phase this fall is receiving towers in a couple locations in the city. And that data will come directly to City Hall and I can repurpose those staff members. They get sometimes about 1.5 people, that's what they do, is read meters. And there's a lot better things I could do with their time. So this will be the low hanging fruit. And then we've got about 25-30% of the older part of the city that has modern water meters. If you've got the little disc that they touch, I know I have it at my house, then we're replacing that transmitter. But we've got 800 meters out there that need to be, it's a plumbing project. And they'll be lucky to get 2 of them done a day, with the crew of guys out there. So we're tackling the whole low hanging fruit. But this project still has at least probably another 1.5 years in it, because we've got, it's a heavy lift on the last 800 meters that have to be completely replaced, and replumbed.
How soon,
Yeah.
how soon until we move on to purchase the remainder of those units?
I know that in the next couple of months, the radio reads, they're ordered and they're knocking those as fast as we can get the element, because they're really easy and they're getting really efficient at it. And then this fall, like I said, we'll have, but then I just don't have a good answer. On the piece, it's gonna be such a heavy lift. It's likely next year. We might start on it late this year.
Have we received the complete order from the last approval that the council gave? I think it was like 2,500 or 2,200.
Yeah,
meters.
we've installed probably half of those.
We received that complete order.
I believe so. Yeah, we received much of it anyway. And they're being installed. Like I said, we've got half of McCormick Woods down there.
So I got a quick question. So one of the things I learned about in the transportation committee a long time ago is that there are federal pocket grants for one grant set is for intersection improvements and ADA. And so I think that's been on our radar, ADA upgrades, but also bike lanes is another pocket grant opportunity. Street lighting is another. Are we regularly pursuing those?
We pursue all kinds of grants. I mean, that's in my state of the city, this last year, what we've obtained is a huge. We
I'm
just
not
have to
hearing,
be-
I'm not
we have
hearing
to-
about the spot improvements that
Yeah,
these grants.
we have to
provide
be
for.
careful. Remember, one, the federal grant, federal in particular,
It's got a lot of strings.
strength attached
Yeah.
to them. And two, it's capacity
Right.
to manage those grants and add more projects. I mean, you can see how many things we're actively working on and all the construction we've got going on. We do pursue grants, but we're very targeted about things that are in our comprehensive planning process, you know, and getting those, you know, to be honest, you know, I'm asking for $1 million in this next budget again for street paving. I think it's starting to make a difference, but, and I believe every other year, we need to be tackling you know, paving and not just patching, paving a street. You know, and 2 years ago, we did Lippert, and last year we did Old Clifton. We couldn't have done that without grants. We got grants to fund, you know, the side, you know, on Lippert, the sidewalks and the sidewalk ramps and the things that you're talking about. So yes, we do. We're just targeted at in our approach. to it.
Right. So where are we with ADA upgrades? I know that, remember the DOJ memo that said all jurisdictions got upgrades.
We're tracking what we're doing. We do some of those every year. Largely, a lot of it is coming when we rebuild a street or
Right.
develop a street. But
Yeah.
the older part of our town, you know, we did some 2 years ago. You know, and we're picking them off as we can. We'll do a whole bunch of it right down here on Bay Street when we rebuild this street down here.
Yeah,
The Councilmember Dinner, do we want to just list ADA as just something to think about? and
Well,
Priority. in the
maybe
future?
something for the transportation committee to
Okay.
take a look at, discuss more.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Councilmember Trinery.
I don't, last year, I think we approved, through the transportation committee, we approved some additional lighting up in the Flower Meadows area or something on that road. That's, I think that's one of those topics that you're talking about, what happened to it.
Mhm.
And we struggled to get PSC because PSC's got to do the work.
Mhm.
And they've just got such a tremendous backlog. But yes, we've got 2 different lighting improvement, LED lighting improvement grants. And they're getting worked and, but it's not, the choke point isn't us, it's Puget Sound.
Yeah, so those grants were received,
Mhm.
They're-
and
they're
we're
to
just
us.
waiting on the list.
Yeah, we have those grants. We're under contract with PSC to do the work. It's just getting them to do the work.
Yeah. Great. Councilmember Morrissey.
Need to work with the HOA for the ROA purchase.
That
ROA
right of way,
is right of way.
right of way.
It should be W.
Okay.
Remember, this is a staff document.
Okay, just making sure. I was like,
Sorry about the
that's what I
acronym.
thought, but I was like, I don't know what ROA is.
That's
ROW.
Is that the Anderson Hill roundabout?
McCormick Woods Drive.
Yeah,
For the public watching this, I will make, they're not.
Rob, I can't remember the word, and I apologize, and I'm trying to figure out what the city responsibility is, because it's whether it goes on the list somewhere down the line. And Mark's gonna tell me right now what the word is, because I keep forgetting. Marquis, do we have a responsibility for that? I mean, it's come up multiple times from a
Yes.
safety perspective, from an aesthetic perspective.
it's on the list later to talk about it.
Okay.
And it's structure, okay, the wooden poles that the street light on, you can stick a screwdriver in. They're rotten, and that's why we don't do the banner across anymore, because or the garland, because I can't hold it. The structure itself is bolted onto the buildings on one side, which is problematic. The other side of it, whenever somebody hits one of those, you know, it's the square posts that are really a spurring. That's a steel post inside there. So the steel posts are all fine. But somebody went through town and clipped 2 or 3 of those steel posts out, you know, in an accident. Yeah, it might come down because the light poles definitely aren't holding it up. But it's, our plan to this point has been driving development, driving that, and the replacement of that. And our code requires anybody that, if people can take it down. As a matter of fact, the theater wants to take it down. But I said, we shouldn't be. I said, well, if like Rings and Things did, remember they took a section of it down, but then they were responsible for shoring, you know, making it so it was sound, because now they don't have it, and when they rebuilt their building, they put weather protection in that cantilever deck up above.
Mayor, it sounds like we're gonna talk about this in a little bit. I just want to make sure we have about 10 minutes for you to get through a lot of things. So
Yeah.
are we all okay? I think the mayor left off at street lighting project
And
and
that's
then
really it.
and then development agreements.
Is
Let's
this-
run through that and to make
is
sure
this-
that, yeah.
That's just this is just a document. We have a number of development agreements out there that have been passed, and it's just so that finance and public works and everybody can track those as they get credits back on those development because they built infrastructure that was in our comprehensive plan.
Cool. So the sense I've gotten from you all is that you have nothing going on in your town, in your city, and that you're incredibly bored. Is that correct? No, you have a ton going on here, and Councilmember Warden, we have about 10 minutes just for this kind of discussion, so please.
The helpline, stormwater fee, and load construction agreement,
Do we have one?
it's on.
It's the last bullet.
It's on the last one.
Yeah, I
Do
think.
do you know,
We don't have, one. So some of these many of these are ones that we have in place. And others are conversations we're having with development, and then that's that case there. Same way with Kitsap County, we're in negotiations because the county wants a development agreement is typically 20 years, and that courthouse is a phased project. And they want to vest the entire project, and there's a method to do that.
So that was one of my questions. What are the frontage? Oh,
Can
sorry.
we do
let's
Councilmember
finish.
Rosa? Are you done, Councilmember Warden? Okay, Councilmember Rosa Pepe and then Councilmember Diener, please, and then.
Yeah, just FYI for the council, the initial project with Kitsap Helpline, South Kitsap Helpline may be taking a radical change because of issues with building on the lot, parking, et cetera. The project has far exceeded their budget, and they are in process of talking with Steve Sago for the property
Down in Bethel.
down on Bethel, which would save them a ton of money, solve a whole bunch of the stormwater issue, and allow them to sell the property to somebody else. So right now, stand by for more information from Help.
That's exciting, Jake.
Yes, it is.
Would that be a
So many reasons.
tear down and redevelopment?
No,
Rehabilitating.
Let's do Councilmember Diener, Councilmember Fenton, please.
I'm just curious about the frontage improvements that the DA would be for with the county.
I don't believe that's part of the DA.
Okay,
So, and we don't have, their design's not done.
Right.
We're, development we're largely about utility improvements and the parking that they
Okay.
need to do, and then to allow them to vest for all of the different phases.
right. So years ago, we had the county come and give a presentation on that project. It'd be nice to have them come back all these years later and tell us.
There's nothing new to report. We continue to
It's gotten some new life under,
Yeah.
I can say, from the
Yeah.
fourth floor, but
Mhm.
it'd be nice to know, how different is it? Well, some of these members have never seen that presentation either, so it would be good to have them come and maybe not right away, but when it's.
One thing that, and I believe it is within the next month, you guys will finally see those street vacations. Because we've been adamant all along.
Yeah.
Phase one is the first courthouse.
For phase zero, they're.
Phase zero
Phase
is parking.
zero.
You're not
Yeah.
building another building until you solve your parking problems. So
Right,
so they've bought many of the parcels to the south. And to build their parking, there's streets and alleyways that are in there that need to be vacated so that they can build their parking lot. And the appraisals are underway right now for us to value those, the county has to buy that right of way from us.
That's the parking structure, correct?
It's not a parking structure, it's surface park.
Surface parking,
There's a future phase with a parking structure out on Sydney and Division, I think, but that's not what this is.
Councilmember Fenton, please.
Yeah, for the, this back on miscellaneous, it's a public work charging station waiting for a transformer and trucks. We don't have to, I don't know if you know the dollar sign for that, but I would be very curious how much that, charging station cost. And also for the maintenance for, I'm assuming this is all for the
So
electric trucks.
we have 4 trucks, we've received them. We
I
have,
saw it sitting at the.
yeah,
title
and
shop.
we have
I saw
charging stations to charge them. We're waiting on PSC. All the infrastructure is built, but it requires a transformer. And we need PSC to install the transformer so we can use the charging station. We have one charging station existing that is for our small electric vehicle. So between downtown, the charging stations we have here and the one there, we're kind of rotating these trucks through that. But that, all of that has been purchased and there shouldn't be any maintenance costs associated with them because oh, they're electric trucks. The maintenance costs are far less than, mine.
Well, when it comes to a battery, they're,
I know you have
Astronomical.
opinions on this, Heidi, but. we've
no,
already
but I know,
purchased-
but I would just like to know later the whole cost of everything on that.
Okay,
Because that's
it's-
taxpayer dollars paying all this.
Yeah, and
And so that's,
correct.
but that's for later, you can give that
It's
information.
a state mandate.
Yeah.
That we
We're
electrify.
required.
I understand that too, but I'm still curious. How
We-
much?
we-
Noted that as an
paying
action
for
item
that.
to
Yeah.
come up.
we need trucks and we have a mandate from the state that we have to buy electric vehicles.
Councilmember Trenner.
So
Yeah.
just for clarification, this is the transformer at Public Works.
Yeah.
Up in the industrial park.
Yes.
The PSC is already punched all the way through there. So the main lifting up from their end is done.
We're just waiting on the
Correct.
transformer.
We're waiting on the transformer.
Transformer to be installed, all the wires and vaults and everything are
Everything
there.
else is done.
Charging, our electrician did the project and installed the 4 charging stations, 4 or 5 charging stations. So there's a bank of them along the fence. The utility pole's there, the conduit's up the pole. We just need a transformer installed by
So
PSC.
again, PSC.
So we can
we're in
use-
PSC.
so we
I
can
was gonna
use
say, I'm hearing PSC
Yeah.
is
Yeah,
kind of holding
it's-
things up recently.
Yeah,
So in the
Seems
last
like they're
5 minutes,
understaffed.
interesting, yeah.
everybody is.
In the last 5 minutes you have for this topic, is there anything else you want to clarify? Keeping in mind the purpose of the mayor running through all this is that so that you have an understanding of where existing time, energy, and resources are going before you think about what the next budget cycle is. So any other comments or questions to set you all up?
Right, should we jump into the next part? So refreshing your memory here, we're kind of gonna, an immediate need, something we should be considering for our prioritization process, driving the budget, or, yeah, this is a great idea and let's put that off, but we don't lack the resources for it right now, and it's a future topic.
Let me
The only-
give
So the only document you need, and we're gonna put it on the screen, is one that says retreat topics. Everything else is supporting documents, and then I'll call your attention to them as we get to the topics, okay?
And Mayor, I want to just note that we have 90 minutes for this conversation, and I heard Councilmember Chang in the beginning really wanted to hear from their fellow council members. And I think in the beginning you said this is your meeting, so how do you want to do this? Do you want to take a few at a time and talk about it and pause? Does that work or just?
Sure. I think we're gonna talk them through one at a time. And just
Okay,
pop-
and then
pop
we'll-
the list, and then there'll be time at the end, to discuss other topics that you guys, feel are relevant.
Great, so there are 37 of these.
I have one more hand. Actually, there's a duplication,
Yes.
and then I have one that replaced it with staff.
There we go.
Mentioned yesterday.
Okay, so just that 3 minutes or so per topic. Of course, they won't all take the same amount of time, but yeah, excited to hear from everyone in the room. So do you want to get us going with the parliamentary training?
Sure. I know some of us have, I know I have, Fred has, Scott may have in his
Yep.
county world.
Been here.
Ann McFarland, is, and she brings these little dinosaurs and we do some role playing with them. It's a great training. There's that version of it that's probably gonna take a couple of hours. And it's parliamentary procedures, and I've been, I facilitate your meeting and I use those, whether it's this board or other board. There's also a lighter version which is an online training, with it that she puts out. I think we would all benefit from it. I pick something up from it every time. Is this something that you guys would like to spend the time to do?
I think it's important, even if it's a refresher, but is she the only game in town? 'Cause
She
I thought it
is,
was
she
kind of-
is, it's hokey, it is,
Yeah.
but she is the subject matter
All
expert.
right,
The Association of Washington Cities, actually has her training and we would need to pay her to come and give an in-person training, but since we're a member of the Association of Washington Cities, they have an online version that we can borrow and I think at a minimum, I think we should do that. I just wanted to gauge your thought. I don't want to bring a training in if you guys, I don't need that, and you're not open to it. So
What
well,
training is this?
parliamentary
Parliamentary
procedures,
procedures.
Robert's Rules of Order,
Yeah.
motions,
Oh,
seconds,
yeah, yeah.
amending a motion and
We did
the,
that for our orientation.
you
It was like
got,
hard to
you
live
got
with.
a teeny bite of it at
Mhm.
your orientation. This would likely be, and,
Yeah.
45 minutes to an hour's worth of training and diving much deeper into that,
The
so.
rules are like
I
a.
definitely can use some training on that and, a lot, but hopefully if she's watching this meeting, she'll understand that it is a little hokey. Spice it up a little bit.
Councilmember Trenner, I see your hand.
So are we talking a specific date for the online training or is that an option to?
I don't know
bring-
where that, I threw a lot of spaghetti. I don't know where May 21st came from. I would probably add it to one of your, if we did the online version, I'd add it to a work study or, one of our light agendas and to the tail, like you've been getting the presentations. And, I think it'd probably be more conducive to a work study and we're all sitting around looking at this big screen right in front of us. So, so is there consensus then we want to do this?
Councilmember Diener.
Well, I think if we want to do it, I think we should do it in person. That gives.
Yes,
an
I
opportunity
would.
to
I'm
ask
saying part of one of
Okay.
our meetings.
One of the things, as hokey as it is, one of the things I learned from her is that when we have meetings, it's not the public's meeting, it's a meeting in public. And I'd like to make sure we explore that a little bit more, because that's a hard pill for the public to swallow. They don't understand it and we can't explain it. So I think that would be a worthwhile outcome.
That's an element of her
Yeah.
training,
Yeah.
correct?
So I think I know the mayor wants just to get a sense from the room of whether this is something that you all want to then later bucket and prioritize. Should this stay on your list?
Is it an
Yes.
immediate need that we
Worthwhile,
do this
okay.
year? I'm seeing at
I think
least
so.
4 heads. So, and we'll do,
May
Benefit.
21st, it's open.
I don't know where that date come from, but we will get it likely on a work study.
If it falls on Thursday, that'd be.
Yeah.
best for all of us.
Yeah.
Yes, I wouldn't schedule on a special night. So,
Yeah.
so online training.
So the online training is
It's
is
her-
interactive.
It's her, well, you're not interacting with her. It's recorded.
It's canned.
It's
Okay.
canned, it's a canned training. You're getting the same content. It's canned. So the concepts, and all of that.
Yeah, so I understand that, but then you don't get an opportunity to ask her questions if you have them. That's,
Our parliamentarian is our city attorney. I would recommend that our city attorney attends that
Okay.
and is able to answer your
okay,
questions.
I'm okay with that.
And we would have the ability to stop it.
Yeah.
Yes,
discuss.
yes, and have, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, yeah, I'm down with that.
Exactly.
All right,
And just for your awareness, what's happening on the screen, as you all are talking about this, I'm gonna drop them into these 3 buckets as we go. If for some reason I misunderstand you, please interrupt me, but I feel like this was a now.
yeah, and if you could just take that date off there, the May 20, or down.
Oh,
in
the
your-
date, okay.
Yeah, I don't know where that date came from, but online version maybe is a note
Okay.
after that.
Great, let's do that. All right, next up.
Okay, this was John Morrissey. He wanted us to have a conversation about an Arts Commission. Does Bremerton have one? And
They do. Well,
So could-
it's even evolving as they have recently got a designation as a arts district.
Okay,
And so, the Greater Kitsap Chamber and things are involved. They also have a poet laureate program as well. So, I know it was brought up at some meeting about an art installation here as part of this renovation project. And we just noted that we didn't have dollars associated with that. And
Even.
Was that an email? Okay, I don't remember where it came from, but
We've also talked about, an arts sales tax.
Yeah.
We've talked about,
Yes, yeah,
the
typically-
transformer wraps, those, so
Yeah.
I'd like to hear more about it.
yeah, I mean, I'm just, I want to have those conversations and see where that can go. I don't know that it has to be a fee or a tax. I think you can engage artists to publicly display art here, and have them come in, and if we just create a space that says, "Psst, you get X, Y, Z, and you get from November first to the end of the year, and then you get," I just think there are options that we can engage and create some of that culture so that as we grow, we can grow into it, because keep calling it an arts district, and I don't believe that's a creative district, sorry, is a designation by the state, that opens up all kinds of fun. Huh.
And I think your wraps and things like that are different than what John.
Well, it's part of the overall thematic, I think.
I believe the Arts Commission oversaw those utility wraps and engaging.
They've got
with
some
the
nice
folks. Yeah, over there.
So my only pause to this is going to take a staff person to do. We don't have the capacity. So that's the dollar and cents side of this.
And
staff.
I want to
members-
talk capacity at some point, but I hear that, so, if that's still something we'd like to do, I think we can have a conversation.
I would certainly like to explore,
Yeah.
maybe meet with Bremerton and see what
Find
their
out more.
staff capacity looks like. Maybe it's,
Yeah, I
Maybe-
see two
oh,
hands.
sorry.
I see Councilmember Trenner, I think you were first.
Well, I'm just curious, how deep a dive are you talking about here? I heard just allowing that people to come in and share their art in the city hall buildings. But then I'm also hearing an arts district, how,
I'm open to just discussion, right? I think it's important as we continue to grow and move forward to incorporate that in some capacity, and I think you gotta start somewhere, because, we don't start anywhere right now, so. That was my whole point. I think it creates a larger discussion, because maybe we're not willing to throw money at it right now, or maybe we will. That's just a greater discussion.
I think it's pretty quick conversation with, I don't know, Bremerton, City of Hallsville, maybe like cities. Pretty quick, how much do you invest in that with staffing, time, dollars? Then that's probably a pretty good starting point, but I do know to qualify for many grants, you have to check several boxes. Usually arts is one of them, so it'd be interesting to see. I think starting off talking to our neighbors would be helpful, and it's a free conversation.
Councilmember Rosa Pepe, Fenton, and then let's do Mayor.
Because, I
That
mean,
works.
Seattle has a 1% on
Right.
all public projects that have to go to art. It's not a tax, it's part of the project cost. Just to keep moving things along, since we have 3 minutes for each topic, this was one I think we can kick down the road a little bit, because we need more information, and probably during the budget
I
process.
think that's what I'm asking, is for us to get that
That's
information
what I'm
now.
trying to do. is
Yeah.
move it forward.
So I would offer to maybe relabel that future bucket, and it would be future and planning efforts. And
Can you send it to a committee to look into?
so that could be
well-
an outcome.
So Councilmember Fenton, please.
Yeah, and I do like the idea. I'm curious, do you get like an application if we do artwork that's down here? Because we probably don't want just any artwork, you know, it depends on what it looks like.
It
I
would
mean,
be
you know,
challenging to manage our.
so I'm just curious, yeah, how do we do?
And it could be something that we contract, you know, we don't even have to contract, but you just say, hey, Sydney Art Gallery, like, I'm sure there are people who would curate that for us, but again, it was, do we want to
No, I
take
think
those
it's
steps?
I'm hearing that there's interest in kind of exploring it now and perhaps.
And that's why I changed
Well, there's
the
that.
label of that bucket.
Perfect.
and I would hope that we have discretionary authority, because I'll just say it, the Nike exhibit at the end of the pathway is just a
Horrible.
bunch of used
I know.
stormwater materials.
my
I think
concern also.
Spray painted silver and welded together.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
Hopefully-
why I like.
Hopefully, nobody knows the artist in this room, but I'm not.
that was me.
And it's a wonderful piece of art.
Why, thank you. I do want to keep us moving. This is
Yeah,
a big
please.
one. So additional police officers. Mayor, can you
Okay,
speak to
all right.
that?
And this is the, you know, myself and the chief advocating for this, and, you know, we're not policing our community the way we should be. I will share a little secret with you, if, don't speed in Port Orchard on Fridays, because, okay, the way
I'll write that
our
down.
our officers have a whole bunch of training requirements. their schedule is created, so they all come together on Fridays for training, and if they finish up early, guess what? They go out and do some traffic enforcement.
Do you have a time for
It's just, it's as their schedule present for this time. So 2 weeks ago, they went out and to our 5 hot spots where we get the most accidents, they pulled over 90 people.
Jeez.
62 of those situations warranted a citation. There is, you know, they want to educate and not, you know, but we don't have the capacity. So Chief and I kicked this around calling it a PROAC unit. I want to get to a stat, and we're moving the needle. Trust me, we've got 4 officers right now in training. When we get those on, we'll be at the highest staffing level we've ever been in our police department. But until we need to create, I would like to see us create this PROAC view, because right now, our police officers, if you're on day shift or swing shift, all day long, you're responding to largely property crime and accidents out there, okay? And there is no extra time. If I want to put the Marine patrol out here to address derelict boats, I've got to have 2 officers that are willing to volunteer for overtime to do that. And at times you do that.
It's a great program, by the way.
Chief and I want to see eventually 2 positions that unless there's something really catastrophic happening, they aren't responding to calls. They're out doing traffic enforcement. And as we learned just 2 weeks ago, and you guys see this behavior out there and the way people are driving, and the only way we're going to change it is writing tickets and you know, changing behavior. We need to see the boat out in the water, and we need to see our officers out on their bicycles in our parks and and we don't have capacity yet. And the chief and I are both advocating virtually every budget during my tenure. We've tried to add 1 new officer every year. So this 1+1 is what we're referring to is a biennial budget. In 2025, we added FTE, and in 24, because even if you said 10 officers would solve this problem,
Right.
I couldn't add 10 officers and train 10 officers right now. We got to do this incrementally, and I'm advocating that we continue to do this. So
Councilmember Rosa Pepe, yeah, I saw your hand.
No, that's fine. What I was gonna say was put it in 2026 budget, because until we're fully staffed under the current budget, I'm not interested in trying to add more positions where we can't even fill the positions we have, because then it just becomes a budget placeholder and takes away money from something else.
we will
So,
we will
25,
have all our
26.
positions filled by this fall. As a matter of fact, we're down to 2.
I understand,
I
Mayor,
want
I
to-
understand, but I've seen this
Yeah.
for all 6 years.
Yeah.
And it's, all it is doing is holding money from other projects.
Okay.
So for
Fair
the
enough.
purpose of this discussion, 25 and 26, this is where this should go, just
Yeah.
like you said.
Can I hear from others? Did others agree that it's 25, 26? Any concerns with that?
I like hearing Jay said.
Yeah.
You have previous, experience in that.
And I agree, we wouldn't be adding that in 2025 if I couldn't. If we're not in a position where we're gonna be recruiting for that position, because you're right. we don't have capacity to recruit that position, why are we funding an FTE that we know we can't hire?
We've
Any
got-
other thoughts on this one before we keep moving?
Just building in some redundancy once we get to where we want to be, so that we always have somebody on, an extra staffer, if you will, for those retirements or people who leave.
Okay.
Yeah.
It would be nice to have the coverage, because there is also the downtown, which I believe noise. I don't know if you heard.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but,
we've heard a lot of complaints about
oh,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, so I'm hearing their support for this one, for this upcoming budget cycle. Thank you. That's great. Mayor, are we okay to talk about street paving?
I'm ready. And so, you know, when I was on the city council a few years back, and Fred, you can probably remember this too, we were lucky to get $200,000 to $400,000 in the budget for street paving. You know, street paving comes from our general fund. It's the same bucket of dollars we paid for parks. It's where we pay for our police officers and some of the administrative staff. And I just hope that you see what $1 million can do is moving the needle, and I think we need to continue invest in street preservation and maintenance, because if we don't, our streets, continue to deteriorate, so.
Council members, Diener and Trenery, these were your recommendations. Anything you want to add before you consider where they belong?
Well, I would like to see this fund continually increase because the dollars, the value we're getting for the dollars of $1 million last year is not the same value we're going to get this year. And so I would like to see more money put into this so that we can continue to at least hold our own when it comes to potholes that are coming up and street repairs.
So how about we tweak this to $1 million or more?
Just adjusted.
Is that general fund or do you want the gas tax? The 1/10 of 1%?
So 1/10 of 1% can't go to street preservation needs. It can only go to the capital
General fund, it
projects.
sounds like.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's not eligible.
let's do Councilmember Diener and then Councilmember Ward.
Well, no, I just think it's important to do. I always say the worst kind of maintenance is deferred maintenance. So we don't want to go there and we want to maintain our B rating that we got years ago with our streets,
Great.
at least.
Does the pothole repairing, is that
So
under 80?
how our work plan, so it's a biennial budget. And we do a contracted heavy lift in one of the 2 years, and that's what we did Old Clifton, and where the contractor comes in and does a heavy lift. This year, it's in the off year, it's our crews and not contracted, so go out and we have, we can handle patches, and small repairs is the kind of the capacity we have with the equipment that we own. And so we do street activity every year. It's just one of the 2 years, it's a contracted heavy lift. The other year, it's our crews going out and doing the Band-Aids, and patching and crack sealing.
So this is not the $1 million is not contract work, strictly.
It's a combination.
We included our own staffing.
Yes,
In that
yes,
$1 million?
yes,
And so,
because we have to charge their time to streets, storm,
Sure.
wherever they work. So there's a cost to those employees and have to allocate their dollars.
are you advocating that it's street paving and pothole repairs as kind of one initiative?
When I read it as we're repaving streets.
Okay,
Okay,
That's how I read it, but, that's not how it is. It's just-
Should be
actually, it's and preservation.
preservation.
okay,
yeah.
preservation, okay.
Paving and preservation work.
And then Councilmember Chang.
Does car tabs go to this or is that not capital only?
It's also capital only.
So what other funds are there for?
It is the general fund and our portion of the state's gas tax,
Mm,
which isn't a lot of money, and it's a diminishing.
So we
return.
can't go out to the voters for anything for street maintenance.
I wouldn't recommend it,
But we can't.
because I think if we were gonna go to the voters for anything in the future related to streets, it would be when we get the design on Bethel Phase 1 done. And if the number is, oh my God, how, it's double what we thought, because remember, the council passed a 1/10 measure, we can
Yeah.
go to the voters and get another 10. But I think we've got to define a project.
So it's capital only.
It doesn't have to be, Fred. We could, but I think if we were gonna go to the voters, we gotta have a plan and we're gonna do X, Y, and Z. Hey, we want
We want
$50
money.
million to go, to go into the street fund. That isn't gonna sell very good.
Councilmember Trenery.
Just curious, question, is restriping included in this $1 million?
No, that's an annual project we do every year.
So I want to hear from everyone whether this feels like it's a 2025, 26 budget item. Is this something somehow you could,
If it's nothing, we're going to do street work.
okay,
We do not,
It's a now issue.
it's a now issue.
it's not a now issue.
It's a
Can't-
budget.
Well, so I mean, it's an ongoing.
It's an ongoing, yeah.
Okay.
We're gonna do, we did the heavy lift last year. We're gonna do the crack sealing, the patching with our crews this year. And I'm advocating that we need to make a similar, and I'm hearing
Budget.
a larger investment
Mhm.
in our streets, or in this next budget. Is
That's a
that,
good point. $1 million
It's diminishing.
Not $1 million in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
Can you get a grant for, roads?
They're very competitive and yes, and the last two street rebuilds, I think I touched on this earlier, Old Clifton and Lippert. We couldn't have gotten it done without a grant.
Mhm.
So yeah, we're constantly pursuing grants. It's just, they're very competitive.
Let's talk about the next one, which is one new parks personnel. Eric, Scott, and Mark recommended this, so Mayor, do you want to tee us off and then see if there's anything to add?
Totally support this idea. We're adding parks, you know, I will say. Our parks look better than they ever have, our long-term employee that we had. For many, many years doing parks, retired, the new young man that is doing it. Has got energy, is putting a lot more care into it, but there's only, you know. We're stretched pretty thin in this area, and this and the next, relate to, summer hires and some of those summer hires going to our parks, because that's when the grass and the vegetation grows the most, but. You know, a couple of you spoke to this, I totally support this, and seeing where it shakes out, but, we need more people to keep our town looking beautiful in our parks.
Scott, Jay, Eric. I saw the hands.
So, you know, my thought when I added this to as a retreat discussion item was that we need to start talking about a parks department. And I'm not expecting that would happen even next year, maybe even the year after, but planning for what that looks like, I think warrants a good discussion.
Should that go under planning?
Well, let me speak. I think that is separate from this item. That is a Parks and Recs levy, which is a tax member. You know, we have a parks lead. That's what I don't need to label somebody a parks department. He's a public works employee and that's his job to work in the parks, okay? And you know, his tools and truck and everything are paid for from our general fund.
Sure.
Where somebody working in the sewer utility, they have dedicated funding sources, but yes, and part of the structure that we've been negotiating with the unions, that some of you have got a taste of, I don't know that everybody's seen it yet, we're trying to negotiate, when Jackie Brown retires, to restructure parks, all of Public Works and the organizational chart. And right now we have leads in, true leads, and they get they're designated that way in storm, sewer, and water. And in this restructure that we're negotiating with Public Works, we would add leads in parks and streets. So we've got a go-to person that's solely their job.
So I have a follow-up.
Okay, and then we'll do those two. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
so do you see a point at which we trip over to having a Parks Department in the
It's
future?
I think it's when we have a Parks and Recs levy, and it's almost a separate, it's part of the city, but it's
Yeah.
dedicated funding source.
We'll have the event center that will need to be managed. We'll have,
Yeah.
we have a lot of parks we're talking about.
Do we want to add the Parks and Rec levy as a topic to talk about today?
I
And
think we can,
Not
I think,
necessarily today, but I think it warrants a dedicated work study.
I think it warrants possibly being put in that bucket and their future planning efforts.
Oh,
For sure.
sure.
Okay.
There's the solution. I mean, I agree. Remember, we did that survey and.
Yeah.
And it came last, crime, and the top two was crime and traffic.
Right.
And there's only so many dollars. And if we're
Right.
again, we need to go to the voters.
But then we did a survey for users of Parks and Rec, and it was a pretty robust response, and there was some definitely strong.
I want to make sure we get to Jay,
Okay,
please, Jay. and
sorry.
Eric. And then Jay.
It's okay. Actually, anything that deals with parks, that's not an immediate one, like the summer workers. I'd like to put it in discussion, but with an asterisk, because I think we need to have that discussion sooner than later from a planning perspective, especially if we're going to voters. And that ties right into several items on here, including Veterans Park over on Retzel, which I'm totally in favor of, but I know that's a hell of a lift.
We couldn't do it without a parks levy.
I understand that, Mayor, and that's why I'm saying we need to start having those discussions now and not kick that one down the road.
So I'm hearing support for putting new parks personnel into a planning conversation for now.
Yeah, there's two things. There's the 25-26 budget.
Yeah.
Which, quite frankly, that will drive whether we can afford them or not, those discussions based on revenue, with the finance department. But there's the overall discussion about a parks district levy, whatever you want to call it,
Rex.
Parks and Rec area. And I think that ties into several items on here. And I think that discussion needs to start happening sooner and not next April when we come back to retreat saying,
Yeah,
revisiting this item.
great. Councilmember Warden, and then we'll
Yeah,
figure out where those.
I think Parks Department is extremely important, for any city, county. I understand. You have to build up to that, and I'm just, to be honest, disappointed we haven't built that throughout to that point. I'd like to start adding a staff member per year. And then we get to, okay, now we have 4 staff members dedicated for parks. And there is a reason that you do have a parks department, I believe. You take ownership in what you do every single day, and you have that skill set. When you're a public works employee in general, you're a general maintenance employee. Your skill set is utilities, it's a lot of different things. It's not just parks. And a parks employee, let's be real, is a landscaper. And it's highly skilled. So I'll be honest, I was caught off guard. I didn't realize that a lot of the landscape throughout the city, the appearance of the city falls under the parks work. I didn't realize that. When I think of parks, I think of parks where you go, playgrounds and whatnot. I would like to see a staff member of 4 at a minimum, not instantly, but adding that throughout the years, then we go and we create park departments.
Interesting.
I think that is a responsible way to grow it. That's definitely an affordable way, I feel, to grow that. And I use the analogy that all of our money is underground. It's things that you don't see. It's our utilities, it's our sewer, it's our stormwater, and the public doesn't see that. Thank God they don't see that. And we're doing a good job. But when you come home from work every day and you're going to your house or you're leaving or your guests are coming in town, you want your city looking nice, and it is frustrating to go to other cities and see things. Yes, they're larger cities, but to see the appearance of theirs, and then you see certain ones of ours, and it's like, we need to build that. And I would love to have 2. I keep stressing that, and I know two's a lot, but 1 per year I feel is doable.
Great,
And with some,
okay. Let's do Councilmember Chang and then Mayor. Yeah.
Yeah, I just had a thought. I keep hearing, that of course this is gonna rank lower than crime or traffic if you put them in the same survey. So maybe the survey itself needs to be tweaked, because on the other hand, I would agree that people do believe in it. And I know you do too. We want a beautiful town and we just, so I think, comparing it to the others is not quite a good argument.
And to fair to the process though, these were all things that needed to be paid for from our general fund. So we were asking the public to prioritize, because this parks person, which I want to have, if that's our, it's coming out of the same pot of dollars that we have to pay for these other things with. And that's kind of why this, police officers, unfortunately, our police officers and the parks personnel are paid for out of that same bucket of dollars. And I keep hearing this parks department. And while we're not gonna call it exactly that, this reorganization is largely creating what you guys are talking about, is redoing the organizational, structure and tree to designate a lead. And if it raises to the top of this pile or in the top, top 5 probably, there'll be somebody else working underneath that lead. And then right now, and I'll just kind of segue into this next piece, we currently are authorized to have 4 summer hires. 2 of them go into the streets department and 2 of them go into the parks department. That is cheap labor. And in particular, in the summertime, when we can hire these college kids, we can do so much with trail maintenance and other, it's how we can get you know, to add a couple of bodies for the cost of a third of the body, you know, with
Yeah.
salaries and benefits, so.
So yeah.
I'm here, what I'm hearing is, we should be considering, I heard it from Eric for sure. Is there 4 of you at least believe that we should be trying to put that into our next budget process to add another park
Yeah.
person?
Yes.
I mean, Councilmember Morrissey, was that about this specific?
Yeah, I think it's about both of these, because I
Yeah.
think maybe we can even look at, we already have a lead, adding another full-time and still leaving us at 4 summer, right? And utilizing some of the savings and adding 2 additional summer hires. And then we can add a few extra dollars to hire somebody year round. That would be
I
something.
would
I'd
almost
throw out.
ask that, because I'm now going, because the, merge these two
Yeah,
together,
I-
is that I think we could afford to add additional summer hires now. It's inexpensive. I mean, we're gonna pay them $20 an hour and no benefits, you know, versus, you heard the number, it's $80 an hour with salary and benefits for one of our union folks. I mean, you know, we could, you probably, I'd like to say, let's hire 10, but remember, I gotta put them in pickup. I should let them, you know, we gotta be able to equip them to go out and not a group of young folks that are out playing hideout and.
Can you clarify, you're saying add summer help this summer,
Mhm.
and then you recommend adding an FTE for the following budget?
That's, you also, that's what I'm hearing, that's what I'm hearing, and I also would advocate for that we add a new union full-time employee
Mhm.
in this, right here in in the next budget process. And 1 or 2 scenarios this year, because right now, we're recruiting for our 4 summer hires. I think we can afford to make it 6 now, you know, because that's inexpensive, and they're only here for 3 months, and we can get a lot out of them. If you're not supportive of that, I would hope at least we're gonna consider that in the next budget cycle. The county hires, what, Eric, 100 or more of these folks? I
Very
mean,
close to it.
it's insane, so we're competing with the county. I'd like to bump the salary up a couple bucks an hour, so we're more attractive.
Councilmember Diener.
I just was gonna say that what would, I think, be helpful, because it's hard to contextualize this, would be to get in a van and go for a drive with everybody, one of these work study evenings.
Oh, and look at all the parks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that idea.
So I just want to make sure I heard the mayor recommend that this summer increase summer staff by 2. Are people comfortable with that as a this summer item? I see some thumbs, okay,
Yeah,
and
I
then,
think my caveat on that is that we're also moving forward with an extra FTE.
Oh,
Yes.
It's on the list.
Perfect, yep.
And you guys to prioritize that. This is I don't get a vote.
it's
You're
a
the
vote.
policymaker.
Well, when we look at, you know, we're not even a tenth into this list. And there are dollars attached to all of these.
Yes.
So when we go back, I hope at the end, Sophie, that we are prioritizing these,
Yeah.
because quite frankly, if it's after, you know, we only have a certain amount of dollars. And, you know, regardless of our forecast,
You got it.
and everything's gonna fall under public safety for me as public safety is number 1, then it's gonna take line. And there's dollars attached to every one of these.
Don't we always hire young kids, every summer?
Right,
All the time.
right now, we're authorized for 4,
Mhm.
and I'm saying, I think we can afford to
Yeah.
add 2 more on, and I'd almost like to us to look at the salaries I'd like to be a couple dollars an hour higher than the county. $2 an hour isn't much money.
I don't think that's the question, Mayor. I think it's the FTE when we
Yeah.
get down into.
Yeah, then that's separate.
Two different issues.
It's 2 different issues.
Two different-
Just to manage expectations, I think you all are on track for a working lunch. So
Yeah.
given the pace that we're going at, as long as you're aware of
And
that.
I'll pay for pizza for dinner.
Okay, there we go. So I wanna keep us
things.
Yeah,
Is there support for us to look at the salary
Yes.
of the summer
Yes.
hires and ensure that we're.
If they were full-time and you want 2 hours or $2 an hour, you're looking at 4,000 a piece. And that's
Yeah.
full-time.
Yeah.
So if I cut that in half, you're looking at an additional $4,000. I
Even
think
less
we
than
had.
that.
For the whole year.
Move forth and count your
Less
days.
than that.
You cut it into a third.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Even less than that.
Yeah, right, just go.
okay, we
Real
got
quick
this.
For you guys, as my, the benefit of having summer help for the summer helpers is when you go to college, you know you have a 40-hour-a-week job coming back every single year.
County guarantees that.
Yeah,
You
can have a young
work
18-year-old
weekdays, not really weekends unless you are
Need a job.
at parks, right? But it's very intriguing. I mean, that's why you can get a lot of them. you know.
To Scott's point, the county guarantees it. We don't guarantee anybody anything because not all summer hires are created equal. We give them, they give them a priority and actually they get it, every year they come back, they get an additional $1 an hour. Because now we don't have to train them.
We eliminated the word college.
Yeah,
We
it
call it summer help now.
Yeah.
Yes, too.
Because it's kind of free interview for a certain, say you're 20 years old, whatever. It's kind of a free interview mutually for the city and for, so if we hired somebody who wasn't going to college and they worked the summer and they were a very good employee. And then this next budget cycle, we hire a full-time employee, that person, we would know quite a bit about them if they applied for the job. It's kind of a free interview for us.
Yes, I want to keep us moving. The next one is the asset management specialist. Do you want me to pull that up on the screen?
Yeah, you probably don't have to. It's the job description. I've had HR do a little bit digging. It's in your packet. If you want to glance at that. And so, as you know, you guys authorized the sewer and water and storm. We've got an intern here that is just doing yeoman's work on this and knocking it out of the park. Not saying that person would get that job and we would be posting a job out there. But my concern is I can only employ an intern for 6 months. This young man is going to leave us at the end of July. And if I don't have, so this position is envisioned is the data person that's putting all of our as-built and information into the system. And then when we get all the stuff in the system, then there's gonna be outputs that need to be managed and work orders. And then the person, when the work orders are completed, so somebody needs to manage this data and this process. And we don't have anybody to do that right now, other than the intern.
So
I-
is the 75 just for the rest of the year? It's not,
That is an annualized, it is not a high, it's not an engineering position. This is a data entry person. It's a salary and benefits on an annualized basis for a. an F-
75 is
We
salary
said-
and benefits?
That's what that HR told me. So he'd be paying $25 an hour probably.
Yeah.
Is the position. It could grow into something more than that, but that's really what we need is somebody managing this project and putting the the inputs in. We've got a program manager for it. Okay, that's Darren Rosada, I think is how to pronounce it. But he's also one of our inspectors. He also manages our GIS system, and he's ultimately provides the oversight to this potential position. But I can't have Darren doing data entry when I need him
Right.
down here inspecting the sewer lift station that's being built and other projects out in the city. He's got the skill set up here. I need somebody with this skill, down here.
Councilmember Morrissey and then Councilmember,
Do we have enough in there that there's a full-time workload?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
He is.
There's already enough in there. Okay.
Eric can probably speak to this, how.
My job.
And-
You're not putting that out to the public.
And this isn't something where, once we get everything loaded, position ends, this would be ongoing into perpetuity.
Yes, because once we get the 3 utilities in, we want to put our streets in it, our physical buildings, our parks.
There's a ton of catch up to do.
Yeah, right now, we're in the implementation phase and data entry phase. Then it's utilizing the tool and managing our processes.
Councilmember Chenry.
And HR gave me that number. It might be a little bit low,
Seems low.
but even if it's $10,000 more a year,
Right.
it's still I think money well spent.
I would agree. I think the position is money well spent. I'm concerned a little bit just from historical experience myself. Data in or data, garbage in is garbage out. Who's going to be responsible? You say Dennis or Darren and whoever the lead is out in the field.
This
Who's gonna
person.
be responsible for monitoring that this data input is accurate? In some manner. That's a concern I have, because we need to have, 95+% accuracy in this incoming data, or it will create nightmares down the road. So that would be my concern, point of concern.
To GIS coordinator,
Yep.
that's who they report to. And so, and he's providing that oversight to our intern right now. He's just not doing the physical data entry and going to upstairs, our public workshop are tons of as-built and plans. And we're putting this stuff into the software.
I'm fully supportive of that.
Question, were you done?
Yeah,
Question for the mayor, the choice, this is not is this an option for now, or the choice that the council has?
I believe if we don't, because this is enterprise funded, it's not coming out of the general fund, it's sewer, water and storm. We can afford to do this now. And my concern is if we don't do it now and we wait till the next budget, and that's your choice. Is that July 1st, the intern goes away and now you've bought, how much was that software? I can't, $500,000. We made a $500,000 investment and we're not using the software. And that
That means
would be
we'd have to
foolish.
hire
That was my worry.
someone else.
So
Yeah.
let's hear it, knowing that it's an option to do it now, what does everyone think about now versus?
now, get her done.
Okay. Sure, not, and I'm seeing a lot of agreement around the
It's
table.
part of the implementation of the whole asset management.
Okay, we're throwing that in the now column. Okay, so moving us along to promote the opposition 2 to 3, go ahead, Mayor.
All right, this is complicated. We have been unsuccessful in hiring Zach Holt was our stormwater. I can't remember what the title of the position was. And the folks that tend to apply that have environmental leanings, and there's nothing wrong with that, but it's really, this position should be about managing doing the testing and managing the work product to comply with our stormwater permit, okay? And what we've tumbled to here is in the past, so that is a higher paid position. And that position was going out with a public works employee and doing the sampling, okay? I don't need a higher skilled level person to go out and do sampling. So what we're proposing to do is public works, stormwater staff, they're gonna go out and do the inspections and the testing, okay? Bring the data back, and we have 2 public works admin staff. There's 2 steps, 1 and 2. And Debbie found a different job description of somebody in Gig Harbor and creating a 3rd step. Because now, once we have that data, we're just taking and creating and managing the report and submitting this report to the state. A staff member that we have, which is currently the 2, stepped up. We didn't have anybody to do it. She figured it out, reached out to neighboring jurisdictions and submitted our stormwater report. We would like to take that and not hire that FTE as the elevated FTE, restructure her job because her job description and this, she's really working out of class. We'd want to give it, yeah, so the one with the Gig Harbor logo is the job description we're talking about. Have the crew do the field work and have a clerical, high-end clerical staff do the reporting aspect of it. And then there's a 3rd piece, that if you guys are supportive of this, we can't hire enough engineers and take the FTE that was the stormwater position and hire a college kid this summer when everybody's graduating as an entry-level engineer and repurpose that FTE.
So just the same question to you, Mayor, before we open it up. Is this something that is even possible now, or is the
Totally possible, because this staff all of these staff members exist, it's just reworking job descriptions, and it's all paid for out of the stormwater utilities.
So Councilmember Morrissey, please.
I'm hearing there's no change in dollars. Just
Very if there is, it's.
Yeah, maybe a little salary difference, but
Yeah, and actually,
actual FTE is still the same
Okay, and
number of
actually,
heads.
If you didn't authorize the engineering position on top of it, we'd save money. Because I didn't fill this job over here. I'm gonna fill it with an existing clerical person, bump her salary up a bit. I already have the public works crew, and they were partnering with this high level person. I don't need this person to go out and do sampling.
Yeah, no.
Councilmember Trenary.
Just out of curiosity, question, is this a union position?
No,
Oh,
Okay.
it's an office position.
thank you.
Any other thoughts or reactions?
You
Yeah.
got consternation on your face, huh?
So basically, there's somebody in-house that you want to promote to cut some fat out of it.
Yeah.
And not much dollar figures, then we can move forward,
Yeah, and
right?
if-
I mean, that's just of it. It's-
that's the gist of it, is reclassifying somebody that actually demonstrated that they can do the work.
Right,
And compensating them for that. And then, and if you're willing to bite, we have an assistant city engineer position that we continue to struggle to fill. That's a high level, position. I still want to try to recruit that. We need that position. But we need to train our own, and I would advocate to take that FTE that was our stormwater position and create. And now I'm spending a little bit more money, and that position could wait till the 2025-2026 budget.
but are we still looking to fill Zach's open position?
No, this would not fill Zach's position, with the public works staff. And field staff would do the sampling. And then this person would do our report, stormwater report for us, and public outreach and other elements that are associated
Would
with
they do
that.
any field work or stay in the office? Would that employee do any field work at all?
No,
That's making money.
Yes.
Let's do Councilmember Morrissey, Councilmember.
Follow-up question. So-
Yes.
There was somebody who did that field work that was high level that we haven't replaced.
correct.
So, okay,
It's
so,
been-
okay, I follow.
It's been about 9
Thank you,
months.
Thank you.
And I've had multiple interviews, and we haven't found the right person to fill that
So
job.
again, all these, if we did both of these, there's still no change in number of heads,
No,
just a little bit of salary correction.
Yes.
That we're okay.
Got it.
Um,
Councilmember Rosenberg.
Actually, what I heard, and this is probably asking the same question that John asked. You're removing you're adding an FTE, you're removing an FTE. And in essence, because you're bumping one salary, but removing the FTE should actually be a negative in the budget.
If you didn't allow me to recruit an entry-level engineer, there would be savings. We need more.
But we already account for that in the person who was a high level person out doing testing, right? That's
No.
the job we're replacing.
That's why I would like to repurpose that position, which would be
Whatever
similar.
engineer.
Yeah, it'd be a similar salary, a level one engineer. A level one engineer went to school, doesn't have their PE yet, okay? A level two engineer at the city of Port Orchard, you find that, you've got some experience, you pass the test and you have a license. And then the next step is if we have one assistant city engineer, I've been over a year without one, and then I've got the city engineer, which is Chris.
Yeah, so Zach's job was to report spills and spill response
That's,
as well.
that's it, that's it.
Right. With this employee though, not going to the field. Who's going to fulfill those job requirements?
We have our public works staff.
Yeah.
So we have a stormwater lead that's out in the field that usually went out in the field with Zach, okay?
Zach also did thought.
No, he didn't, Darren did. Not Darren,
Yeah, I know.
there's another guy.
Yeah.
We had a separate guy.
Yeah, we're replacing them.
I think we're still trying to recruit that position.
Somebody-
There's an FTE for fog.
That's got to be
Yeah.
on the field. You have to do fog, you have to do spill
Yeah.
reporting and response. There's so many permit requirements
Sure.
that you have to fulfill that.
I'm told by the public works director that we will be compliant with our permit. Between him, the utilities manager, or somebody in the crew is gonna be responsible for those field duties. But there's a lot to what Zach did, it was truly administrative.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we will feel we can fulfill those responsibilities with a high level clerical position.
So I want to call the question in a moment about where this belongs. I did see your hand, though.
No, so from my bottom line, without getting in the weeds, is we're not gonna save any FTE, we're just bumping somebody.
Yeah.
We're
Changing.
gonna do
We're
some
not-
reclassifications
Yes,
and,
but we're not saving an FTE.
Yeah.
We're
I
not
would
adding-
advocate not to. We
Yeah.
could,
But we're not saving in your proposal. We're
correct.
not saving an FTE. We're bumping up like $10,000 or something. You know,
I'll come back with an exact
Yeah.
dollar amount when we.
Sorry.
So I know that we're
I'm
not
just kind of
using.
keeping a running
yes.
total here when
Yeah.
everybody's saying we're adding bodies. We're just gonna add bodies out the kazoo.
Okay.
Yeah, so I know we're not using parliamentary rules here, but I would like someone to make an unofficial motion. Where does this belong? Now, next budget, indefinite?
What budget belongs now? It seems like we need it.
We have somebody working out of class doing the work.
Now, we're okay with now, for now?
So I'd like to tweak, you could,
Yeah, yeah. we can add
you
this.
can take all those words out of it and then add,
All these words here?
yeah.
Okay.
And drop that in there, and then is there support then to take the stormwater FTE and hire and change that to as an entry level engineering position?
As a separate bullet here,
It could be in the same one,
okay.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, I am too.
but I gotta come back with the dollars and cents,
You do.
the exact before we would implement.
Can you give me the exact verbiage here, change?
Uh, change. Stormwater FTE. Into a entry level engineer.
When you promote,
If you see me, no problem.
when you promote.
The reason I did that was.
It'll be a completely new salary range. And so if she promotes, so there's 7 steps in our system, okay, and if you never go backwards.
No.
So she would get, yes, at least 5%, so she would get plugged in somewhere in this range at a minimum of,
I just like seeing
Yeah.
that.
she's gonna get something.
So question for you all, knowing that we won't finish in 40 minutes, but we have been going as a group for 2 hours. Do you want to take a 5-minute break
Sure.
now? And then keep us, because this is more of a marathon than a sprint. What, are you okay with taking a
Yeah.
5-minute break? The C folks are just, all right, so let's come back at 11:07. And I don't think you need to pause the recording, but just noting that we are. All right.
You should pause the recording.
I'll take a minute.
Hold off one.
I shouldn't have them, but.
I rest my case. Okay, never mind. I can use the administrative code though.
That's exciting.
All right, let's find our seat.
I hope they get it too.
I like that location better.
Well, it also has parking.
Yeah,
It's on the main transit hub.
yeah, no, I like it.
There's a lot of good things about it.
All right, everyone, we're gonna regather now.
She says in her
All
story.
right.
Mhm,
Attentive voice.
I know.
She has 2 small kids.
I have 2 young
Yeah,
kids, yeah,
it sounded like it.
yeah, yep.
Our food's gonna be here in about a half an hour, so we'll plan on having a working lunch where we continue to plow through this list. So, I know this next item, a staff right-of-way agent was, vetted at the finance committee. I don't know that if we do this first one, the one underneath it, the 60% designs for the remaining segment of Bethway is a must. So, and that's just committing that we're going to. Okay, we hire this right-of-way agent. I know there's enough work for a few years, okay, as on the projects we have, but we need to continue to. Bethel is the largest project, and it's gonna be a number of projects. And we need to commit that we're going to fund the other phases, or at least the 60% design, so that we know what right-of-way we need to keep this employee busy. Otherwise, we're ended up hiring and training somebody. And 3 years from now, we're laying them off because we don't have any work for it. There could be situations beyond our control in the economy that we can't advance, continue to fund designs, but this position will pay for itself from what we're gonna pay in fees to, consulting companies to do this work for us. And then we will have more control over the process that we have an employee.
Councilmember Elizabeth Bay and then Councilman Zerlina.
I'm going back to a previous council member several years ago. And the comment that was made that when the mayor proposes hiring a body, the question is, do we have financial bandwidth to do it? Because conversely, when we have a budget issue or the work isn't there, then it is the mayor's responsibility to lay that person off. I understand what you say about this work may only be for 3 years, but in a lot of cases, people will either, you can find people that will work for 3 years because either they're winding down their careers and 3 years is the right window, or conversely, they're looking to gain experience. I think the real key is, are we upfront with them when we're hiring them? So if there's a net advantage to the city financially in hiring a body versus a consultant, I'm all for it.
Yeah, we were gonna do dinner.
Well, so my concern is sustainability of the position, number one, but then when you say largely offset from consultant costs, what do you have a more specific number? in mind?
Well, and they would do more than just the right of way. So we have utility easements that need to be prepared and recorded and put together. We have our engineering staff doing that. So we would take some things away from folks because we don't have anybody else to do it. We have a square peg and a round hole. The clerk deals with street vacations. So,
Yeah.
and it'll free up capacity in other departments. Not only will they do right-of-way acquisition, which is gonna be their primary function, but they'll do these other duties that in some cases are square pegs and round holes, because I don't have anybody else to do that work. Does that make sense?
Yeah. that
That's-
makes sense.
Ping around, I think it was Councilmember Morrissey and then Trent, yep.
Well, I was just gonna make the comment that, I don't see the city of Port Orchard contracting. So I don't think that we're gonna go down on projects, and I'm gonna guess that we will have additional work beyond the scope that we see today. So I don't have that fear, and I'm with Jay, that if something did happen, you just say, great, thanks, right? I mean, that's what
Yeah.
it's FRV or, anywhere else has to do, that if there's no work.
Yeah, the right-of-way purchases are largely, almost exclusively, transportation projects.
Yep.
Sometimes a sewer
I don't
easement.
think we're gonna have
And
less
other types of
transportation
easements
projects.
and things of that nature, but it's, by the property that we buy is typically slivers of land as we widen.
Councilmember Trent.
Getting off track because of that statement right there. What about the mobile pathway we're gonna be putting in along Old Clifton?
Mhm.
That's going to require a right-of-way agent as well, correct?
That's a shoulder improvement,
It's,
right?
yes, it's along the side of the road. There could be near the Anderson Hill roundabout. Possibly a small sliver that we're acquiring from the HOA, or that other one you saw in the project reports that we need to acquire the right of way for that roundabout. But yeah, multimodal paths also, and transportation and right of way. So yes, that particular project, there's little or no right of way. It's along our existing right of way. It's just separated from the road.
Okay, but in general, when we go, I'm not done, Sophie. In general, when we go to increase our benefits to our community,
When we
we're gonna need a right of
we need to
way.
buy land to build a path, or a street. We contract for these services right now.
Right.
And we've all seen it. We've been stubbing our toe a little bit here
Yeah.
lately, and it frustrates me, but they aren't my employee. You know, and we've got a different person within that company assigned to us because I lost, faith. Or trying, in the person that was doing the work, and there's a process to deal with that. But if they're our employee, I have a lot more control over the process and.
I'm not done. Not done. Now I'm getting to my real
Okay,
question.
now Councilmember Fenton is.
So my real question is. At what level of funding or grants, whether they're state or they're federal grants, do we have to step aside? Would our right-of-way agent have to step aside and allow this only state authorized or federally authorized right-of-way agents to
Ken's,
take over?
I see where you're going with that. There will be certain federal awards will have rules that Bethel is not planned that way, that they have to have. If we hired the right, if we could find somebody there's different levels of certifications. And those higher level of certifications allows you to do federalized work, but some grants have rules, there's all kinds of different rules and regulations related to federal money, and so there isn't one size fits all. And I'm not envisioning this person taking over any of the active negotiations we have on federalized project. That contract's been awarded. We made some changes with that company to ensure that we have better outcomes. But this is really at the beginning, envisioning that little piece of right of way for $30,000 for one right of way acquisition on Bravo Terrace. There's 50 or 60 parcels that slivers of land we need to get. I'm told it's 2 years on Bethel, and in Bethel phase 1. That's 2 years worth of work, I'm told, for somebody to complete that.
So we could see an expediting the speed of which we could complete our projects as
I
well.
can encourage an employee to get something done faster, much faster than I can a
Right.
consultant.
Mhm.
Councilmember Fenton.
Yeah, and if and when we hire this right-of-way agent, I feel sometimes there's a lack of communication with homeowners or the public. And so I would want to see that this person does a better communication with the public. And that should be part of his or her job.
That's what I was alluding to, that I can control out.
Well, and I got that, but I just want to make sure that that is,
Stated, yeah.
a
That- that's
priority.
Always
of our
our,
city.
that is always our intent.
We're gonna do Councilmember Morrissey, and then I want to call the question.
Well, so I think this will help, because you said if we want to go forward with this one, we got to talk about the next one. And is that funding already there? Because now we're starting to really talk.
Yeah.
Dollars.
And it should be. It's, all of the projects the road projects that we're working have to be in our comprehensive plan, and they need to be in our transportation improvement plan, okay? Which then in turn makes them eligible for traffic impact fees. Now,
And grants.
and grants, and so we should be able to fund these from our traffic, so when we go to do Bethel phase 1, and I know this is a long-winded answer, we think it's a $12 million project, and we've got roughly $10 million coming in from the 1/10 measure, okay? And we hope that number's right. But, okay, of that project, some of it, there's a growth portion and there's the existing condition. The growth portion that's the only piece that we can use impact fees for. Okay, so a percentage of that project, so, it's prioritizing and putting those traffic impact fee dollars into that design and spending those dollars and keeping the future phases of Bethel going.
So while it may not be a yes, no question, it sounds like mostly is the answer.
Yeah, we aren't, if the economy crashed tomorrow
I get that.
and housing stopped and I quit getting impact fees, I'd have a problem.
My degree, yes or no, I think, the funding for the staff member, that would come out of 1.0%, 1% sales
For
tax.
that project, it could.
Yeah, so their labor would come out of those
Yeah.
dollars for, you said roughly 2 years.
Yes.
Ballpark, right?
Yeah.
So it kind of pays for itself.
It will pay, this position should pay for itself because we won't hire consultants to do
Right.
this work.
I encourage growth in the city versus consultants, that's the main person.
And I don't believe we have to do this today.
Okay.
We're in the early design. I think it's something that's in the bucket for 2025, that next budget, you know, and ensuring that the revenues are coming in the way we need them to.
Councilmember Trenery, and then I want to just make sure people are okay with that recommendation.
Yeah, just, I support it. But I also want to refer back to what Jay said. It is the mayor's responsibility to handle the staff. And our jobs are to say, yes, we agree, or no, we don't.
Fund it.
And fund it. And I'm in support of it.
So I tentatively put it under the 2025-2026 budget. Any concerns with that?
Perfect place for it.
Perfect place for it. That's what I like to hear. Okay, turning it over, you've already touched on the Bethel piece of it. What else would you like?
I think you could, if you supported that, I think it's just, it's, well, no, it's future planning efforts. And wherever, you know, and making sure that it happens. I don't know that it's not needed in the next budget. It's
Right.
needed, you know, into the future.
It's needed.
It's
Looking
needed.
around the room, everyone, okay, future planning sort of thing? We're okay with that? Okay,
Logical.
great. That was our quickest one. Look at that. Down to 27 remaining.
This
No
should be- this should-
problem.
This next one should be pretty easy. It's the Anderson Hill Roundabout. We were in active negotiations to trade with the developer. They wanted to build our project because it's needed now, versus, their project, which is needed in the future. And it was challenging, and they were wanting to be compensated for the $1 million that Eric was referring to move the power lines. And that was giving us pause, because that's not something we would have to pay. Then the mitigation dollars came in from, the SEPA mitigation dollars came in, that we can use for this project. So the shortfall to bring this to construction is only $200,000 now versus what was $1 million. And even if you said now, I read John's lips there. We have to procure a consultant to, you know, get us from a 90 to 100% design. And then, so likely, and we just have so many projects going on right now. It's not as much a dollar and cents thing as it is staff capacity. You know, and if we toss that into the 2025-2026 budget, then we would, you know, update the design, and I think we could be under construction in 2026.
Thoughts or reactions about this
So
one?
are we
Yeah.
paying for PSC?
No,
Okay, and we're not reimbursing them for that.
no, because we're gonna build it, not them.
Okay,
Mayor, do we have the bandwidth to handle this if it were to be done and we move
Because
forward?
well, I think we should, depends on if I can keep engineers and hire more engineers, but it could move slower than I want it to if we don't have enough staff and capacity. I'll be honest. That would be our goal, we're managing a consultant and the design in 2025. And then it's a construction project, and we've added the staff in that area, and they're doing good work.
Where does this one belong? Yeah.
2025, 26.
Thoughts about that?
You can always contact Ben if we need to as well.
Right.
We can always punt it to the next budget if we can't execute.
Everyone okay with that? Looking around the room? Okay. So then I think you have a material
You
for this one.
have two pieces, and if you want, the chief provided a memo,
Oh,
and
okay.
then there's the quote for 2 years of this service is $141,000. The Reader Digest version of it is, this is a tool that will help us pursuing vehicles. And so Jay shoplifts at Lowe's, and Scott calls 911 and says, Jay just left in his in his Toyota, this color license plate. We have, I think it's 20 of these cameras throughout the city, so the 911 operator puts this information in, and these cameras, can we let our officers know if they're within the city still, where this car is, what direction they're traveling, so they can apprehend this person. It's pretty unique software. We cannot use it to write tickets. It's really just a a tool in our toolbox to be able to pursue criminals.
Councilmember Diener, Rosa Pepe.
So this will likely get people excited.
That's why it's on, and that's why I'm
Right.
here for discussion.
What other jurisdictions of a comparable size have used this, and have we
I
talked to
think
them?
this is brand new technology out there. It's pretty cutting edge. I don't know of anybody.
That many.
Okay. Well, I mean, it would definitely be worthwhile trying to talk to those who have, I mean, we can't be the first, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Well, I guess
We're
we
having
could
not
be,
be first, that this is fairly new technology, extremely new.
yeah. Well, I'd like to hear more about where it's been employed, or
Great.
deployed in other places.
Councilmember Rosa Pepe. And then we'll keep
Okay,
moving.
so, public safety hat on goes, I'm fully in favor of it, because for a lot of reasons, not just catching criminals, I think it would do, it would be akin to, DOT cameras on the highways. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, you're gonna be able, or you can only see,
And the data is erased every 30 days. Only the police are gonna have access to this. It's not something that we're putting on our website.
no, I understand. But being able to see something, the police would be able to see something. Correct.
It's licensed, it is not that, it's not anywhere near what the state's doing. It's not camera feeds. This is.
Okay,
It
so
is,
it's not camera feed,
it's,
okay.
it's
That helps.
called LPRs, and we have them on a couple of our police vehicles that we read license plates with them.
Right,
And
yes.
so our cops get, I don't know that we have them currently on, we had them on a couple of.
That's the technology they used at Tacoma Narrows Bridge and to read license plates.
Yes.
Very similar to
Yeah, for
that.
the
Okay,
tolls.
okay, I got
That type of
it. I got it now. Okay, so that takes that off of that. So I'm with Mr. Diener here, saying about the concern about big government. On that side of the coin, but I'm not adverse to being the first city.
Mhm. Okay, we have a few folks. We have Trenery, and then we have Warden, and then we have Morrissey, and then of course we can come to the rest of the table. Oh, wow, everyone, great. Trenery, let's begin.
So this is the, what do you say, it's 150K for 2 years. This is just the software and the
They come in and put the hardware in. and
cloud space.
They're
Who monitors it?
It,
And is it a
There's a-
full-time position to be monitoring?
we're not monitoring it at all.
Okay,
This
so
is-
we don't
this
need
is
any
tech- there's
staff.
No staff involved in this. This is a fully automated somehow. I know enough about this to be dangerous. I'm not the subject. It is reading license plates and it knows when the 911 person in there, all these cameras are looking for this vehicle. And
Right.
and it communicates where it's at and where it's traveling, so that our police officers can respond appropriately. It won't work if they hop on Highway 16 and head out of town.
Right,
it's
and
only
it's not just limited to license plates.
Will it
It's
write
the
tickets?
blue truck with,
cannot write tickets. We can't use it in that way at all. State law won't allow it. It can only be used for apprehension and tracking vehicles.
Councilmember Warden.
My only concern is, while retail is all the city limits, the city footprint's pretty small. And meeting with the chief, when I came on council, and being on the civil service, having conversations. Like car thefts, things like that, I mean, they're hitting forward to their heads, they're going to, and that's why they're using the city of Florager. It's just, it's in, it's out, these retail shops that we list, they're all right next to, for the most part, county roads. So when they're stealing from these box stores, they're just hitting county roads. These cameras it only to monitor a really small footprint.
True.
Just watch them leave real quick. If you literally look at every box store, they're right next to a county road. Even Safeway, where the most are, in Walmart, they're right next to the line in all county roads. So, $175,000 a year that we could use for a staff member that, I think would do little to track these vehicles or these groceries for very long, because they're in county territory.
And to your, don't disagree with anything you said, also stolen vehicles that would help us
Right.
track
Yeah.
it, provided if the car's still in the city.
Yeah.
If he's in the
They're
city.
current, yeah.
Councilmember Morrissey and then
They
Dean,
don't.
please.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm on board with a lot of comments. I'm all for public safety. That's one of the things I ran on. I had that at my business, things like that. I've also had people that have worked in the industry, like Target doesn't even stop anybody anymore, right? Like they just
They're just
are
Lowe's.
taking, yeah, and then it just Lowe's. So, I think a bigger issue for me relates back to where Scott started. If we're gonna start employing technology like this, the public can be skeptical around that. And until we have some kind of citizen oversight of how that may or may not be used, I don't think I'd be in favor. So I would say put it in future planning.
Councilmember Dean.
We're just off topic a little bit, but where are we with license plate readers in cop cars so that if we pass somebody, it's
We
stolen?
had them in the past. I don't know that we have any right now. Where we really want to deploy one of them is on our parking enforcement vehicle. So that we don't chop tires and,
Right.
and the person that rolls 2 feet forward and put on the chalk line. The reason we haven't done this is that for 4 years now, the state's bringing, there's a new, record system that's coming for our court. Our court is still, paper. Largely, and data is entered into a computer system. I can't deploy the license plate readers and that electronic technology until the court system is modernized. Otherwise, I'm creating another step instead of efficiency. So we're not utilizing, the chief, I don't know why we've gone away from them. We had a couple of them. I don't know how effective they were. And it's more for parking enforcement. It's a better tool for parking enforcement than I think on the vehicles, because I don't believe we have them on any of our cars.
Yeah, so I talked to the chief a couple weeks ago. I was up in Vancouver and they were implementing a new system there where they could read license plates and as well see who did not have insurance. And as being a recent victim of a hit and run, and then my neighbors across the street, a hit and run on Tremont Roundabout. I thought that'd be great to try and do. We can't do the uninsured.
We can't do that because
But
our
we
state
do-
doesn't track.
But we can do stolen vehicles, license plates that don't match vehicle, those kind of. So,
Councilmember Chang.
Yeah, I think it's a nice idea, but I am also concerned about the potential requests for public records that may
And
come.
And then, yeah, it's gonna get dumped every month. I'm hearing really isn't any support for this. I think.
Well,
I wanted to hear, Councilmember Bento, we just haven't heard from you. I just
Well,
wanted to give you a chance.
I know a cop, I mean, without even that, technology in their car, cops have their computer and they can just really fast and put on any license plate and get that information right back. And so,
but this is as they're driving and they pass a car.
oh, yeah, it
That
just
flags
says,
as
oh,
stolen.
yeah.
And,
Yeah,
and
do
these aren't, that technology is readily available.
Yeah, for emergencies.
The chief, yeah, and we've had them in the past. I don't know why the chief, we don't have them or he's not advocating. If he was advocating for it, I'd be presenting it if it's a
Yeah.
tool,
So
if
here's
it's a tool they need.
Let's do Diener and then Ward.
So what I would advocate is that we punt to a presentation by the chief on both the issues of license plate readers and how this would benefit us, especially with Eric's concerns, which I think are very valid. I'd like to hear more from the chief as to why this is something we should pursue.
Yeah, if we had $150,000, every 2 years, I'd rather pay an extra 30
2 more.
and hire,
Another problem.
than hire an officer.
Yeah.
That's just me, I mean, if they feel that we have that kind of money laying around,
I agree.
I love it. So,
Mhm.
it's-
So Scott, you're really the lone voice in this. I don't believe there's support for this, and I think this goes in the fourth bucket that we don't. see.
Well, I think
See,
it-
Councilmember Henry wanted to speak.
Oh,
Let's
Well,
just.
no, I was just teasing you, but I agree with Scott. It's very interesting, but I don't think it's anything that needs to be immediate, our next budget item. It's long range,
So,
future planning.
planning, everyone okay about,
Planning.
well, in a planning?
Planning or is it just going?
No, planning. I think we keep it on the radar.
I think there's a number of questions that aren't answered.
Yeah,
that
let's
the
see how
chief should-
technology.
That the chief.
So
should-
planning, learning, all the rest.
Yeah.
Okay. At this rate, we are going to finish this exercise at 2:40, just so that you're aware. I would like that to be a little sooner so that we can get to the ranking piece of it. So keep that in mind as we're moving along. So-
The next one should be a little more straightforward. I alluded to this earlier. We're likely only gonna have capacity. We want to pursue some stormwater grant, or a stormwater grant. We don't have staff capacity or the match needed to pursue both of these. We're gonna do both of these projects at someday. And I'm just really asking, I guess from you and which is a bigger priority, addressing the downtown basin or addressing the Flowers Meadows, South Sydney area, if we had to prioritize between the two? Go ahead, Eric.
The ESS.
Sorry, what?
Protect the ESS.
So you're saying downtown?
Yes,
Okay,
I want the city's full concrete, and, I want to get as many pollutants as possible before it reaches you.
Okay.
That should be,
Councilmember
I
Rosa Pepe.
concur that downtown should be a priority.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, I'm hearing move around the room. Okay,
Yeah.
so when you say priority, is this for the next budget? Is it,
Uh,
what is priority?
Well,
I think it's until we get the grant, nothing, there's no percent, so I put it in future planning
Okay,
and highlight downtown basin, just so it's a trigger.
and is it possible, if we are understaffed, write grants to contract a grant?
It's not, that isn't, we've done that in the past.
I know it's
The work-
actually fun.
Yeah, but, the work product we get out of them isn't what we get. We're really successful, and it's not just about the staff capacity. Writing the grant's the easy part. It's managing the grant and having the match to make it happen, and if we, I'm just being realistic. Sydney South is a priority. I need you to, we're gonna do these one at a time. Which one are we doing first?
Yeah.
That's really what I'm asking.
Councilmember Chundry.
I'm just curious, I just want to throw this out there. I wonder how much emphasis is gonna be put on the Sydney South by the tribes with that stormwater running into a salmon creek. Stream, whatever you wanna call it. That'll be
I
an
think,
interesting one to
Councilmember
follow.
Warden's point, it's bad everywhere. Our outdated infrastructure, the catch basins in our whole downtown don't have any real water quality element to it, other than, getting the dirt out of it, in a catch
I know.
basin. So
I'm all for it. I agree with the prioritization of
And
downtown.
same way
but I'm just
with-
curious.
Bethel, and that's why those, it's everywhere. That concern is everywhere.
Anything
When you're
else?
writing a grant, you're getting so many more points when you're down by shorelines and things like that.
Hmm.
The college's gonna love you more.
Anything else on this stormwater grant before we move on?
I just wish there was a way that the grant could include contract staff to manage it. Do they ever do that?
It wouldn't, we wouldn't, here's the problem, is just, you get,
Overseeing the consultants?
yeah, that isn't the need. I can assure you, if we get the grant, we can do this. We need match, which we don't have the capital facility charge in place yet. We need a year or two of collecting this, and that's why this is a future planning effort, and the grant you're gonna get, the money's probably not available till next year, and then you're gonna hire the consultant to do the design, so, many of these these large capital projects, a lot of times they're 10, 15, 20 years to, you know, from starting it, planning for it, designing it, acquiring the right of way, building it. It's, probably won't happen while any of us are on, you know, working with the city, just being honest. This is a case of
Yeah.
laying the groundwork, you know, you guys are questioning, why did the council do that 10 years ago? Well, you know, I can assure you, 10 years from now, or 15 years from now, why did they prioritize the downtown when there's this other thing they should have done? But.
So-
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just want to keep us moving. So
Yeah.
the future space needs,
Yeah.
that feels very
Yeah.
relevant to your.
Yeah.
And then lunch. Can we do future space needs and then take a lunch break?
Yeah.
We need more.
Yeah,
Oh,
we are
absolutely.
planning on that. So, you know that we're continuing those negotiations on the building next door. And this is just planting a seed. There's a lot of square footage right here in where we're sitting in, okay? And when the community center is built, that space will be equipped and conducive to your guys' public meetings and council meetings. And I'm not saying you have to make this decision. We're planting a seed for you guys to consider. We need office space, we're buying buildings and we're growing leaps and bounds. And this could be reconfigured and made into office space very
In fact,
easily.
put in future planning needs.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, future planning.
Looking around the room, everyone okay with this future planning needs?
I mean, I don't want to plan for it. Are you receptive? You know, you won't have a dais like this. It's gonna be,
No, and I'm okay with that. You know, my thoughts are if we could rent that space out each Tuesday night to interested parties, that would be ideal. But then if this could become needed office space, then there's that too. So-
Yeah, but we're not renting
But-
this out,
no, we
so
would,
why would
we
we
would,
rent that out?
we'll
No, the
be
community
renting
center-
that. We'll be renting
Yeah,
that
that's
space out.
part of the
Yeah.
plan,
Yeah.
is to use that.
It's available
Facility.
space.
Oh, I thought you said for us, at a meeting rented out.
No,
No, no, we would
we
get
might be
you.
displacing somebody who wants to rent it out on a Tuesday night for a
So
dinner.
John, you need to kind of plug your ears though, because I don't think that was the intent of the public, so, you know, community, but it is a community space and you guys are holding a public. Correct, and yeah,
Yeah, but
Councilmember Rosa.
to go back to your first statement, can consolidate this. This is a seed. This is something that does not need to be decided
Yeah.
today, just something to think about. Next.
Yes, all right. I think everyone is just gonna grab their lunch and come back to the table. Does that sound okay to everyone? Sure. I know some of those items are hot, so I didn't want to keep it waiting, so.
I hope they have our names on them.
No, it's random. Random.
Yeah. I'll have to remember what I ordered.
That is the, what you ordered, chicken bacon ranch. Oh, it is a burrito, a drunken pork sandwich.
John Morrissey, that's John Morrissey.
How did you know that? That's
That's what I
impressive.
meant.
The banh mi. That's you, okay. This one is. Thai peanut tofu, like
That's mine,
tacos,
that's
that's
mine.
yours. There you go, Councilman.
about that too.
Wonderful. Yeah, if you don't get a remember. All right, three quesadilla. Like, okay, a BLT? BLT, anyone? I heard you did it. Anyone get a BLT? Okay. Well, here, that's a little bit in case.
It's probably for yourself. I say, yeah.
I meant to ask for them in color.
I'll
No.
redo it.
Okay.
We have a side coleslaw.
so sorry.
Salad. You got a Caesar, right? Yeah. Okay, sometimes we just want to fill this like BLT, so I don't. Oh, oh, yeah. There's a side Caesar.
Yes.
Oh, this is mine. Oh, that's just.
Oh, you've gone.
Oh.
Still like.
95%.
Have bacon here, you have a chicken bacon ranch wrap. I'm not here if you're counting on the rest of it.
BLT.
Okay, you did get it. Okay.
I had,
Councilwoman Warden is missing.
and I had, no, Eric didn't get anything. You were.
Oh. Everyone's got.
There's somebody making good at here.
That's the back end.
That sounds good too.
Yeah.
Everybody get there.
That's
I think
extra.
we're all set. Awesome. Oh, good. Okay.
Does anybody look like they're on?
Greatly. Right back.
That code,
Well, no, she said. Thank you, Janine.
Janine doesn't want to give away that code.
For what? The printer?
Yeah.
What should be on your? Should on there come up? 1100 or something?
Nothing worried about.
What do you worry about, Jake?
Not much.
Those days are gone.
Don't worry, be happy.
Not my, I wish it was my personality, but it's not my personality.
With not to worry.
Not to worry, I worry about it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. All right.
So we get to talk with our mouths full.
I was just about to say, like, I should have chosen something that was not so cumbersome. I didn't even think through that.
I can tackle this next one.
Okay, so let's,
Everybody.
the fund to staff member. Oh,
Eric,
let's wait for Eric to come back. Go, use that opportunity to take a bite.
Rather than a cleaner.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. This place is so good.
It is.
Okay, I think we're all back now. This next one is fund a staff member for a downtown Main Street organization.
And when I first took office, I talked to them, this is John's topic, but I have had conversation about this really needs to be a groundswell effort from our downtown merchants. And to this, up to this point, they haven't been receptive to the idea. Because they have to tax themselves but for this to work, at least initially, we would need to fund a staff member to get this off the ground. Once we have it going, there's some money comes from the state that would pay for, I don't know how.
$250,000
$250,000 a year.
a year annually. So, I think some of that struggle, Mr. Mayor, has been the understanding of how it works and how to get there. And we can now see that that process is on display across the water. I'll make this real quick and easy. This is a future planning effort. They have multiple years worth of getting stuff in line, but I want to be able to start having those conversations and say that, hey, council is open and ready when that time comes.
I hate to drag it out a little bit. You go ahead.
Go for it.
Okay, my mouth is not full.
Mhm.
Can you elaborate a little bit on this? Because when we're here downtown, I'm always concerned that we're focusing on one segment of our city and not all of our city.
And that was essentially my question, Joe.
So, no city is a good city unless they have a strong downtown core. As well as the tourism efforts, and the dollars that brings and how that will benefit those outside of that as well. I mean, I'm here to tell you, Bainbridge did it, Bremerton did it, Camas did, I mean, there are many cities throughout the state and that is a requirement of the Washington, Commerce Department to get that done. So, yes, it is a minimal lift. And it will be ongoing, right? When we start seeing the benefits of that, but they will have the ability to have self-sustaining revenues of up to $250,000 into perpetuity if they get this designation. Again, there are things that we do already, right? You can reclassify some of that money that maybe we've used for chimes and lights, right? That we can say, hey, we send that over here, but there's a lot more that can go into it. That hopefully that answers your question. But yeah, again, this is still future planning.
Councilmember Diener.
I'm all for looking at this. I'd love to see a job description.
I have one, because we hired an executive director over in Bremerton.
That'd be great.
Like I said earlier, I'm now the immediate past president of that organization, so.
With a smile on your face.
Yeah, Mayor.
Do you
I,
want to?
I actually advocated for this, 8 years ago. But it has to start
Mhm.
with the merchants wanting it. We can't force this upon them, or it won't succeed, and we'll be finding a position in perpetuity
And,
that
and
doesn't work.
I don't want to get out there and get them down that line if there's no support on the back end saying that, hey, when you get there, we'll be ready, right? That would be unfair to them as well.
The time comes, I'll champion it with him. And talk to those guys and do all I can, this. I think maybe that. Brings some money.
Yeah.
Town state's willing to put forward, especially $250,000 a year. Is awesome. I think that was talk about it.
Sure. Councilmember Morrissey recommended that this be a future planning effort. Does anyone see a need for this to be sooner?
Absolutely.
I'm wondering if you also want to talk about it in committee.
Yes, sure.
Yeah, just sort of like update it.
It'd be an ED tourism.
Mhm.
John's the chair, he can make sure it gets added to the agenda.
Great. So this next one is the plotting the industrial land in the business park. Go ahead.
This is probably, informational more than anything. You have a need for more industrial land. We own property in the industrial park, we pursued a grant. Until that, we pursued a grant last year, we weren't successful, we're asking again. There's a gravel mine there. Who is that? Is it RV or Mark, Yeah. Right next to that, up on, that's our property. This needs to, the grant will pay for the planning efforts. We need to plat it, probably sell the mineral resources. And then when it's mined, then we'll have level ground and we can sell pads. It's probably just belongs in future planning efforts. I just wanted to make you guys aware, we're pursuing grants. It'll create job, we're not gonna build buildings there. Likely, it's developing the land, creating the pads that will create, jobs in our community.
Councilmember Dinner and then Morrissey.
You led, there's a need with that. What has been the demonstrated need for that?
Joe Morrison and Keita could talk about this all day. The Navy is right now, for their modernization, they're looking for hundreds of thousands of warehouse space that doesn't exist. That is gonna go jobs, are heading out of Kitsap County because there's,
I'm totally comfortable with that answer.
yeah.
Councilmember Morrissey.
Kind of unrelated but related, our conversation, something came out of our last meeting. That I had another conversation with a council member. Can I get a list of city-owned properties? This would just be curious, right, like what we do and don't, so that I can just better understand when we say there's a demonstrated need that.
Yeah.
I'm sure we have a list some of them.
We've got,
Properties, yeah,
we don't have much that.
sure.
There's a few, tax, like when the sewer plant was built, everybody got an assessment, and if you didn't pay, but they're crappy little lots that are probably only valuable to the person who lives next door to them. They're not really developable. We got a couple out in the Annapolis area of those types of parcels. We've got the lot down here, downtown, the raw land that's in the industrial park out there.
Tremont.
In City Hall, in our,
Tremont.
and we have the corner lot by,
Tremont, isn't there space up just around the corner of Bethel here too? Up behind, don't we park some stuff back in there?
oh, yeah, that's a well site though.
Yeah, I'm just curious on all those, right?
Okay.
You want me to list that as an action item?
I'm curious, yeah, it's,
Sure.
I'm sorry.
curious too.
Noah may have a list of that.
I'm sure we have to have it for accounting purposes, I just.
Would you please put it in the now?
Okay,
Uh,
so
So
the, plot-
the, Put it in the now.
Just,
I heard-
we'll just give you.
Just my
I'm just gonna
question,
get you
sorry,
the
not the
information.
actual
Oh, that's
item.
fine. I
Oh,
was
yeah.
gonna say that-
To provide a list of city
Yeah,
owned property.
but also the act of plating, that's not a terribly sophisticated thing to do. It's the improvements that will need to go along with it that we have to factor in.
Correct, and that's what the grant, it will,
Great.
at a high level.
So I heard an initial recommendation that the plotting this industrial land is a future planning
Yes.
effort. I'm looking around the room.
Right.
That's okay with everyone? Okay.
Until the grant comes along, there's really
And
nothing
then,
for
yes,
us to
and
do.
then it doesn't now
Will
is,
PETA help us with grant opportunities? Okay.
I
What's
mean,
the status of the grant now, Rob? We've applied.
okay, back to traffic. I know you just took a bite, so I'll say, this one is called the Update Traffic Impact Study.
okay,
Go ahead.
this body of work is what drives
Yep.
our traffic impact fee.
Yep.
It's scheduled to, Nick is advocating that to start this body of work, it's been 6 years since we've done this. And the cost of the projects have, grown exponentially. And, when we update this, we put the new project costs into it. And it will allow us to utilize more because of the updated value that's in our plan. Will allow us to put more of those, fund more of a project with traffic impact fees because of the cost, the project cost has gone up. The rub to that is it won't make our development partners happy because usually things don't go down. And so, you get, at the end of the day, your control of the outcome. We're just advocating that we start that process now so that maybe by the end of the year, first part of next year, you guys can be approving an updated, what's it called, tip traffic. Anyway, the plan,
Yes,
which drives the traffic impact.
I see Councilmember Rosa Pepe's hand, please.
I want to make this shorter, sweeter than the mayor did. This was an eye opener to me. This came out when I joined the council. And what streets were failing, what streets were marginal, what streets were good, was an eye opener. And having it updated after 6 years is probably a year or two later than I would have liked. But I'd say we move this to now.
We have a recommendation for this to be a now item. Any concerns with that?
And that's what this is.
Say again?
That's what this is. This isn't a reanalyzing where we fall with our traffic impact fees.
No.
And just-
That
will be-
that's the end product. We will.
But they actually review each street, right? That just isn't just the fee.
It isn't every street, and Jay was referring. Gosh, I can't remember when we did that, where the magic bus drove around and evaluated all the streets, but we bounced the ball and it was the
Yeah.
conditions of our street and
Like
everything.
2008.
That's not this. This is the capital projects that are in our traffic, in our comp plan, and that we're actively funding and trying to build. They are eligible for traffic impact fees. Those project costs are rising rapidly. It's been 6 years since we've updated it.
Yep.
And we should update the study to reflect current costs. Some projects have been built, they come off the list, and then there's a process involving you guys. What are our priorities? What projects do we want to put in here? Which then it's a math equation. There's this many projects, there's this much growth, and it comes to a fee.
Yeah.
And, you ultimately have to vote on that fee, whether you're comfortable with it. And how you reduce that is you take projects off the list. So then you make a difference with what people have. on that fee.
We
there-
need, we
yeah.
need to have current costs.
Yeah. I
Make
think it's
a more
the now.
So
educated
there's clarity
decision.
about what this is, and there's a sense of urgency
Yeah,
I'm
you should have said
hearing.
that instead of me.
So, looking around the room, making sure I can see everyone, okay for the now, okay,
I'm concerned about Nick's capacity.
Yeah, Nick's asking for it.
Okay, that's good.
When I saw bond here, I was like, "Ooh, is this gonna be a bond for this?"
No, no,
But
no.
no, that's Nick bond.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, next up is
This
this
is,
ordinance.
this is really, Nick asked for this also, and so is Jay. Some of our code as it relates to, just our old practice we have, it's somebody has to be a sponsor before it goes to, gets on the agenda. And then we usually go back to if it went through a committee, we go back, and then you've got to sign the actual resolution or ordinance, and I'm not aware of any other community that does it that way. It's just an outdated practice. Also, on our agenda, our code says that we need to formally adjourn the meeting. There's some outdated things that are in our policies and code that probably need to be looked at and cleaned up, and I just wanna, you guys, I don't see any value in those things. Do you?
I'd like,
And there's probably other things that
Yeah.
I get that part, I do get that. There's things that need to be said, like, let's say you're not mayor one day, somebody's up there overseeing the meeting. They don't like to do that,
Facilitating.
facilitating, they don't like the way
Yeah.
that it's going,
And they adjourn.
and they turn it, and meeting's over. Well, it's.
The other side of that though is there's an agenda and we can't. You know, there's two ways the meeting ends. One is adjournment and 10 PM. We, in our code says 10 o'clock. We go home unless the meeting stops, unless you guys vote to extend the meeting.
Yeah, so I'm hearing you all starting to discuss the merits of the different components right now. I think that that's could be a later thing, but Councilmember Rosa Pepe.
thank you. That's where we have a little bit of disagreement with Mayor. He's looking at updating what we existing have. I think it needs to be carried a little bit further and would like to champion this. I hate the word committee, but to do a little bit more. Gig Harbor, we have one page for how our council operates. They have 37 pages. I don't want to do anything like that. I'm just saying that somewhere along the line, there may be a happy medium. And that it would be worth getting rid of a lot of our outdated walking the chicken down the middle of the road. At the same time, it's like, let's see what else is out there. This is one I would move to one of the committees to look at.
Doesn't really
Figure out
fit
which
anywhere,
one.
maybe it's fine. I was just gonna
Fine.
actually
Yeah.
task the attorney.
Well,
Look at our
the-
code and make
the-
some recommendations.
Actually, the attorney would be fine. Charlie's already mentioned that. She knows that we have this issue. She thinks there's some things that could be cut out, there's some things that could be added. We could look at it. Like I said, there are streets, one of the city that she knows has 100 pages of rules, how they operate, which I would do myself. So I think maybe having somebody bring something to us, maybe better than us starting at ground zero. I'm okay with the mayor. Well, I'm okay with the attorney at a starting point.
So I'm hearing a lot of talk about how this would be done. I'm curious
Yeah,
about the
sorry.
when. Yeah,
When would be starting now?
now, I'm looking around the room, starting to look into this now.
It's not, I don't think it's
I don't think it's
terribly
pressing.
Yeah.
I also don't think it's terribly large project either, so
I would say
I'm open, whatever.
I'm down with that.
I've got a companion item, because I think in these, our policies and how if you pull this document with the orange on it, and they're the guiding principles from Sound Cities organization. And I don't really think it's guiding principles, but I think I'm calling it governance etiquette. And I wouldn't mind incorporating something like this into our, I don't need this, I don't think we need this on the wall. But, you know, we're all coming from different places to the table here today. And I think we're all, we're not all gonna always agree on everything, but we need to have respect and, you know, for each other and the job we're doing, because I think we're all here trying to do good for our community and make our community a better place. And I stumbled on this and I really like it. And You let me know if you don't like it, or if there's things you wouldn't want in here, but I'd love to incorporate this into these revisions we're talking about.
I'm only using this as an example because it's funny, because the South Kitsap School Executive Committee came up with, I swear you had copied it from them pretty closely.
You know, they paid a consultant to do 3 days. I just went
Yeah.
online and found.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying is, there are these things around and that, I think they're.
Well, I mean, like,
Something,
assume that we're all acting with good intent, sure, no surprises, have each other's back. You know,
This is the only thing I really like about SCA. I remember that PSRC, and they were like the biggest bunch of whiners. So this is actually distilled into a very nice set of.
Do you have
statements.
Yeah.
Principles?
yeah.
Okay,
Okay, so my recommendation, so we can move on, would be let Charlie work with this as her capacity, but I don't want to kick it down the road.
Do you want
Okay,
to form
so
a?
well, what I'm envisioning is if Charlie's looking at cleaning up our operating policies and procedures, that somehow something like this is incorporated.
That's what I'm saying.
And is there something on this list, I think it's really good, is there something on this list that doesn't, that you get, makes your hair in the back of your neck stand up?
I think we'll do Rosa Pepe then.
I would like to see it when she's done incorporating, instead of doing a knee jerk right now, the big thing is saying, hey, as you get capacity, please start reviewing it.
Councilmember Warden.
Yeah, I think, I like the respect of the no surprises. There's no need to make everybody comfortable. When we first came on, I think the 3 new people, it was kind of put out there to, try and ask questions before the council meetings, try and talk to the department heads, get those answers. That way, during the meeting, we're not asking a bunch of questions.
That surprised them.
Yeah.
uh-huh.
Well,
Sure, they're not prepared to answer.
true, and if you need some data, right? You really can't ask data questions, like right now, we have to want some numbers. You don't have that with you, most likely, so. There are many people in the community, I was back, I was with James Rockland last night, he was saying to me, he's watched some committee meetings in the last couple months, and how he really likes hearing questions being asked. Like previously, it seemed like everyone would just vote yes or no. And I told him, I said, that's interesting that you say that, because being on council, I was told that beforehand, that people would just meet behind closed doors before the council meetings, everyone would get together, with the topics, and then you come out there and he's a very smart man, he says, I said, as you know, it's not accurate. You have all weekend to ask questions Friday and Monday, hammer it out. But with saying that, there are questions that I think if I'm asking those questions, the public is gonna ask those questions as well. So example, with Dennis, I'll email him a question, I'll get the answer. And then before the meeting, last one I said, just so you know, I'm gonna ask that question, but just, you don't have to ask in depth, but just if you just touch on it. He's like, perfect. There's no surprises, but I think there should be, if you have a question, you think the general public is gonna ask the same thing, those questions should be asked. For us to get up here and just say yes or no, that's not really helping the public understand if they're tuning in.
Sure. I'd like to recommend, well, first we'll hear from Councilmember Morrissey and then I have a recommendation. Go ahead.
I too am, I would be in favor of this, they're guiding principles, right? So we're gonna live into them as best we can. I wanna make sure that I'm as prepared as, I do know I had a question that I caught somebody off guard, and sometimes it's just in the spirit and heat of the moment and learning something I didn't know prior to reading the packet. I will also say, not 100% of the time am I able to get through packet before Monday. So sometimes I feel like I'm quick on the stats, so I will always apologize. That just is the life of a guy whose weekend is actually on Thursday, Friday and not on a weekend.
And whenever you need to ask it, you know,
Yeah.
and
Right.
you're right to Eric's point. Sometimes it's just making sure the public understands our process.
Yeah.
And, you know, to ask that question, yeah, you got your question answered on Friday or Monday or Tuesday morning. But it's okay to ask, hey, and then let that director, hey, I'm gonna
Okay.
ask this question at the meeting too. So that everybody understands how we came to these conclusions, is absolutely appropriate.
I guess, long story longer, what I'm trying to say is, none of that's meant to be surprises. You know, if it comes to me at the spur of the moment, that's just,
Life.
yeah, I'm living into the spirit, right? But it just is,
Sure.
sometimes you can have that.
Well,
Yeah.
I guess what I'm trying to avoid is, one, we won't be prepared, and two.
Yeah.
It's coming to the meeting and you didn't ask the question, and you knew you had that question on Friday.
Correct.
So
So,
you showed up on Tuesday and, you know, you go to Dennis and say, hey, Dennis, what's the answer to this? And
Yeah.
or how many of these do we have?
what's the spirit of that? I think, for instance, my one that I felt bad about after the fact, but I didn't think of it at the time. When the chief gave his crime stats, and I said, that's great, but, and I didn't think about it till he's coming through here, because I was just like, okay. But I had no context, right? What does that mean comparative to other years? So I asked that question, but I didn't think about that ahead of time.
Councilmember Diener has a point. I just want to just be careful about language, because I think that Councilmember Fenton wanted to talk about guiding principles
And
related
that's a separate.
as a separate, so as you all are talking, how I wrote it down here was ground rules, because that's kind of what these feel like, and I tacked it on to the look at the code, and I put it under now. So let's hear from
So
Councilmember Diener.
I'd like to see a set of ground rules. I don't know if we have them now, but if we do, I'd like to see them updated for
We need
public participation. So when you're gonna come and speak to us, be kind, be candid, many of the same kinds of rules that we should advise the public if they're gonna testify, to be nice about it, because we haven't always seen that, and maybe that would be helpful.
We didn't encourage it, right?
Yeah.
You get-
Yeah, you can't require it, but
No.
you can
Yeah,
encourage it.
I mean, unfortunately, a clan member can go up there and take 3 minutes and say whatever they want. And unfortunately,
Right.
we have to sit through it, as gross as it might be, you know, do we wish everyone would be kind?
So I look at this more for us. This is in our,
This-
you know, this.
Correct,
just
and this,
for us.
this is intended
Just
to
for
be
us.
part of this code updates.
Yeah,
And we
exactly.
incorporate something similar to this.
But there
Just be
are plenty of
respectful.
other committees, councils, commissions that have rules of conduct for the public as well.
Yeah.
That's not unusual.
Well, I think we'll
You
get to
can't-
that. There's another
Well, that's
subject
free
on that.
speech, you know.
Correct, and I know that at a PSRC, those ahead of public comment, those are red, first time on the wall. It's the, I guess, the conduct rules for that, because they'll turn your microphone off when you start swearing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you don't.
Yeah.
So, I just want to make sure this is in the right bucket. You all said that as the city attorney has capacity, so we put it in there now, but then it could move. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. So what I put, you talked about the grounding rules already. If it's okay with you, Mayor, I just bumped up the conversation by the guiding principles because it felt like we were going there. So I don't know if I should turn it over to Councilmember Benton now.
You can, if you want, yeah, no, yeah, right over here. And just one more little snippet on this is, I always want to feel freedom though, and maybe at the end for the good of the order, oh, you know, bringing up something, or if it's a question to get back to me later, because sometimes we're up there, and I think maybe you mentioned it, something just pops into your head, and you feel like that's very important for the, for it to be recorded and be out there on, you know, the video, so people can look it up or hear for it. But this is all just really good stuff. Now, you guys know that I kind of wanted to change those guiding principles right behind us. And I will say it again, why I feel that way. And we don't have to finish this now. This can be, I mean, it could be for the future. But I can get together with, you know, a couple of my council members and they can write something down. And then I get it back to you or back, or we do it on an email, just so everyone has their own input.
We can't do that.
Oh, that's right. So I can,
It's
yeah, that's right. Yeah, you know, you can't, that's true. That's true. You're right. Yeah. That's why I can meet with two council members.
You're not gonna, we can't do, you're circumventing,
do-
you're circumventing
That's like-
public process.
No, I
Okay,
think
our
what she's
committee-
saying
Or a committee or something.
is she'll do a draft with two council members and then present it to the council as a whole.
The attorney would strongly advise against you're circumventing public process. If we're gonna do this, it's in this setting or a work study.
Okay, maybe,
It's a
yeah,
body of work that
Okay.
is done collaboratively in the public side.
okay, yeah, and then finish it off maybe in a work study. But I feel like right back here, are we raising the bar? When I hear that, no, we're not. We're not raising the bar with our community. Are we need, it's kind of a open-ended sentence. So are we raising the bar in meeting our goals for better communication within our community or within our city? I just feel like that needs to go a little further. And then,
Well, can I just comment?
yes.
It's not just about communication though.
Well, then, and that's where you'll come in to say, oh, well, how about, are we raising the bar to meet, understanding in our community?
The only thing I would say is you want these to be quickly read and quickly understood, so we don't want them to be too long because.
Well, right, and that's
Starts
not,
with this
right. You
Yeah,
know,
becomes broad.
and there, it is broad, but to me, I feel like, no, we need to raise the bar better than what we are doing. And so then another one is, when I read this, besides, are we building, are we honoring the past but not living but not living in the past? And that's just, I like the way we do that because that's giving the, what do I want to say, learning history and then how we're gonna do that forward. And so we're still honoring our history, which I like that. But all these other ones I read are not dealing with our community. We got voted by our constituents. And when it says, here's another example, are we building connections with outside partners? Well, to me, I read that. That means outside partners that are outside of city limits. And I don't think I'm the only one that, is reading that.
Having been participating in this project, outside partners is meaning anybody that's not sitting here in this room.
Maybe delete the word outside if that would be okay.
Yeah, I mean, it could just maybe tweak a little bit, but I'm saying, are we building, it is important that we are building connections outside of the city, but are we building connections outside partners and within our city? So it's like both, and there you have it, you're doing out and then our city too. And then,
We want to bring this to a work
I would-
study. We're not gonna decide these today.
no, we're not. So
So,
we can think about it, write them down and bring it to a work study, but I just feel like this isn't addressing our community, our constituents. This is,
Heidi asked, at a work that we discuss this. And she was told to add it to this list. And then she was told if it goes to a work study, they need 30 days notice.
No.
No, that's we're telling you.
no, but,
We're all told that. We're all.
no, never.
I don't
Hold
know.
on, everyone, let's,
yeah.
Okay. Are you saying that no one did not say they need 30 days?
I've never been told 30 days notice.
so I think we have some process questions right now. I think what we're really here is tasked to do is to understand whether this is a topic that you all feel like should come up for a work study this year. Is it something that's, yes?
So Heidi's talked about 3 of the 4. I'd say let's wrap it up with the 4th. I'd like to hear what you have to say.
Okay, oh yeah, thank you. So that the last one, to me, I remember saying too, that is the decision-making process positively impacting diversity, equity, and inclusion. That is a building, that is HR department. Are we out in our community saying, are you, equity, this and that? No. Yeah, but see, that's all, I'm gonna say yoke stuff. It's yoke, and that's an HR thing when you hire people. That's my opinion. And so how I think when I say this, are we providing equality and opportunities
Okay.
that enhance our community?
Yeah, I see Councilmember, so I just want to make sure to honor, did you feel like you shared, you came prepared? I
Yeah.
just want to honor that, and then I want to turn to Councilmember
Yeah.
Morrissey.
Mhm.
Okay, go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Okay, I think we should put this on a work study. I think, in my mind's eye, those were guiding principles for a previous council. This is a new council. We may still agree with those ones. I don't know, but I think it's merit to discussion.
So is there a Councilmember Diener, and then we'll
I'll reiterate what John said. I'm okay with phone work.
And I just want to address, Eric, the only reason I could think it was 30-day work studies happen once a month. You know, and so we're setting constantly a month out looking at agendas, but there's no,
Yeah, so we're sitting there having this discussion, I don't want to waste any time here, but go, and I said, how much time would you need for us to bring some, I'll pull the videotape, it's not a big deal. How much time would you need? And I said, like, a week notice, and no one said, no, we, more than that. Then someone said, like, a couple weeks, no one says, probably need a month in order to get.
I do
this."
remember that.
I remember that too.
Yeah.
I think he's referring to.
I don't.
You were out.
Yeah, I don't agree with anything else.
No, I'm just trying to understand the concept and
Yeah.
really, I think what he's alluding to, the work studies happen once a month. And so we're not gonna schedule a special work study meeting next week.
No, this was
to-
for-
Say
Yep.
for departments to come prepared.
Yeah.
But it was not a hard and fast, you can't put something on a work study.
Okay,
They
so-
do 30 days.
It
That's
seems like a good
separate-
thing to clarify with Noah. I'm gonna break in right now and say, we have 19 of these remaining. I've noticed when they get kind of long, it's either you all workshopping the item now in the moment, or you're talking about the implementation or how it will be done, and I'll just remind you all that this is just about the when. So with that in mind, should we talk about the city administrator?
So I agree, there's one in our future, and, you know, I currently, I know Paul's boat, Mayor Erickson is retiring at end of this year, that's where Paul's boat's going. Gig Harbor has one, they're a smaller city than us, and they have a part-time mayor. When we did our last organizational assessment, the trigger was about 18 to 20,000 people, where you had a full-time mayor, in the capacity that I am, and having a city administrator. We're fastly approaching that. I don't know that it's this budget, but it's probably a future planning effort and preparing, you know, and I'm not perfect, but my 30 years in finance equipped me to do the things that I do in this job. You know, I have many of the skills that an administrator has, and I'm supported by 6 professionals that are our directors. And, you know, definitely when I leave office, you don't know what you're gonna get. And you're probably gonna need those skills, in a professional capacity.
Councilmember Roosevelt, Councilmember Diener, and then, Councilmember Warden, and then we'll look to this other, yeah.
Future and planning efforts is where I would put this right now, because this is not a today's or next budget cycle.
Thanks for that, Councilmember Diener.
So I agree that it's a future planning initiative, but we need to start thinking about that now. Not immediately, but real soon. What I was seeking when I posited this was that we would be looking at a hard plan for when this could come into implementation. And one thing I would not want to see is any mayor or a new mayor coming on board, same year we're trying to put a city administrator on board. That's a recipe for disaster. So I would just like to see us think about when that is and how far are we away from hitting a threshold that we need to agree upon before we trip into this position. But I think it's needed. We're growing faster than anybody expected us to go. And I think it's inevitable.
Councilmember Warden and then Morrissey.
100%. It's bringing the topic up is not a personal, you at all. I mean, zero. No one, I told everybody, like, you do an amazing job bringing money into the city and doing all you do. You spend like 40+% of your time attending
Outside
everything that outside agency, outside things, because like you stay on your wall, you don't have a seat at the table for the meal, I mean, so you spend a large percent of your time out there doing that. And just sitting here, we're discussing how many more staff members that we need to add, how many projects are going on. I mean, you can only be pulled in so many different directions. And let's say someone with a funny name puts a sign in the ground and that's true, and they're the next mayor. I mean, You don't
It
have,
happens.
you don't have time to plan for a $200,000 employee coming on board, and you're panicking, and you're scrambling to do that right now. That's just not realistic. You know, I think it's a liability to the city to not protect ourselves for something like that. It's absolutely not a shot at you, zero. It wouldn't matter who is sitting there. Might expedite it a little bit based on who is sitting there, but it has nothing to do. You know, it has to do with the liability that you're putting the city in, not you, the council,
But we are.
by not having the protection of having a qualified person that can oversee all the departments. And that's a big bill. That's a solid income right there. That's someone that you're gonna recruit, but it's also someone you can recruit, hire, and terminate as well. So there's, you know, some, protection there as well.
Sure.
But I just know that you're pulled in a lot of directions, and that's part of the job. But at the same time, almost every topic here is adding staff, is adding personnel. And you can only do so much. I mean, the only full-time person in this room working here.
So Councilmember Morrissey.
I think we gotta find a great balance here, because, I didn't even think about Scott saying you don't wanna bring them on at the same time. Because I'm thinking, yes, that was my immediate thought, is where does this lie based off of
Yeah, it's
when
natural.
his next.
He doesn't want to run again. That's a great opportunity, but
Yeah, right, but if he does, but again, things that can happen too, right? Like, and not even taking that into account, God forbid he gets hit by a bus, right? He does walk to work regularly.
Or
right?
moves to Maui.
Or moves, yeah. Yeah, it's possible, yeah, but you know, I think that we 100% have to think about this and what this means.
In the next couple of years.
Yeah, and so
let me
I don't
just,
know that it has to be in budget, but for the next actual budget,
Yes.
but that hardcore conversation needs to be happening, because we may need to be ready January 1, 2027.
And I'll just add that can't happen without establishing milestones or thresholds for when we first begin to talk about this and when we see that horizon coming. Because it won't happen overnight, as we all
Sure.
know.
Let's hear from the mayor, and then I want to put it in a bucket.
You've got 3 years and 8 months for sure with me. And I would recommend, I can't announce anything because then I have to start filing reports with the PDC, but we won't cut the ribbon on the community center in this term. And we will, we've broken the ground, and that is my precious project that I want to see. To, you know, it's our community's, events, and I really want to cut the ribbon on that, that's the, and so I don't see a scenario, but it's 3 years for, filing week is 3 years from now, and so it's worth, I for sure, I think we need to start planning for it, talking about it. It needs to be a topic at next year's retreat.
And
And probably, and it doesn't, I don't think it needs to be in this budget, but it's the budget thereafter that, and I think you're right. You don't know what the outcomes of an election are gonna be, and even to Eric's point, there's only so much capacity, okay? And if we continue on this growth pattern, there just needs to be somebody doing some of this administrative stuff so that I can continue be not just showing up, but engaged in these outside agencies. And so it's in the next minimum 4 years, for sure 6 years. That you guys want to have somebody on staff, and there's a process to get there.
Yeah, Councilmember Chang, Morrissey, and then Ms. Pepe.
I think we definitely need to start talking about it because there needs to be a lot of general awareness in the general public. For example, we had this vote for city manager, and I know city administrator is a different term, but I think we need to clarify to people how different it is, what it is, and does it invoke a change of government?
That vote was also tied to, city charter, if I recall.
Yeah, it was.
And
Because it was a manager position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Manager.
And I think we need to just, have an
Have
FAQ and just
clarity.
have clarity, yes.
Yeah, because all of a sudden you guys put a budget together that has a $200,000 salary plus benefits in it. What the heck were you guys, we're not talking about it and planning for it, and then there's no surprise.
Right, and the
Let's-
public gets excited about these high paying.
Sure, Councilmember Morrissey.
Yeah, so for me, again, I don't think I'm framing these buckets exactly the same as everybody else. I'd like to see this conversation in that budgetary timeframe without allocating any dollars in, I don't see that that's gonna happen in the
It doesn't have
next
to
2
be-
years.
That's about, well, that middle bucket is about plugging dollars.
Okay, well then,
So we can be talking about it, I mean, it could be, it's planning, we're planning for it and I don't know where it gets funded.
Yeah.
You know,
I'd have to see it funded in 26 budget.
So
Funded for 2026.
Yeah, for 2026.
Councilmember Rosa Pepe had something, and then we'll find a home for this
Well, a
item.
little bit of levity here. When I was on the school board in 2007 to 11, my hope would have been that my name would have been on the plaque going out to build a new school. We haven't built a new school since 1990, I think. So hold on to that thought there for the community center, Mayor. But I just wanted to let you know,
yikes.
yeah, so I just want to let you know that right now.
No,
What I do want to let you know is I'm keeping track, and I may be a little bit off on some of these things, and I'm sure I am. But if you put everything into the 25-26 budget right now, you're at 10 positions and over $1 million in
then it
addition.
won't be $1 million.
I understand that. I'm just saying, I said this was rough. But I just want everybody to keep thinking that there's dollars attached to everything that we do. And I'm not trying to be a Cassandra or anything, but I'm just trying to be realistic
Yeah.
about what we're talking about when we get through all these 30 items.
So I'm
That's it.
trying to figure out where this goes in the bucket here. I've heard Eric wants, like to see it in the current budget,
No.
No, just talk,
Current talk.
current,
keep the talk going,
Yeah,
the future and planning efforts is what you're,
yeah.
I thought
Yeah, not
that.
this budget cycle that we're.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
The following.
I heard 2026 for you, so
Yeah.
yeah.
You said 2026, that would be the current, the budget we're planning for.
Right.
25, 26.
2 years. He wants it to
25 and
be,
26.
In the fall, and that's what I'm saying too.
24 is a budget year
It's a little
cycle.
aggressive,
I think he's saying 26 budget year cycle.
Well, that's not it's a 20, it's a biennial budget,
I know,
25 and 26.
we will create that next budget in 26, just as we are creating it in 24.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
yes, but I'm trying to, so are we talking about the right bucket?
You don't want us to hire in 26, you want us to be planning it for the budget in 26?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, so it's future and
It
planning.
is future,
Plan.
but
Okay.
in the
I'm
immediate next
happy.
I
budget.
just, sitting here, it's like, you're like, as for the future, it's like. man,
No.
That's a near.
I just want all these things pushed.
And that's,
Yeah.
and that's why I had changed that bucket, future and
Because
planning.
what I would like to have seen, as I'm sitting here realizing this, is next retreat, if we could get this handed to us the previous year,
Oh, here we go.
right? Then we could look at the items and be like, okay,
Now you're talking dashboards.
these were conversation pieces that were, that, yeah, so.
Yeah.
You're-
Councilmember Trenner, you had one last thing on this item.
Well, no, let's just move forward. Everybody
Okay,
said basically
everyone's
what I
okay with
wanted to
future
say.
planning efforts, and I
John
heard a
Morrissey did it-
recommendation that,
said very
that
well.
this will come back next year, and I'm gonna create a summary from today, so you'll get this in a few weeks, and then please, by all means, bring it back the following
Yeah,
year.
and then if nothing else too, we recirculate, because the council isn't gonna change between now and your next retreat. Even if it's you got it in
Sure.
a month ahead of time. Well, here's the things that that we decided and we said we were planning. Are we doing?
When it does come back, I'd like to see a framework of what that looks like, implementation.
Sure,
Okay.
so another position, go ahead.
All right, so Scott put this on there. I would love to have this too, having a full-time public information officer. But when I weigh that against, I want police officers, I need people to mow the grass in the parks. It just doesn't, so we've got a contract person. It's not perfect. It's much better than it used to be, when we didn't have anybody doing that. Josh does good work for us, but it's not a full-time staff.
Councilmember Dean, I know this is
Dean,
yours.
it's his item. He needs to go first.
Well, so my thought was, I don't know that we need a full-time PIO. I don't know that we have the work that would support that, but I think we could definitely support 0.4, 0.5 FTE. And I think that that gives us better control over what's going on. I think you commented once that he's got to look at all the work that goes out. You'd have to probably do that anyways,
I
but,
do.
but there's a quality control issue there too. So
I'm not having concerns with this the
Okay.
quality or it's just assigning it. You know, it's just, it is what it is. It's not a full-time position.
Right, and also I think this goes to a little bit more than what the current contract is, and that's marketing the city, just in general. And addressing our social media needs and feeds. I think all of that could be rolled into easily at 0.5.
So I'm hearing that just what you have listed here, the 150K, that was assuming a full-time position. Okay, so just recognize that your
Yeah, people
suggestion could be
working
slightly different.
virtually for us
Sure.
from home.
Sure, so we have Councilmember Rosa Pepe, anyone else we should get in Stack Henry Morrissey, okay.
I think we have a high degree of frustration that, there's two sides to this. One, we're not getting our information out that people are able to see it or are seeing it. My pushback on that is, I think the information's there. I think that people aren't looking for it or calling up to look at it, and it's, the truth is probably somewhere in between. And I would concur that I would put some additional dollars into this. I'm not ready for a full-time, I'm ready for a half-time. And to see where our bang for the buck. You bring statistics back showing that our YouTube has, you know, our hits are going up, how many people look at our website and stuff like that. But I think there's a certain amount of frustration here at the table that we could be doing more. If you looked at me and said, what does more look like? I couldn't tell you.
But I'm going to, because I don't know what that word is.
But I'm saying.
Because I can
But,
task
no,
jobs.
what I'm saying is, so I mean, you know, that we do, but I think there's a certain amount of, yes, we need to put some more into it. So we can try to reach more citizens of our city on our projects. I had again today, I think I already said this, if I didn't, I apologize. When I was at Kiwanis getting beat up about the roundabout downtown and having to educate the guy that it was state, and then having him look at me and said, state? I went, oh yeah, you know, and explain it's a state highway. I know it's just a silly example, but we've all been beaten up by it. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you, so then I think we have Morrissey and then Trenery, I believe.
Yeah, I think this should be a priority in the next budget cycle. I'm open to what that looks like. We had changes that we just heard about this week in the laws that govern even social media. I think I'm gonna try and re-articulate what I heard out of Jay. While that information's out there, we need to be meeting the people where they're at, right? To me, is very easily social media or other places like that, simply saying, it was on our website, it was posted at the work site, like, that's antiquated, right? Or that's like saying, we put it in the paper. How many people here take the paper sitting at this table? Precisely, right?
Which
Like,
one?
well, and I take a digital version, right? Like, so, but I mean, literally a paper. So, yeah, I think that, I would like to see this in the next budget cycle, whatever that manifests itself.
Just have a quick.
Oh, yeah, Trenery, Diener, and then Eric, yeah.
I agree with the 3 previous comments from the council members. It should be on the 25-26 budget discussions. It does not need to be a full-time position, but we do need to look at increasing and improving our public perception and output.
Great.
Yeah. I saw an interesting example of one city, I was looking at a few, so I don't remember which one it was, but they have a mobile electronic sign that they use, and it'll be for us, it could be like,
I've always wanted.
this is a DOT project, questions, concerns, call this number. This is where, and so you do that for 10 days, because this is all captured traffic, right? It's generally 90% of the same people. It could be, this is the future site of our community event center. Go to our website for more information. So you've got this mobile sign that's moving around for a period of time, 10 days or whatever, capturing that traffic. And so people are about as informed as they can get if they're driving by a future project site.
Councilmember Warden?
So I'm pretty fortunate to work for a group that is very, very, very good at outreach. And I've learned so much over the years that I've become pretty darn good at it myself. It's just so important to have someone that knows how to write, knows how to write literature that you can mail out, you can put with your billing, that you can do social media with, that you know the target audience and who to approach and when to approach them. We have these projects coming up now in Bethel that if we thought one round about creating chaos, we're gonna have so many questions, so many, you know, mixed with the stormwater rates. This is long. A good employee can do it in 4 hours a day. A good employee, 4 hours a day, that knows what they're doing. Most likely telecommutes. But it's an appealing job to a lot of people. And I think that, okay, I work with a place that has part-time employees that they telecommute. And they do a really good job. They put out a lot of work and it's very professional. And it's successful. And the communication that I receive, that I'm the one that has to go to those doors. It's pretty positive.
Yeah.
Part-time employee, I think we can do that.
So I'm hearing some support for a part-time employee in 25-26. Councilmember Chang, Councilmember Fenton, I just haven't heard from either of you. Any thoughts?
Well, I kind of, going off, oh, I'm sorry, going off of, Councilmember Diener about, I like the mobile, where you can put something where people can see it, but I also think a reader board where it says, oh, city council meetings, this is what we're gonna talk about, this is, I think, reading something on all kinds of levels of that's going on in our city is a really good too. And that could just be stationary though, because people know, we get a lot of traffic coming down here back and forth someplace, you know, over here.
Our code
You
would
know?
allow us to put it
That's,
here.
we have a e-signage code.
Yeah, but that's kind of interesting because, the Ford put up.
This grandfather happened was
The
put
Ford was only like 5 years ago. The Ford,
it, yeah, they replaced one that was already there.
We could
Okay,
maybe
so-
look at our sign ordinance.
Yeah.
yeah, we have that, yeah.
Yeah, do you want to add that to something to our list?
We
Look at
could,
this.
that could be something for the future,
Well,
absolutely.
I'll just put that on a list and then Councilmember
Yeah.
Chang, then we'll find a.
Future
Um,
planning.
I think it would be very easy for council to come up with a job description if that's what you need.
I don't need a job.
Okay, all right. Well, you just said that you didn't know what the person
No,
would do.
that, I was saying, Jay said, I don't know what that looks like, and I said,
Okay.
I'm looking for you to what it is, that content you want.
So I heard a
I think you could come
recommendation
up with
from,
some
Content.
yeah, I heard thank you for that. I heard a recommendation that some of you wanted to see a part-time position in the 25-26 budget for consideration. Any concerns with it landing there?
Can we do now? Can we do it sooner?
If there's money
You could
available.
probably take
sooner?
that 150 out of there, because it won't.
Yeah,
Do that.
Do we currently have?
We have a contract, we spend 25,000 a year is the contract. We get to about 20.
No, 25 grand, and it's a part-time employee, so benefits are part-time benefits.
And so Councilmember Chang, you said that you were interested in seeing this move up to a now. My
Yeah,
understanding
anyone
of the
else want it
bucket
now?
Is that the now needed to have money available for that, and so it's up to the mayor.
Be coming out of our general fund,
25 grand.
Well, we're probably under contract already for the year,
we do.
For
have a
its current
contract, we have a
contract.
Contract.
so I'm okay with it being next budget cycle.
Yeah.
I would love for it, but it's gonna take him time
And we
to
already
get that
have-
done, but I'm hoping that he can be ready in January when we have a budget to be
Government
utilized.
does not move fast enough.
Yeah.
And you guys haven't gotten to prioritize it.
Councilmember, Chang, are you okay with it living in 25-26 for now?
I still am a now person, but I'm outvoted.
Oh, yeah,
No,
we have our.
Yeah, you all
Still
have a chance to prioritize.
Still have to
this.
prioritize.
But register that this, it feels like a now to you, and so we can come back to that. Okay, so then this is another Councilmember Diener suggestion. Go ahead, Mayor.
But, I spoke a little bit to this already, that, it's gonna be an expensive proposition, probably just the street lighting alone is well over $1 million to, and we need to underground the power, when we do this. I think it's realistic to, is a long-range plan, in particular to do this in quadrants. Because I believe the south side of Bay Street is gonna be around a lot longer than the north side of the Bay Street, which is all on pilings. Eventually, those buildings will just start sinking and it'll take care of itself, what has to happen with those buildings, but, of course, we want to replace it. It's extremely expensive. And it's nearly $1.00. We can't just take the marquee off. We need to work with the property owners because our code says they need, our code requires weather protection.
Yeah, so my intention for this discussion item was not about the marquee.
Oh,
It was
Or
about
underground.
Myrie.
I'm sorry, the marquee is on here somewhere, I thought.
Yeah.
Okay,
This-
Myries, I'm sorry, I'm
We're all
confused.
going like this.
What am I talking about?
Well, I'll just lead off.
I'm
with
sorry.
What I was thinking was, I think that burned down in 2012-ish, a long time ago.
Yeah.
And it was a cornerstone of the community.
Mhm.
And it is sad, and I know we went after the landowner. They indicated they had no intentions to moving this along quickly. It was an investment for their daughter. Correct me if I'm getting this wrong, but
I'm not the developer, but it's a holding company.
It's a
not-
holding-
And he's not a developer.
yeah, and he's not a developer. But a lot of time has passed since our last outreach to the holding company. And I'd like us to see if we could reach out to them and say, look, there are exciting changes that are coming to downtown. And if you want to be a part of that, now's the time. But I'd also would like to look to see if there's any other new tools that have been developed either legislatively by the state in terms of, requiring development to happen sooner. I know it probably doesn't rise to the level of a nuisance, which would trip a different set of actions altogether. But I think it's worth going after this and looking at this some more and reaching out to the holding company and saying, look, regain your foothold in the county, in the city. So anyways, that's where I was headed with this.
Okay, so I'll give you a little.
A task force is what I was
Yeah.
looking for.
So there's good and the bad to us. So we've got a master plan for downtown, in particular that block. The unfortunate thing is one person who doesn't really care about our community owns 60% of our downtown. The beautiful thing is when I met with him previously, it was just he is not going to put significant dollars.
When was
in
that?
it. When I started, 6 years ago, when I started the community center project, he's just not interested. He's waiting for a large check. And I believe so I turned my attention to the other quadrant of downtown and trying to create opportunity. Because when we start realizing and developing and the parking, find a developer, do the parking structure and the residential, somebody's gonna go, I want that. I'm on board with that master plan, and they're gonna write him a check, and he's gonna go away, okay? I knew this question was coming. I've asked the attorney, and she says, no, she lives in Sammamish. She goes, got the same thing going on in Sammamish. And she goes, got people that are buying up and actually buying up they want because they want the write-off. They're not leasing the buildings. And she says, other than condemnation, and for us to prevail in condemnation,
That's a tough call.
yeah, we have to have a project and a public purpose for it.
So Councilmember Diener, if I could just understand, you said a task force, is that kind of what you're asking for with this item, or it could be anything?
Well, the task force was more about meeting with the holding company and actually getting them to come over here and walk the area and show them what we've got coming up in terms of our improvements downtown and seeing if that would move the needle at all.
It won't. He is not gonna develop anything.
Okay, Councilmember Morrissey.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be interested in just if the task force, if they don't meet that way or have success in that capacity, exploring what mechanisms would be available to us in I don't know, the legalities of the blight tax, or saying, hey, if you don't have an occupancy permit, we're gonna charge XYZ dollars per year.
Okay, I'll get the attorney to write us a white paper on it.
Yeah,
That doesn't exist in our state laws. We can't do that.
and maybe that task force then goes to work in Olympia, advocating, and doing some of the work that we do, because we know what we need.
We can make
to be
that a part of our
successful.
legislative priorities.
Councilmember Fenton and then Chin, please.
Yeah. And yeah, see, I don't understand. I always was trying to advocate, but it gets shut down. But as city council, we have that authority that we can put in ordinance. We can put in stuff, and I don't see how we can't change that. So here, this building down there that's been empty for,
Doesn't.
so, yeah. And
Yeah,
then we either, I don't understand why we can't say, okay, if you don't occupy it or rent it out, then you have to sell. Like you have to sell now,
I don't
not,
know about now, but
you
you
know.
can at least tax.
So it sounds like,
or-
yeah,
Oh, a little background here, so. We're a code city. We can do anything, so we were a second-class city. As a second-class city, we could only do what was expressly written in state law.
Mhm.
As a code city, we can't, we can do anything that the state law is silent. It doesn't prohibit. And I'm happy to have the city attorney, I've already talked to her about it. She says, you can't do, she's already told me, we can't do this. So,
Councilmember Fenton, I want do you feel like you got your point across, or before I move to Councilmember Chin?
Yeah, I do. I just don't understand that. we don't
Much of
have
this
that
is gonna
capacity.
be shaped by our existing RCW and
State laws.
case law as well.
I guess I would just look very carefully at all the properties that are 60% owned and see that they are currently being not maintained. But for example, I heard at one time that there was storage and we don't allow storage on Bay Street. So maybe we should start looking into things like that.
I'm not aware of any storage on Main Street.
Yeah, at one point I heard that there's medical. One of
It's
the,
it's in the upper story of it.
Is it or is it not?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
We don't have the
So this
authority.
is a room.
We don't have the authority unless there's a code enforcement, and public safety is really our only tool, and the buildings aren't in that disrepair that we get, like Crawford and other
right,
places
right,
where we've
right.
got.
It'd be hard to argue blight with that, the way they've addressed it.
Yeah,
And I'm happy to have the attorney write us a paper. about
Councilmember
this.
Warner, and then let's find.
And the sad part is that, that Myers building is the only one with some fresh paint on it, you know?
And I got him to do that.
Yeah, They're actually,
That was
it's
my,
actually the one that has fresh paint
yeah.
on it that looks the best boarded up. But it's true, that's,
It's an accurate
So-
statement.
and that's what is, frustrating to me, because when I go, I go through Waldo. It reminds me of like what Josephine's has and what Revival across the street has, even that Rings and Things is nice, that Rings and Things bookstore, the Brick House, the market, those are nice. And then it's the rest of it, then I'm like, man, we just have, we have the Myers, that throw some paint on it, it looks better than what these buildings are with the paint falling off of it. So I get that that's a sore spot for everyone, because it is for me too, I don't like big buildings. But if there was just something to do to get that ordered.
Yeah.
So I want to locate this into a time frame. It sounds like there's a discussion that could happen. The city attorney could write a white paper to say what is really, what can the city do? Is this a now, next, future thing? What do you think?
I'd like to
I like
propose
it.
it as a now.
Me too.
Yeah.
Look around the room now.
Things that don't cost money, I would like.
What's that?
things that don't cost money,
Yeah.
I would like for them to be now.
Yeah, here's what I advocated when he put lipstick on the pig, to tear it down. I wanted it tore down, and
Plant grass.
he put $40,000 or $50,000 into putting plywood up and shoring the building up, and he wouldn't have spent much more than that to just tear it down, put some park benches and some grass.
No, I'd like to
We would have-
see
But
it
I couldn't convince him to do it.
Well, and to Heidi's comment, has the fire marshal or fire chief gone through and looked at whether that building could be reoccupied? I know that's part of why it closed down, is they never finished the interior renovation and there was,
There was
So-
there were never any
You
plans.
all are starting to have the conversation now.
yeah.
And so,
Yeah.
I want to get you out of here by 3, and we're not on track for that right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's talk about, Councilmember Chang, this was yours, discussion of 1406 funds, current year funding. Mayor, why don't you?
Um,
1406.
Yes, okay, so I know Fred's got heartburn about how we allocate our $1406, so I'll tell you what $1406 are. $1406 are a sliver, it equates to $60,000 a year that we get from the state that we have to use for subsidized housing. We can subsidize people's rent with it. And we can use it for, in projects for low-income individuals, and we have to quantify that, and it's a process to go to make repairs to homes, okay? I very much want, to provide subsidized rent. And we've had a contract in the past with Kitsap Homes of Compassion, to rent. They would manage and lease a house, and we could fund their operations with this. They've been looking for years for somebody to rent a house. The house has to be in the city of Port Orchard to spend these dollars, and they just simply can't. They've got a number of houses throughout the county. They just can't find anybody that will rent them. And it needs to be a 4 or 5 bedroom house. It needs to be a big house, because I got somebody living there, managing it. I'm hopeful, and I haven't seen their business plan yet, that a Mike House up here on DeKalb will qualify for our funding. They're gonna house young people from 18 to 28 is their, but the one of the caveats to this fund is low income. So until they get up and running, we get this money every year, and I don't have any way to spend it. And so we've been about every other year, I go to Housing Kitsap, we authorize that in this budget. We've got a group of $42,000 worth of projects to seniors and low-income folks, they're all low-income, to repair roofs, windows, decks, so that we can keep low-income people that have a home in their home. And so Fred wanted this on the agenda. There's a contract with Housing Kitsap that's coming forward in the next couple of meetings. I just want to talk about it.
Councilmember Chang, yeah, from your
Yeah,
perspective.
no, I appreciate the efforts that you've taken with this. And my argument is that instead of subsidizing an individual's house, even though they're low income, I would prefer that funding go to maybe rental assistance. And I know the KCR wasn't able to help us because our conditions are that it has to be rents within the city. There are groups like.
It's not our conditions, it's state law.
Okay, well, First Lutheran has a group that is a 501c3 that could help with rental assistance. It's called Kitsap Community Fund. So I would urge that we consider something like that as opposed to fixing an individual's roof.
And I welcome proposals from anywhere, because that's what we should be doing with this money, is providing rent subsidies.
Inside the city.
It has to be inside the city.
Well, currently, sorry, I didn't.
But Councilmember Morrissey's been
Yeah,
waiting for a few
go
minutes.
ahead.
Go ahead.
Sorry, maybe going down the same road, as a former KCR board member, like, they do rental assistance. Am I understanding that they're saying, we don't get any requests from our city to their, because they run
They haven't
the
submitted a
housing intake
proposal. They have
solution
not
for the
sub-
county,
They have
right?
not submitted this proposal to me for this funding. The only proposal I've ever gotten is the one from Kitsap Homes of Compassion. And
So I
then,
guess I'd be curious on what happens when somebody who already lives here, like, most people are trying not to have to get out of their current situation and finding.
this is not a program that we manage. We don't have the capacity to manage and
Correct.
verify. It is.
KCR does this work already.
Yeah.
If we
and
can
if-
provide our funding to them
Yeah,
to manage that in our city.
I've not served on their board. I have heard that they have funding, and then they have significant staffing challenges to deploy funding. But if they could utilize our dollars and we could, we get this pot of dollars every year. And it's part of our budget. And I would love to deploy it into rental assistance to low income.
Knowing that, one quick follow-up question, that pot of money then, since we haven't been able to expend it, is it use it or lose it? Or
No,
have we grown and now we have a set dollar amount where,
no. It comes every year. We've got some dollars, and that's why.
oh, we got like a 500,000 now and we
No,
can
no,
go
no,
buy a house
no,
and stuff? Okay. Okay.
Councilmember Warden.
Wait, any brand topic, just learning something new, so I appreciate that. So are we gifting that to other agencies to use
We-
outside of the city of Orchard?
We
Not
can't,
outside.
we can't, but I have less than $100,000. I'm confident of that. It's probably 70 or 80, I don't know, off the top of my head, what they got, we get 60,000 every year. And it just, and I struggle to deploy the dollars, is what I'm saying. And I've got Housing Kitsap is, their clients are eligible participants. They manage the funds, manage the process. We have a contract that I'm about ready to bring before you guys to fix roofs, windows, siding
Maybe we, are
for about
the
42,000.
outreach person we're gonna hire.
Yeah.
Councilmember Rosa Pepe.
No, just to move the discussion along, we're trying to solve something again, then we're trying to figure out what bucket it goes in. I would say now, put it in now, we're waiting for more information back from the mayor because Fred's given another source, so wait.
I didn't even know it needs to be on your list. I welcome proposals. If
So
you-
let's,
you know,
yeah,
somebody
put it,
can use our-
Send them your way.
put
Send
it
them my way.
now and move on, thank you.
Put it
Yeah.
on. So I
Good call.
the recommendation for now, under the way it was discussed, it was current year funding. Any concerns with this being listed under now? Looking around the room, we're okay with that?
And there is any heartburn, I know Fred doesn't like it, but any heartburn, we've already funded it in our budget. And they have reached out to a handful of individuals that are expecting this contract to be awarded to repair their
Moving
homes.
forward, I mean,
Do something
Look at
different.
the other source.
Yeah.
That's the way
Okay.
forward.
Can I just also just share something with respect to the Mile Hill Pacific Shelter they're calling it?
Yeah,
There was a housing outreach that occurred at Central Kitsap maybe a week ago. And it was made clear by the county commissioners that were in attendance that that's gonna be used for all county homelessness needs, which we had thought was not necessarily gonna be the case at the outset, but then we're suspicious that it was going to be, and now it's been affirmed.
Thank you very much.
thank you.
And thanks for bringing up this topic to follow up.
Then the next one, this is already in the works, matter of fact, Mark. I mentioned this to Dennis, and I guess the county is taking the lead on this and is gonna work with something like a similar program to the state's Adopt a Road program. The county so this is in its infancy. Our Public Works has been meeting with their folks to create
We skipped a
a.
couple.
You did?
Create a road cleanup. Oh, the governance etiquette was what the mayor talked about.
We
Yeah,
did.
yeah,
We did.
yeah.
And then we did the
Yeah.
guiding principles.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I-
yeah, yeah.
See, I've been checking them off.
I just
Fair enough, fair
didn't
enough.
know.
Mark advocate, he says, we need to have a road cleanup program like similar to the state and creating the tool and the methodology gave me pause, but I understand that our Public Works Department is already in discussions with the county about creating such a program. So.
Councilmember Turner, do you want to add to that?
I do. One of the things that I don't like about government coming from the private sector is it takes longer than it does to move things along.
Then it should.
But we also add levels of,
Bureaucracy.
thank you, bureaucracy. That was the word I was trying to get out of my brain. Can be a very simple program, and we have citizens that are doing it already on their own. And I think it's really important to award them with improving our ability to support them at this. I see people all throughout the city walking their dogs, picking up not only dog excrement, but also cans and these kind of things. They want to help. There's been some outreach with folks both online and personally that are saying, can't you guys just give us some bags? Just provide some bags. And I've gone to Lowe's and bought bags. There you go. There, you have some bags. It's not that much of a cost. And it's a very good look at the city to support the citizens who want to support our city by beautifying it as best they can. I'm not trying to buy paint to put on old pig,
Lipstick on a pig.
lipstick on an old pig. We're just trying to keep our city clean.
So Mark, and I don't disagree with anything you've said. And I'm thankful that people walk around and pick up trash in our community. But the moment we start formalizing this, then we've got to have rules because our insurance company is going to require it of us. Because the moment that, I know when we, pick up trash, out on the side of the road, we can't have minors out there with us doing it. And there's certain rules that we have to follow because we're walking in the right of way and we have to be careful.
Our citizens are doing that anyways.
But they're doing it on their, we haven't formalized that process and made it part of a city program. That's the problem.
Yeah.
That's where it changes and then we become liable when something happens.
Comes that bureaucracy again.
Yeah, well,
Um,
so we're in a litigant world we live in.
So Councilmember Morrissey, Fenton, and then Warner.
100% agree. I would also say, give credit, we're doing our community cleanup effort on the 27th. I have reached out, I actually owe my HOA a note. I was supposed to get it to them. They're interested. They have a meeting Monday so that they can hopefully get everybody interested to help us clean up day. But brought up the topic with, can we do something more ongoing? And I said, I'm happy to hear that because I think further discussions are ongoing. As there's a couple that live kind of category from, and they leave their house every day on their walk with a bag in their hand to pick up the stuff up and down, Feigley Road there, going out to Old Clifton. So, I'm all for that. If we got to put out some rules, I think rules are just like anything else. They're only enforceable if somebody's complaining, right? So even if you have things operating outside of it, let's set those rules, go out and do it and say that we've checked that off the box. That's my 2 cents. I would also say, this is a now thing.
So Councilmember Turner, okay. Okay, so I think.
It is an out thing, it's an out.
Fenton, I think was next, and then Warner, and then I see Rosa Pepe, so Fenton, please.
Yeah, oh, and I like, the idea of the citizens helping out. You know how you have, the poop bags for the dogs that are sitting there? Well, maybe we could have like the same concept, but, bigger bags and say, feel free to pick up any litter. And then they can grab one of those and, pick up litter right then and there.
I think that goes to the liability issue that Rob was speaking.
Well, and if we could do it, well, what about the
Different.
liability of taking a smaller bag? So you got a smaller bag and you got a bigger bag.
And what if it breaks? Well, so one is just
We're-
a dog bag, that's, I think, what you're.
Well, yes, and this could
That's a
still
little
be.
I-
I was just thinking of it, so it's more free, easy access for people to,
Yeah.
help out.
Councilmember Warner.
Yeah.
So, our solid waste department in the county, Scott and myself try to say county too often, because Bill wants to hear that all the time. But, man, I'm telling you, every Friday out front of our office, we have 100 grabbers, boxes of bags, vests, signs, and organizations show up because they sign up to pick those up. They take those, they do road cleanup, they do all of this, and they leave the bags, our departments drive by and pick up the bags and take them to the landfill
They're doing that on their own?
on their own. Well, it's a regular basis. There are groups that organize it, they do it up, and it's kind of like our social media concerns that we have by not allowing comments on there. I'm not repeating that, what I'm saying is, what are our neighbors doing that is allowing them practices that we're
Saying we can't do.
or say we can't do, right? Our neighbors are giving out vests, you check them out, vests, grabbers, bags to groups that sign up for them, they turn in their information. What are we doing that's different than them? I don't know, I suggest on this topic, maybe we reach out to our neighbors, the other cities and county and say, what are you guys doing different? That relieves liability from you, because you guys are doing these
Yeah.
programs. Maybe we can piggyback off of that.
So what I've heard is when things are for discussion to figure out what your partnering or neighboring jurisdictions, that has fallen into the now camp so far.
Actually, it's in the works. We're gonna do this. and, or we're partnering with the county on it. So
So-
whatever they're doing and how they're doing it and the structure, when I talked to, I knew this. So, this is in the works. I can't tell you how quickly it's happening because, you know, I know, I brought this up to Dennis. Hey, what do you think about this? How can we do it? Because I saw it on the agenda.
Now.
Yeah, it totally,
Yep.
it's gonna happen
I dropped it in the now.
in the next
solution.
90, 120 days.
We said the next one's already been covered, or is that the same?
That's kind of related to what.
Yeah.
It's already been covered.
PIO.
Already been
I
covered.
would like to just do an add-on real quick on that, and I know it's,
Which one?
about public information.
Okay.
Just for us later, when we got ready to do a copy of this council last week. I'm breaking the rules, so Sophie, sorry. I called Brandy and said, hey, do we have any public information that we can hand out to the public? Her and Janine are working on that. So as we get forward to other coffees or go down to the set up at the market, they're working on that. That doesn't have to be put on here. I just was adding that to our tool bag, so to speak.
Since you touched that too, on the farmer's market, we did a booth a handful of times last year, and we intend to do that again this summer, and it'll be planning and the comp plan, 1 month, it'll be the engineering group with transportation projects, and it'll be, and so I'll
And that
communicate.
schedule will be at the booth as well.
I don't know about, we'll,
Might be helpful.
we'll put it out, out there and communicate with you guys, but only can have 3 of you down there at the
Yeah.
time.
I think the train, along this lines again, I know we're off target.
Okay, we're doing
And
okay.
off target. Along this lines, I think transportation stuff is always important to have out down there.
Yeah.
It was,
We got so much good feedback during
when
those.
we had the big whiteboards down there with our road
It's huge.
projects. And we had more people coming by our booth than any other time, and have the engineers down there.
So I don't want to hit delete on anything. It sounds like this was touched on before. Is this like nested under the PIO? So let me just make that as,
You can.
Yeah, just delete Mark.
Delete it.
delete it?
Yeah,
Okay.
delete Mark.
It's happened before.
Public comment's mine, and I serve on a number of boards and agencies, and when I go, it's your meeting. I don't care if it's 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, but I'm tasked with enforcing your guys' rules, and that way I need to do them uniformly, okay? When you testify at the legislature, you get 1 minute and the microphone's turned off. When you testify at most of the other agencies I'm on the boards, you get 2 minutes and the microphone goes dead. You don't get a second more. I believe I do provide a little bit of grace. I let people finish their sentence when the red light's on. But I think it's really important. Whatever that time frame is, tell me what it is, and we need to enforce it uniformly, because we dodged a bullet with the mentally ill guy that missed, he spaced out or whatever he did, and we ended public comment. If we didn't give him extra time too, it would have been, it could have been ugly. And so I just ask that we be uniform, and just tell me what the rules are and I'll enforce them.
Great. Rosa Pepe and then Diener and then Warden.
Oh, I said we'll eliminate this because it's 3 minutes is what we have. I will not sit for any comment longer than 3 minutes, especially where any of you, staff or the mayor, are personally attacked. And then someone asks for additional time to finish their thoughts. And I'm being very adamant about this. 3 minutes is more than enough to get your comments through. We've had people that have come and testified regarding school bonds, talk about a hot issue. I'm thinking about the South Kitsap Fire and Rescue that have been extremely respectful, been able to get their comments in under 3 minutes. I think we're setting a bad precedence.
So I just wanted, did you also want to speak, Council?
Oh, sure.
I didn't know, but I think we'll do an order. I just wanted to make sure I saw your face. So
Yeah.
Diener.
Well, so I just was gonna iterate that, the council has 2 minutes, and then you start to hear chimes, and so it becomes harder for you to convey your message when there's chimes going on. But I think 3 minutes is adequate, and I think that if somebody has more than 3 minutes, that they need to send us written comments and then just summarize those. But we've got something in writing we can look at, and I'm with Jay, I think 3 minutes should be enforced.
equitably, and we shouldn't allow some to speak longer than others.
Yeah, how many times has, like, in the last 5 years, has that happened? Where
We only have one party that pushes the rules.
okay, so,
Well,
Well,
I did have, once during my pro temp, you did.
You had somebody.
I
He
had
did.
somebody
Yeah, I wasn't
go-
He allowed it. And
Can't remember who that was,
Mhm.
but
But I'll say that we constantly hear people that have to be reminded your time is up.
yeah,
And, okay, it's been one instance where we
Gave extra.
we gave extra time. And I'm just saying, that's a bad precedence. Let's enforce
Yeah.
tell me what the
I would
rules
agree.
are. I'll enforce whatever the rules are. That's all. I'm
And you don't need to figure out the rules right now.
Right.
So Councilmember Fenton.
I agree and I disagree. 3 minutes,
Yeah.
yes, is very adequate, and you can get what you want in 3 minutes. Sometimes one person is just finishing a sentence, and I think it's very rude on our part. Ooh, your 3 minutes are up, and there are just having just a little teeny bit more. I think you're creating more of a frustration on the constituent when they just have just a couple of 5, or, and you can say to them, you gotta wrap it up and really mean that and stick with that. But I remember watching, I was online, this elderly lady, she came in and she really wanted the tree to stay at, someplace over there. And I think you guys listened to her and you said, yes, that tree can stay. But she was up there talking, and then all of a sudden, your 3 minutes is up, and she's like this. Oh, what? But she wanted to just, give some piece of paper to someone, and she just felt frazzled because it was just, your 3 minutes are up, boom. And so to me, these are our constituents. We should have a little bit more grace. And so she sat down, but, she wanted to wrap it up and hand out a piece of paper, but she couldn't.
So let me just observe a couple things. I think this is where a code of conduct for people that are coming in and testifying would be helpful. So a written set of guiding principles. But also, when somebody says, oh, I'm about to wrap it up, we don't really know what that means. For some people, they'll just keep going until you
Well,
force.
and you do gotta put down the law.
Right.
I mean, boom, and I get that. I do.
So, I would say that we do something like cut the mic or chimes or something like that, maybe at 3 minutes and 10 seconds. I mean, that's given the grace.
You
that-
need to cut the mic.
Maybe Councilmember Morrissey.
Yeah, so I don't wanna cut any mics, right? But I do think 3 minutes is accurate or adequate. Again, just as you guys have the county, I have Bremerton experience. You gotta sign in at the back of the room with your name and address and stuff, where it tells you right there, you're gonna have 3 minutes. So one, nobody should be caught off guard. Know the rules for when you're coming. So the tree lady needs to know, like, she can't just come in here and talk to us for 30 minutes.
Well, and I think she
we're not-
realized that. People realize that.
We're not employees really of the city either, so we want to respect each other's time, right? It would be my ask that you let it go to red and you say, your time's up, please finish that sentence. And then we can cut 'em off.
You've observed what I do.
And you do a pretty
Red-
good job.
The red
It's just-
light comes on and I don't even say anything until they finish their sentence. It's when they start the next sentence.
Yeah.
Is
And
when
I think if you did that, you avoid that. Which I get, like, then you're interrupting and that can be a whole thing too, but I would just say, for me, I would finish that thought, that sentence, and I don't wanna say thought because somebody's thought could ramble on for 18 pages. But finish that sentence and thank you for your comment.
I'm good with current practice, just to clarify. I'm not-
I'll second that.
Yeah.
Because that's what you're doing now,
And I
right?
wanna
Is
find the
Finish
bucket.
your sentence, and I'm good with that too.
Situation, again, I'm just gonna say, I think Margaret did a really nice job. When it was going too long, saying, can you please wrap it up, that handled it real well.
Yep.
My question is, I don't know, it kind of bothers me, I'm sitting up there and we're going through having conversations and it's 2 hours and 15 minutes into the meeting. And then we go through the mayor's report, right, and you're going, oh, what, on this date, which is kind of cool stuff, But there's one person out in the audience who's been sitting, for almost 2.5 hours to get up there for their 3 minutes. Is there a way that we can possibly take those comments, and we're gonna listen to them regardless? Is there a way those comments don't have to be on the bottom? We can
Oh, yeah.
slide those up in
We could easily move those ahead of the director's reports and the mayor's report. The way that
like
it's
that.
structured right now, though, with a comment period, we used to have, particularly during political season, you know, the elections, we get all kinds of people that come and use the 3 minutes at the beginning of the meeting. And so that's why it's structured the way it is. The first comment period, you gotta be talking to an item on our agenda.
Mhm.
And then, but we could put citizen comment ahead of
Well,
the mayors and the directors.
So you
I
may-
don't care.
you may remember, sorry, I'll just follow up. on this.
Okay, and then.
Years ago, when I was brand new, I'd advocated for moving all public comment to be allowed up front because we're gonna hear it anyways.
Mhm.
And so are we making people wait for an hour or two,
Mhm.
or are we just gonna entertain them and
So.
they get to go home?
Councilmember
Yeah.
Rosa Pepe, but then I want to say, this seems like a great conversation that you're having to figure out what are your public comment norms, and it's not for the moment.
But
So Councilmember Rosa Pepe,
Unfortunately, I feel like it's an important one to have, that we've been putting it off for
Okay.
too long. I would move it forward so that people don't have to stay for the whole meeting. However, I would not move it to the beginning, because the fact is, we have an agenda. When discussions become politicized, personal attacks, etc., it takes away our focus from the work that we need to do with the agenda. So I have no problem. I think that's a nice consensus. I hate the word I don't like compromise.
you don't like.
Concession?
Compromise means somebody gave something up. I'm not giving anything up. I like the proposal the mayor made about moving it forward before department, reports. And I could live with that. And that would satisfy everybody's interest. And that's my comment.
Okay, so is there consensus then that we
I
would
think we
keep
should.
this public comment period, the same
No.
practice? There's not,
There's not.
Scott wants it per period.
I would like it up front because again, we're gonna listen to it and we've got
Oh.
thick skin. We can get past the insults.
Mhm.
But that's just.
It's your meeting, I'll do whatever you guys want to do,
I
I'm
would
just,
support it up front too.
I'm not, because I don't want to, I don't want to rehash. all of us.
Okay.
I don't want to rehash all this again later. So,
Okay.
the reason it went to because we only had one public comment period before, and we had a whole bunch of bad behavior. That people were hijacking your guys' business meeting, okay? And you were spending 30+ minutes listening to a whole bunch of people before you get to your first business item.
So I go back to guiding principles and then also saying, look, if you're just gonna repeat what somebody has also said, just come up and say, I concur with Joe.
Can't do that.
But they don't do that, Scott.
I know, but
I don't think you can because it's freedom.
Can we build some additional consensus and say we try it this way, and if we don't like it,
yeah,
we revisit?
that's,
I lived through that before. I've lived through that on the school board council. I'll move it. My position is I'll move it up, but I won't sit for it at the beginning.
Yeah, but we don't even have that many.
Do we have
people.
4 that
We
want
don't
to
even-
take it?
That's
Yeah,
up, that's,
We don't even
that's
have
up
that
to you. You have more.
Above the department heads at least in the
Yeah,
mayor.
department heads are-
That's what I'm advocating for, is moving
I'll
it
make
up.
a motion.
Well, I was gonna say,
No.
I don't know under, I mean, this is.
Yeah.
We can't,
Yeah,
we
I was
can't,
gonna say, I don't think you guys can make it.
Okay, is there-
I'd like to go with Scott's, let him get it all done at the front.
Yeah.
let's do Scott's idea first.
Scott,
I guess, love,
Let's try it.
Try it. I'm not saying it has to be set in stone. I'd like to try it. I have
that's
seen,
gonna have to happen with, because it's in our.
Yeah,
I can count
it's in our
on these
code.
many
We have to
fingers,
Amend our code.
how many people.
Yeah, it's defined in our code, and so back, where's that in the?
with what your city attorney is exploring or.
Yeah, no, yeah, ordinance for, yeah, and add to that,
Plus public comment.
Yeah.
move public comment. One public comment period at the beginning of the meeting.
So I didn't hear that there's total agreement with
There's 4.
that,
four.
but are you allowed to, are you
We're not
allowed to
voting.
decide?
It's a straw poll.
Okay,
You're-
I just
It's
want
not
to
a vote.
protect.
Oh,
you.
it's not a vote, 'cause
we haven't changed.
Not a vote, not
you know,
a, okay,
when
Ask
the
him to
vote
bring it
brought
to
forward,
us.
so I
okay,
would-
great.
I wouldn't say move, I would say,
Add that
one
to the
public
scope.
comment period at the beginning of the meeting.
Yeah, we can't change anything until we do it by vote.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to protect you all in case
Yeah.
there was a perception of
No,
something
no.
happening.
Somebody may change their mind between now and then.
That's
Mine.
fine, that's fine, I just,
in mind. I've got to pass.
I've been well trained to guard against that.
Why I put it on there was, we gotta be consistent in how we.
Yes.
But I will say, and just don't be surprised, the first person that attacks any of us or staff or the mayor, you'll see me walk out. And I'll come back, and I'll come back in when public comment is finished.
Not,
Just
you
be
can do
forewarned.
that.
Why not?
He can.
I can.
Nothing's.
They did it in Bremerton.
Yeah, you gotta mention that.
Uh-huh.
You're left official. If someone's sitting there calling you.
Yep.
Oh,
We gotta move on.
yeah.
All right,
Oh.
folks.
We got a lot to cover.
Yep, you got 11 more and it's taking you
Okay,
6.
John wants dashboards, so you gotta tell us what dashboards are, John.
So dashboards in my world is how I run my business. So that I can look at any given point to see how we're tracking in different areas. We have many different projects and so many moving parts. And I'd love to be able to just at a glance know, hey, we're making this progress as we go outside of waiting once a quarter, once every 6 months for an update, that if there's just something that's built there. And then I said it earlier, what topic were we talking about when we said we're getting towards dashboard?
Oh, yeah, I'm pretty much, yes.
Oh, wasn't the police one?
So is it electronic or is it printed?
So mine's electronic, right? So there's inputs that go in and the amount of revenue versus time spent and how efficient somebody is. I'm not 100% sure how that would actually come out, because I don't know where that data is getting pulled from.
I have no methodology to create anything like that, and I have 6 different operations that are virtually all independent.
So the
Focus
other
on the-
side
yeah.
of that is, and I quit taking count at lunch, but before lunch, we had 16 different times where we talked about capacity being an issue. When capacity is an issue for me, we have to look at how do we streamline and get efficiency built out. I would like to see some type of an initiative, whether it's we go through and at the chamber, we're going EOS implementation on how do we ensure that what the mayor's doing, Scott's not doing the same thing, and Mark's not doing the same thing concurrently without them knowing it. And we've had these conversations throughout the entire organization.
We talked about that, you and I did.
Yeah.
At the Kaizen.
Yeah, you guys do something at the county too.
Yeah, every one of DCD's employees is required to have a Lean Six Sigma yellow belt, which means each one of them can spot inefficiencies. And then the Kaizen is the actual method to address that, where you map out current state and desired state, and you go from there.
No, Councilmember, is that different from the dashboard initiative? Should we add that?
They can be kind of one and the same, because that's what I'm pulling out of my dashboard, is where
Okay.
we're not meeting these efficiencies or trying to find them.
And then I'll just say that we, DCD up the hill, again, I hate to say county, but that's where I'm drawing
Those
from.
people.
Those people,
Up the hill.
we have lots of dashboards with our permit review. They're pretty intensive, and we have a full-time person and a half that works those. Because there's we communicate a lot more data than I think what you're probably talking about, but it can be intensive, and so I would think that if we wanted to move this into a planning stage, we'd want to first identify what is it that we want to be able to show the public that we're monitoring in real time.
So
Yeah.
where I can say where we are going is Public Works and Asset Management, it's gonna give us a management tool. DCD has their software and their implementation processes. The police department is pretty archaic right now because we're waiting on the new electronic records system that the county is gonna implement, which is gonna get us a little more automated. But right now, it's manual processes to gather what the crime statistics.
Statistics, yeah.
They're manual processes, and it's just.
Well, again,
It doesn't.
how do we not make that manual, right? So
It's-
in my world, you have Microsoft has Power BI, there's AI tools and things that we can implement.
In the police world, it's called CGIS. I can't just plug Microsoft's tool into into the computer systems that the police use, okay? It's regulated by the FBI. That's why I can't take people down in the police, we can't, you guys, your key cards don't work down in the police.
No, but I know that other municipalities are using some of these.
So what I do know is there's an electronic record system that's coming. And the county's the lead on that project and it's countywide. And it feeds in through 911 and all that. So we will have better data and better means to quickly gather that data. It just doesn't exist today. And it's,
Yeah, and then
it's in process. Same way with the court, we're beholden to the state and the electronic system that they're implementing.
Can I just point out, there's a gap in our discussion, not knowing what we want to actually measure just yet.
Correct.
So Councilmember Roosevelt had
Yes.
his hand up a moment ago. Let's do that. And then Councilmember Trenary.
I think Scott just hit the main point. What do we want to measure and how are we going? And my point would be, how do we want to display it? In some cases, Nick gives us information that if it was thrown in a graph, might be a different way of display. I would take this, we're at 1:30. I would take this and move this in the future and planning effort, because it's not something we want to do now, but it's definitely something we want. But it's probably not a budget item unless we think it's gonna take another person.
I don't
We
know what that
that
is.
right now.
Yep.
So that's where I was going.
Dashboard means anything to us in government. So data?
Yes, I would say,
What do we need to call this? So
Analytics.
data analytics?
yeah, that.
Yeah, that's another good term for
So
it. The dashboard is just how that
Is
is
presented.
presented, but it's,
That's
yes.
that's the front end to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So curious for you all, this is about an hour left of content here. We would still be okay if we took a 5-minute break now? Do you feel that
Yeah.
y'all had lunch? Okay,
Yes.
beautiful. Let's take a 5-minute break if that's okay with you, Mayor. Does anyone want more coffee?
No.
No, I'm okay.
Everyone's okay on the
Smoking,
coffee,
yeah.
caffeine front?
I don't
Okay,
think so.
very good. Come back 1:38.
Seems like all my items get over there.
You noticed that? Maybe you just sent him in.
We have whole nother phase of this afternoon that we have to get to after this. So we got to get through the rest of these items in 20 minutes. All right?
No pressure.
No pressure. All right, the next item is bonding capacity and Noah prepared to report. And I can, we use debt here at the city, but we use it very judiciously. And we have the capability of borrowing much more money than any of us should be comfortable doing. Anytime you borrow money, you need to have a source of repayment. Otherwise, you're gonna have problems down the road. So things that we've used, and usually in enterprise or restricted funds are the most reliable source of funding. Your general fund can fluctuate because it's sales tax largely. So capital projects are, sometimes good, the last dollars on a project. Our next big borrowing is going to be probably $8 to $10 million for Bethel Phase 1, but we have the 1/10 measure that will pay the debt service on. So it's got a dedicated funding source. I'll just merge there's a plaza funding with debt, down the road. It's a $4 million project for the plaza related, you have the community center, we got the bank headquarters, we got the plaza in the middle. When we build the community center, we would really like to build the plaza at the exact same time.
Yeah.
And have it all together. If housing keeps going the way that it is for the next 4 years, we'll have enough park impact fees to make that happen. Are you guys receptive to the idea of if it slows down, we would still collect then we use park impact fees to pay the debt, because it would really be. I just think that, so, open a community center and a year later, start another construction project right outside its doors.
Brandon
Councilmember
Valen.
Chang, I just want to hear from you since you brought up this one. Were you just looking for this information?
yep,
Okay,
yeah.
so we can just cross this one off
Yep,
then perhaps?
yep,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you for that. And then I saw some hands appear.
No, that would be in the weeds. If Fred's happy, then let's move on.
Okay, when we just tackled
We
plaza funding with debt,
certainly talked about it, but yeah, where does everyone want to?
is everybody comfortable with
Yeah,
that
yeah,
concept?
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
it's a couple years out. but just throw that into the future and planning.
Hold on.
No, then I'll go back to the comment, as long as you're asking if we're comfortable with it. My answer is build it once.
Yeah,
Don't
that's
build
better.
it incrementally because it will look horrible. Kick off our.
It would be building a partial project.
Yeah.
At that point.
And the costs are gonna go down.
So,
We're done.
So hearing that this was something with future and planning efforts, is that where it belongs in your mind?
I think you can get rid of it.
Yeah, it's done.
personally.
now I'd like to put it in the future and planning so that, because remember, I gotta take this document back to staff
Okay, fine.
and say, hey, here's the,
I can live with that, Mary.
The,
Just keep moving on.
okay.
Just
He's still
looking-
gonna come back to a vote, that's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know where we're
You
gonna
can't
head.
issue debt. I just I'm getting a feel for where you guys are at on these topics.
Let me just look around the room real quick. Is everyone okay with the plaza funding with that being a future planning effort? We're okay with that?
If needed,
If,
if
yeah.
needed.
if
If we-
needed, because you have to
if
make that
needed.
one careful,
There we go.
because she may have more funds than we know.
If needed.
That's right.
There we are.
All
Okay.
right. Brett hates the website. I don't love it either, but bottom,
It's cheap.
it's $115 a year.
Oh,
Okay, we had,
Yeah.
we were gonna spend $40,000 getting a new website. And I went to the AWC conference and this is a cookie cutter website that's used nationally and they charged us a penny a citizen or something of that nature. When we implemented it and they haven't raised the price. We are limited in its capabilities, but it's $150,000 a year and they provide all of the support.
$150.
$150,
When we get,
$115 a year.
So,
$1.
Councilmember Chang, do you want to just speak to this one?
Yes,
Yeah.
I did want to speak to this because I appreciate that we're spending 50 cents on this website or $115. But my frustration is when I know there's something on the website, I go search for it and I can't find it.
Yeah.
Or I look for current meeting agenda and you have to go to council meetings, agendas, and then the first one that comes up is 1890. And then you go down to 1960, and then you have to go to the next page, and I'm thinking, okay, I know it's there, I have the patience to get to it. But we're dealing with a lot of people with a lot shorter attention spans who are looking for a better quality product.
Okay, even if we had a different website, that isn't our website, that's our data retention software, which is Laserfish. And I brought that up more than one time. I don't know why they can't flip it, but for some reason, that isn't our website causing that. It's the very expensive piece of software we have that stores our data.
You just made it worse.
So I hear, I think
We're spending money on
Councilmember
that.
Pepe, let's just get a stack going. Anyone else?
Just real quickly on it, maybe this is one that we put in wherever we have the PIO. And let the PIO make some recommendations to come back with.
Yeah.
There may be things that are current $1.15 per year.
$115.
I know, $1.15 that we could still do to make it a little bit more user friendly. Let's give the guy or gal a shot first at this, so we're not trying to say this is what I'm ticked off with or not. I will say, however, that on the agenda part, they have gone to recently at the top, hey, the city council's meeting tonight, click here for agenda. So that does help, because otherwise, you're right, it was like 3 clicks.
We attempt to put, staff puts that up there. When they publish the agenda, they change the banner. So it's
Yeah.
right on
Can
the
you,
front
can you
page.
guys live with that? Having the PIO take a look at it.
I'll say that my intention with PIO was to also look at this.
Yeah.
Oh, now you're piggybacking on.
So looking
I
around the
agree.
room here, I added plus website under the part-time PIO, put both their names there. Okay. Beautiful. This is another one, Councilmember Chang brought up, TS off mayor.
Okay. A number of you, I know you are excited. Transit is very,
Say what? Library, library property.
Transit desires to purchase our library site, okay? And whether you like it or you don't, we have a transit center in our downtown. We're, marrying the ferry with the buses. And they need to expand their footprint. this isn't meant to be a threat at all, but, and I'll get to that, but they have, I think it's called Title VI. It's their version of the American Disabilities Act. They've looked at locations that they could put this. They can't have the buses stopping in a location that's a block or two from the ferry terminal. It has to be married to the ferry terminal, and they're not gonna move the ferry terminal. So what we need to do is leverage this to get everything we can get out of them doing this, making it aesthetically pleasing. The biggest impact to this is parking, and they would displace parking. I've suggested that there's a business down around the corner that's for sale and it's property, and maybe they should look at buying that. And then one of their challenges too is that traffic from that parking lot on the waterfront passes through, well, they don't want that. And so maybe they should build a compact roundabout at Harrison. So we need to look for ways, they have a version of condemnation. They can take it from us. They don't want to go that route. I don't want to see that happen, but we
That's a
need to.
terrible story to read in the paper.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we need to work with transit and get everything we can out of them creating a new transit hub in our downtown, which is needed for our downtown redevelopment to get people out of their cars. So that's,
we don't even get to vote on it. They're just gonna take it.
if they moved, we would not.
They have an option.
They have
I don't
a
know.
tool that they could
So
utilize.
we don't even have to vote on it. So if they
We-
get it, we don't even have to be involved.
I would prefer that scenario doesn't happen.
That's correct.
No, we can be involved.
We want to be, that's what I'm advocating for.
Right.
We need to be a partner and work with
Yeah.
them and say
So-
no, instead of saying no, I don't want this.
Yep, so Councilmember Dina Rosa Pepe, Morrissey, Fenton, is there?
So I'm sure we all have a lot to say, so I'll keep mine short. When we were surprised with this announcement through a consultant report that they had decided that the library location was the best new location for a transit center, they also had alternatives. And one of the alternatives was further back by the peninsula, or not peninsula.
Yeah.
10 feet.
10 feet, yeah, 10 feet.
And-
And so I thought, well, that's a great alternative, because as we pointed out with our pathway, our waterfront is our jewel, and yet we're gonna have buses and a transit center in front of that, and I don't think that's a good look for the community when there are alternatives. Now, I've heard, I think Eric was the first to tell me that, the port is interested in buying 10 feet. Well,
Doug said that talking yesterday, he said that Dennis spoke to him. Wow.
oh, okay, all right, well, that's good to know. And if the port is interested, well, then the Kitsap Transit and the port should collaborate on a parking structure, is what the port may be interested in. Collaborate on having Kitsap Transit as being the anchor tenant for that. But we haven't been involved in this, and that's the most disappointing part.
So, there,
Yeah, let's do Councilmember Rosa Pepe, we'll come back to you, Mayor.
And I'll put on my transit hat. And I could speak for another 2.5 hours on this.
No.
But I guarantee that this is an item that should fall into the now. That we should have a robust discussion, invite Kitsap Transit back. So we can actually look at their plans and have a discussion with them. And table this for right now, put it in the now and have it come back to us at a work study. Because otherwise, I have a lot to say on it and I don't want to do that right now.
So, okay,
But I
so
will.
we have a proposal for a now, Councilmember Morris.
I'm for now, a study session, let's have an open dialogue, right? How does WashDOT get around that? That is quite the distance from where you get off in Seattle to getting on a ferry there, right? So I'm not asking any difference there. We talked about it at the Economic Development Committee earlier this week. Festivals are gonna have an issue. That's how we envision this space on our waterfront being utilized, and the $168 million of investment going into our downtown, right? That blows that all up because we can't interrupt a bus route, and I don't think, if we're really going into the future, that buses will be around no more than 10 years.
Okay, Councilmember Fenton.
Yeah, and I agree too, talking with it now. I have a hard problem to understand that they can just, take eminent domain over that, because that is, the library is not even theirs. And then you see the buses going, they come in, they stack up, hardly anybody is on those buses at any given time, and then they go back out. And they're starting to put, you know, having a bus route on Sunday. They have starting to bring more buses around the city elsewhere. And two, that is our main beautiful area, the marina. And you literally want to put a Kitsap transit site right down on our marina. I guarantee you the people do not want that there, and there are other alternatives.
Councilman Warden, and then we'll return to the mayor.
List, Walter Roy, numerous figures, when you get on, it's a hike. Before you get to a bus, you have to take it, how far you have to walk. So if that's valid, I don't know. What I do know, and I bite my tongue, that's a lot for me, obviously, but I would ask the transit board, like, how do you think so little of the city of Port Orchard that you want to do that to our water? Like, you really think that little about Port Orchard, that that's how you want to trash our water and not try and put it somewhere else. That's what I honestly, if I bite my tongue, but that's just the truth of it, you know? It's like we have our mayors on there, we have county commissioners on there, right? We have our mayor, supposed to have our South Bend commissioner, you know, on there. And I would hope to God they look back for us and say, I might be totally wrong here, but the majority of our council is voting absolutely not.
If not all.
I don't want to speak for everybody, right? But like, you know what I'm saying, I mean, so.
Yeah.
Just to disrespect our city like
Mayor
that.
Patansu, yeah.
We have to remember, it's not that they're building a new transit, that exists, that infrastructure exists already. They're wanting to modernize it and put a canopy on it. And what I've encouraged transit is, what they brought wasn't acceptable, okay? I'm pretty confident it's gonna be there, guys.
I'm not,
And we need
no
to
way.
make it,
At the library?
I think so.
Why are you so
They've done a study, and from serving people with disabilities, they need to be a certain distance from that ferry terminal. I'm just.
So this is this seems like a much bigger.
So I'm just encouraged, Fred asked for this to be on the agenda.
Thank
I'm
you.
just, I've asked
Appreciate
transit
it.
to relook at their plans, and I told them the biggest concerns I had were you're impacting parking, and if you're gonna take away parking, you need to replace that, and you need to create better traffic circulation.
Yeah.
But I think that can be mitigated.
Well,
This
I
seems
think
like a
there's-
really, really rich topic with
Yeah.
lots more to discuss.
We
The
already have
sense I'm
3
getting is
buses
that there's some urgency to talk about it,
Well,
so putting
there's
this in now.
There's a peripheral discussion too, which
Okay.
is, what do we think we want to do with that building, with the library building? I would like to discuss tearing it down and creating more green space
Yeah.
downtown. I know that's a revenue source, but at the same time,
And Myers too.
Now.
At least we own the library.
Provide the library for free.
okay.
they drive into
but
the
it's a
stick
trend
Yeah.
in there.
It's just, it's a one.
There's probably a lot of tangential issues when it comes to this
Yeah.
is definitely
Yeah.
hitting a nerve.
I
So
just,
overall is, what is our vision of?
Okay.
I just encourage you,
Vision.
I've encouraged Transit to rethink. Yeah, if that's where you need to be, rethink what you're trying to do there. Address the concerns and then come back, and I just ask that you guys have an open mind as they bring that and don't.
Well, I have an open
Shoot.
mind.
It's very close.
No.
Well, I'll just say one more thing and then I'll.
And if that's the
And then I'll
approach you
shut up.
take, then they're not gonna have.
They're not gonna be open.
They're not gonna have.
He's
an
right,
open mind either.
he's right.
Collaborative.
All right, I'm gonna,
And it's gonna
I
get
got-
stuck down our throat.
this was your topic, Councilmember Dina, I believe.
Well,
Fred's.
This is Fred's.
I had also
forgive me.
asked that it be brought up too.
Okay, so last time.
So last comment is, when they presented that study to us that we hadn't seen before, they said that there was a number of alternatives that were analyzed, but they narrowed it down to these 4. And one of the 4 included parking off or the transit center over by Penfield. And so I would say if that was an alternative that was viable, why is it not on the table for active
I can
discussion?
ask the question.
Let's come back to that, okay,
Okay.
great, so the
Is it-
next one here.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, it's the citywide facilities.
You know,
condition
this is just
assessment.
something Dennis, he's coming from a Parks and Recs background. I think it's a lot of money to spend and to have a consultant come in and look at all of our facilities. analyze them and tell them what the deficiencies are.
Yeah,
You can get your car into that.
yeah, I was gonna say, isn't that what
Future
our
planning. Don't shoot the messenger.
directors can?
Future and planning.
Future. No,
So
or just take it off.
Can I just look around the room? Can I put this in the future?
No.
No.
Drop it all together?
Drop.
Okay, is everyone okay with
Yeah,
dropping it?
drop it.
Dropping it, dropping it,
Sure.
dropping it. Okay.
I'm not saying that there isn't value, it's just a lot of money.
Well, I think what
Yeah.
I would agree with Eric is we have staff that can do that if they just maybe need a little additional training.
Yeah. Dennis and Mark are, we're having this challenge with the Little League right now and they're wanting to put a turf field in. I'm not sure that I hope that we're able to play the Little League's able to play baseball this year on there and we're working with them the best we can. Dennis and Nick are advocating the master plan. That's a valuable asset. We work with them and pursue grants to create something much different than what we have there today.
Okay, let's get the stack going. Councilmember Morrissey, Diener.
I'd like to recommend this on future. I'd like to invest in people. I think we set that, so I would like to put that in future.
I'll second that. And also I would like to remind people that we did have a priority use of our parks and we need to look at that, refresh ourselves with that.
Can I ask, I think I know the answer, but we have a Givens facility that surrounds Givens Elementary School, but that property belongs to the county.
Yes.
The building itself belongs to the county.
What is who owns the property?
The property, the fields and everything all the way to Tacoma. I think it's Tacoma, is that?
Yeah.
street back there? That's us.
Yeah,
That's our property.
but
Community
the
center,
property, community center,
No,
the land that it sits on.
No,
That
That's
is
it.
county.
that's
Okay.
county.
Okay, that's all I need to know.
they own the dirt that their building sits on. We own the fields and the sports.
Right,
complex.
okay, my question was the land because it makes a difference.
Yeah, so there was a proposal to put this master plan for Gibbons Park into the future. I'm looking around the room. Everyone okay with that?
I think we could spend 150 doing something else.
Okay. All right, next one. Go ahead, Mayor.
We have, pushing $10 million worth of equipment at the Public Works facility, sitting in the rain. And it shouldn't be, and we just we're growing, we need more equipment, constantly buying more equipment. I think we need to make it a priority to build another building out of Public Works so that we can, now when we stage the snow equipment, we have to make sure that the shop bays are available, because if the sand freezes in the back of the truck, it doesn't. So we need a heated storage facility. We're probably looking at $500,000 or more, though. Can be probably 50% paid for from enterprise funds. But
So we put it in 25-26 budget.
I'd like to see it in that budget,
I can-
yeah.
I can-
Okay, so Councilmember Diener's hand is that.
So it was a couple years ago-ish that we went out and visited the Public Works yard. And the chief takeaway there was there wasn't much more space. Are
Right.
you looking at trying to build on that site or?
No,
somewhere?
we have, we own, when you first come in
Right, okay.
over there,
Yeah.
we have a whole bunch of property around. There's a landfill there. We can't build on the landfill.
Industrial park?
In the industrial park, we've got property, it won't be on the same pad we're at, but we would fence an area, build a building and get some of our equipment out of the weather.
Okay, so then I saw Councilmember
No,
Rosen,
that
were
was
you
the
done?
25-26
Okay,
budget.
Councilmember Warden.
Yeah, we can't put it in
So-
Larry's.
Last we talked about that facility out there, anyone, you mentioned metal building, 3 walls.
I think this should be a heated facility because we need to get the equipment in a controlled. Yeah, it'll be a metal building
Yeah.
with roll-up
St.
doors, yeah.
So what I haven't
But-
heard yet is a sense, go ahead,
Yeah,
Mayor.
but of course, it's simple, it's just a metal building, but
Yeah,
we put
nothing in-
blacktop down, we gotta do storm, we gotta bring in utilities. Next thing you know, you spend $500,000.
So where does this belong? Is this,
25-26.
okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Let me look around the room again. Everyone okay with this?
This next one.
Councilmember Chang, you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, you're right, okay.
This next one, roles and responsibilities training, the attorney offered to do that for us. I think we could roll that into the other training, because we were gonna have her there anyway. We do that online training. and she adds on to it, a training that she's given to other cities on council roles, just
Yeah.
big picture, understanding your roles and responsibilities.
Part of the parliamentary training?
Yeah.
Is everyone okay with that? Looking around, okay, beautiful. That's it, yeah.
Do it all in one
And
day.
then well, this next one was a repeat. I have one more, and I don't believe, I'm just bringing this forward. So we had an incident on Monday with we've had this problem twice now in my tenure with, previously our heating system malfunctioned, and we're replacing our heating system. And we had, carbon monoxide in the building, because the heating system was putting the exhaust into our air system, and
That's a good way to heat things.
yeah,
Recirculation.
but this last week, and we normally have CO2 monitors, but downstairs is all tore apart and they disappeared. And so contractor had a large, gas-powered air compressor down outside my office window in that enclosed area. And we're running it for about 3 hours, and we have one employee who has some sensitive lungs, and some others all of a sudden were getting headaches. And we discovered that they were running that generator right underneath the air intakes. And so we went, Public Works is going to get some new carbon CO2 detectors that would probably wouldn't have went off. An employee ended up in urgent care over it, but it was an isolated incident related to the construction and the contractor being a knucklehead.
Better hit their insurance.
So, it didn't turn into anything more than that. Everybody was fine, but, so safety committee met yesterday, and that was one of their, we need CO2 detector. Yes, we do. And they would like to see us, the city, fund a safety officer in the city, and so that we can monitor. And, yeah, well,
An
it'd
FTE?
Well,
Safety FTE.
be an FTE.
no, okay, so you have a safety committee, no doubt.
We have a safety committee.
Okay.
They want an employee, and
I don't think we're big enough.
Do they want to be part of it?
I can do agree with that, but I'm just bringing that.
I think we can give somebody,
Training.
some training and maybe even a
We-
little title and
Yeah,
top of their
we
existing.
We have,
Okay.
training every day at Public Works, that we got somebody that's in charge
How
of
about
safety
future and
there.
planning?
Future, yeah, future and planning, because, no, the reason I would say that, Mayor, is because we don't want to lose down the road this thing. It could be future planning for the next 3 retreats, but at least it would stay on the list as we grow.
So let me look around the room. Are we okay? with
Yeah.
Future
Yeah.
planning?
Get a
Yeah.
CO2 monitor on their desks, everyone?
We'll have them on all the floors. We're supposed to have them on all the floors.
Yeah, it's kind of like a fire alarm, right?
There were 2 more that came up during this conversation. One, it could be nested, but you were talking about, Councilman Diener, about adding ground rules for public participation.
Mhm.
Is that nested somewhere else, or is that its own topic?
That's nested with, looking at our particular rules as council,
Okay, so,
council meetings.
is that under public comment or the one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one that I'm highlighting?
Yep.
I believe that's best.
As long as we're doing that, I got one more too.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let me just finish the ones that I heard today. There was also someone who wanted to talk about signage regulations. Was that you, Councilmember Fenton? About your
Oh,
yeah, is that something you wanna,
I think that would be great for the public to get more information. Yeah.
so, but you were saying that ordinances might need to change, so is
Yes, we
that
can
a
look
topic?
into those.
Yeah, is that a topic you all?
You gotta remember, we put up reader boards, we have to allow everybody in the city to,
Are you sure?
so.
I think the county went through the same exercise and they created an exemption for government.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
So I guess the question is this something you wanna look at now or future?
Oh, we don't have to look at now. I mean, if you guys, I think it's definitely something that has helped.
Can you
Yes.
put that under PIO?
Oh, I see. You could put that
Oh,
under
the
now,
mobile?
and we can just.
Yeah.
No.
So
I
there's
think
3
I-
conversations happening at once.
Sign down here in that island that would advise the
Yeah.
community.
Yeah,
folks
what's going on
Next,
with the city
We're
council?
going to have an interactive reader board like that in the lobby when we're done, but it won't be out on the street.
So there's a
So-
few conversations happening here. I think the
$70,000 for a monument style electronic. sign.
yeah, I think that the topic that
Or
to
more,
bring
yeah.
up is whether you want to discuss this as a council in the near term, or is this something long-term you'd want to discuss?
nerd term,
Near term, okay. Signage, right, okay, near term looking, this is a now item, just to talk about, not to make.
I'd like to nest that with PIO as well.
What do you think?
Yeah, no, I
Put
think,
that
I
under
think
the
it's
PIO?
related,
Yeah,
for sure.
Okay,
As long.
okay, plus website,
That's good.
plus,
Maybe because they're the ones that will be doing it.
reader.
Right.
Okay, so, we still have to do the whole exercise of you ranking these, but I do see one last, okay, one last.
Okay, so, and I think this may be just informational, I'm looking, Rob, for you for this one. Just because it's financially based, and that is our derelict vehicle and house removal, I can't think of a better way to say what we could, when we, come on, we've taken down a couple of houses since I've been here, what do we call
It's
it?
our abatement process.
Our abatement process.
Right.
From your opinion, are you comfortable with the level of funding that we have in both of those?
I think so.
Okay,
We
that's it.
we haven't ran out of dollars.
Yeah, that's all I need to know.
And we budget additional dollars when we do
Yes.
deplete, yeah.
Well,
I lost
and-
the thread there, you got what you needed.
I got what I
right?
needed,
Okay.
unless anybody else has,
Okay.
Use it or
at
lose
least
it,
no
Rob, or
information
just
about
roll
it that we need to talk about
No,
later.
every budget's new. So
Yeah.
I don't know what the
But we've
dollar
been
amount, you
rolling.
guys
100
funded it, a bucket of dollars. Nothing rolls over from budget to budget. And so we historically budget a bucket of dollars. And if we ran out of those dollars and we had an abatement project, I assure you, I'd come out
Yeah,
for more money.
It doesn't technically roll over, but I think we agreed to having a set amount in that budget.
You can't do that.
Well-
Each council has to
Yeah,
Right, okay.
pass their own budget.
all right, I'm gonna be strict, because after Councilmember Morrissey, I think that we do need to move on, so go
Yeah,
ahead.
There was one topic that I thought was on here that we didn't cover today, annexation.
Oh, I thought that was on here too.
Oh, did we cover it?
No, we didn't.
Oh,
That's what I
okay,
said,
I
you're right.
thought it was on, and
I saw it.
So
Sure,
what I can speak to on that front is we were, so the concern is Bethel South, the county approves development out there because it's not in our city, it's in the urban growth area. And development gets approved and it's not to our standards, and what we want to see for our vision, because that will become part of our city. There's a new methodology, about last year, it was approved by the legislature, that allows us to do an ILA with the county to do an annexation, so you don't have to gather petitions, but you get to the vote of the people, okay? We were in negotiations with the county last year on that. And the public process was gonna take longer. We can't just do a backroom deal and all of a sudden now, Scott, you're in the city. We need this public process with that. And we're in the middle of our comprehensive planning process. We ran out of time and it's just not feasible to do it this year. We intend, and the county, at least when I talked to Commissioner Walters recently about it, they're interested in bringing that conversation forward again, but not till next year. And well, the likely area is Bethel South. And then we've got a couple of pockets on the west side of the town that are the storage facility next to Sydney Glen.
Hmm.
That's in the county, but it's an island in the city. And so the county's providing service to that island. And there's a couple of those little islands.
the whole Berry Lake.
There's one on Bear, yeah, there's a few of them. And so they will likely be part of that agreement too. Now, the property owner could object. We need to listen to the property owner, but we need to be able to provide the county and the city efficient service to everybody.
And when we had land use, this is where Nick briefed us, we looked at it, and nothing's gonna happen until the comp plan's done by both county and city.
Yeah.
So it's a 2025 item, and I mean, if you wanna put it in future planning, that's fine, but that's where it will sit. There's no budget.
It's already underway.
Yeah, there's no budget.
It's in the
attached to it.
county's preferred alternative?
Yeah.
As well?
Yeah,
so, can I put annexation under future planning?
yeah. I
Okay,
put ILA though, cause it makes a
Sorry.
difference.
okay, I like, beautiful.
It's also worth talking to the commissioners about what their intent for pocket UGAs is. A recent commission board not too long ago wanted to divest themselves of all those UGAs surrounding other cities, except for in certain areas, CK and.
Yeah.
But if that's still their mission, then that's what we're talking
A
about.
little conversation I had about is the ILA and what in the areas, so. Okay,
Okay.
we don't need to rank, I mean, the things that now are largely things that we can do. Yeah, and they're all not gonna happen tomorrow, and I don't think we need to rank future planning either, it's the middle column, okay? Because when we go to develop the budget, we're gonna have a pot of dollars remaining.
Well-
And I need you guys to give us what you're talking, so if there's, and Jay said there's $1 million there, maybe more.
There's a million right now.
There's $1 million. We might have $1.5 million and everything gets funded and we're looking for more. We might have $250,000 and I want to build the budget with the dollars that we have, with the priorities that you guys have identified. So Sophie's gonna put these onto like a,
Yep, I'm gonna pull it up in a second. I'm sorry, Councilor.
It's a rough spreadsheet of what everybody commented on, rough cost. I don't know if you wanted me to send that to you or not. It's just a,
she's gonna,
yes.
she's gonna create,
Yeah.
so what?
Do you want to have the cost dollars in
No,
there, but a lot of it is already roughly
okay, that's fine.
listed
We're
here.
good.
Okay,
We're good.
beautiful. So I wanna,
Just a quick comment. I think there's a lot of nows going on, and that's gonna compete for staff time and attention too, so.
Do you want?
Well,
so.
maybe you can come back with your idea of.
I'll meet with staff and give you, right, there is capacity and some departments have more capacity and it depends on which department it's landing in.
Sure. Sure. Okay, so if you want to look up on the screen for a moment, I do have a question. So congratulations, first of all. You just covered a tremendous amount of information and dialogue, and I think you really did uphold all of those kind of ground rules of civility and all the rest. So I just was very impressed with the last 3 hours.
And if I could, I would
Yes.
recommend I thought we were gonna end up with 15 things on here. And I would recommend that we go 1 through 5. Excuse me, 1 through 7.
That's what I was wondering.
And everything gets a point. So you're gonna give the most points. So Eric, we're gonna print this off and I'm gonna hand you a piece of paper here in a few minutes.
Go back, go back.
You're welcome to join us.
Yep.
we're close before. I don't want you closed now.
And so you're going to, your highest priority of these 7 things, you're gonna give number 7 to, okay?
Number 7 is the
Because
highest,
we're gonna.
most
because
points,
Most points,
most points wins.
All right.
okay, so you're,
Instead of least
Backwards.
points.
Yeah. It's the masters, right?
so most points.
Everyone okay with the most points to what you want? Okay,
Sure.
so I think what I have to do is call upon Janine or
You
you,
could email it to me
okay,
and then I'll walk over to HR. I print it in the HR.
okay, so you all will get this. There,
Scott's lunch.
right,
So we're just gonna do a blind.
Yeah.
Each one of you is gonna get one of these sheets and you get to rank your priorities.
And then we're gonna.
So in the meantime, we should use the.
I was gonna say,
So-
now you have 5 minutes to
Sophie's
do
gonna
that,
tabulate the
yeah.
results.
Print. Are you okay with the link?
Sure, as long as it goes on one page, we're fine.
Oh, yeah, but just not an attachment. It's- Okay, it's in your email.
No, it's not.
Okay, mine's done.
Oh. You're back, literally a napkin
Back to
there.
Napkin, bud.
Is that a bar napkin?
Work study this Tuesday. Good topics.
Thank you, look at that.
Nice.
Do we have a work study for Tuesday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair. Email you.
Yeah.
Oh,
So our IT person was listening to the meeting and he said this is a module for something similar to John's dashboards and our accounting software.
Scott. Fireworks.
Oh, okay, good. I was gonna ask.
So yeah, everyone, this is a 2-minute break just to get everything printed unless you choose the napkin method. So stretch, take a moment, and then we'll have about 10 minutes or so for you to do the ranking.
Boring.
You may notice.
Yeah.
So the old given school, don't put this kind of thing.
Yeah.
The building. The
7 J's on there.
Speaking of Jay, can I ask, what does it mean when you say I don't mean to be a
I don't.
Cassandra?
It's off to the side.
Cassandra was created by the gods to
Yeah,
always
yeah, yeah.
tell the truth,
I think that's.
but
kind of-
nobody believed her. She was Agamemnon's prize from the Trojan War.
Okay, so you're hitting me up on, Greek mythology that I
Yep.
haven't seen since a sophomore in high school.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Does anybody want to take a donut home? I'm gonna.
Do you remember?
No, take it down below.
Take it to the police.
Yeah, take him to the police. I was gonna say, it's not, I'll take him to the kid, but he don't
I
need
don't know
him.
about
He
that.
don't need him.
Donuts.
And that was recorded.
They look like him.
No.
He's downstairs.
Nobody likes stereotyping.
Don't give him the brewery.
John,
Has anybody ever watched?
For time.
Oh, yeah. It's not even,
Fresh
and no, it was Wednesday. It'll be tomorrow morning. It'll be every Wednesday and Saturday like clockwork.
Thanks for not saying that
Oh,
was.
What do you use? Are you a razor?
Dollar Shave Club,
You what?
Dollar Shave Club.
And you're able by now.
Those are the
to
same,
hit
those are the same
expired?
ones I gave you guys.
Yep.
I didn't
I
get.
got her down.
that.
I've been doing it long enough. that it-
Yeah.
At the utilities committee, I gave.
I'm
you
getting there.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, you should have.
You know what? Takes
If not, let me know.
is,
If you'd like another set, there's another set.
I don't get the discount.
You,
Oh, that's why you gave.
I believe your wife was talking about that, yeah. They're getting you good, right? That haircut costs the same as hers.
And
Yeah.
they don't have to sweep up after me or any of that stuff.
Just give up, just,
You're not sure where you put
it's
it.
easier.
Well, you know what?
Yeah, I bet.
Take
I'm
your
not sure what,
Oh,
I'll do that
he
or
doesn't get mine.
live the old man side.
Or I will tell you, I had a couple of employees go to Mexico.
Thank you, though.
And
It's $20,000 process here.
for plugs?
Trip and everything was $5,000 down there, and they actually did a really good job and really liked it.
Really?
Mhm.
I can't see myself doing
I
that.
can't either, but I'm just saying, some people do, if you really wanna hold on to it.
And I'm not that big.
I'm not either, I'm just, that
Yeah.
for me, I'm not worth.
I go on to Margaret every 2 weeks, so it's cool. Like it or not. that's-
It's just
Every
kind
2 weeks. Wow.
Have you tried the new
Yeah,
barber?
very rarely do you see him, I've never seen him say
Yeah.
like, he needs a haircut, now that he says that, right?
What's that?
I said, oh, I don't think I could say that I've ever thought
Was correct.
he needs a haircut, yeah.
There's a
It's
set.
always
Fred.
high and tight.
Fred, she has the set.
Yeah, thank you.
There's an extra set.
You,
Don't need to make any
Yeah,
more.
men's club usually. Don't need to make it, no.
For COVID, we just bought a trimmer from the inn. I take it the first pass, then my daughter or my wife.
the electric?
Yeah,
Yeah, I started that way and then you couldn't get as close, like it would be like this.
right.
And I'm,
I had an extra set and the vehicle on the set for the last utility meeting.
Right.
It just, it's probably buried at my house.
Probably.
Oh, my
It's
stuff.
up to you.
As soon as the mayor gets back, I have the results.
Ooh, okay.
Okay, so we're in.
He's coming in.
There he is.
So the results, something first,
Is number
that means
7.
we aren't in this.
Oh, that much I can tell you. So Mayor,
Depends on how expensive it is and how much money there is. So, but that is your highest priority and we'll do everything we can to fund that top priority.
Okay, number 7.
shall we drum roll here?
Number 7 is number 1.
We're going from highest to lowest or lowest to highest?
Most points is the highest.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
just
good.
think
So
number 7 is
ignore, I realized that they still had the numbers on it from the
Oh, wow.
other sheet. So the one that came up the top was the street paving at 40 points. Second were additional police officers with a total of 37 points. Just behind that was one new parks personnel at 36 points. Following that is a part-time PIO that's gonna cover a number of topics, website signage, reader board, and other. Then there's a pretty big drop. Staff right-of-way agent, followed by the Anderson Hill Roundabout construction. That's just right behind that, and finally the Public Works shop space.
So caveat to Eric's question is, this is, this is being your highest priority and we'll do everything we can.
Mhm.
But that is largely coming from where you're saying this is your least priority. Half of this could be funded from enterprise funds, so it's a different pot of dollars. So we're gonna, the general fund bucket, which is this one, your top 3. We're probably not gonna get to all 3 of those top 3. And there could be some latitude to fund this last one because it's coming out of a different bucket. But we'll attempt to start here and, move down and hopefully the economy continues to perform really well, and we've got enough money to do all of this and something more.
While I ranked my priority, I also realized that Anderson Hill only needed a couple $100,000.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I was conflicted with that, but still, those other.
Good point.
That's also why I went lower on that, because I thought that's low hanging
Yes.
fruit, we'd probably do that anyhow.
That's kind of the person.
Looks to me like Mark should be a salesman, because his name's on top, right?
So we have about 10 minutes now for you all just to react to this list. So other reactions to how everything shook out.
I think it was good exercise today. I think that by having 3 buckets and now a working bucket for the finance committee to go to, and keeping things on a future parking lot that we'll revisit, not just delete.
Not to wait till next retreat.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
we were gonna
it
talk
was,
about that.
I think that this was a good exercise. I also think with 3 new members, that it was a good time for everybody to work together. And I think that we were fairly we didn't talk over each other very much. So from my perspective, thank you for letting me have a lead comment. I thought things went very well today.
Yeah, can we just go around the room? Is that okay with everyone? Just to hear from folks? Is that okay, Mayor? Just to hear from folks about. So let's start in the back with Councilmember Warden, just reactions to how this all shook out, any other reactions from the day?
I was kind of surprised, I put the plate number 2, but, so I thought that was more of, a padding for a position, like, kind of, it'd be nice to have, but we don't necessarily need it right now.
When you talk about police,
Yeah.
well, if I had the funding and I could recruit somebody,
So
we
we're not,
definitely need it, but we have.
Yeah.
4 people in training right now that we've, in some form of training.
yeah,
And we're at capacity right now and what we can train and onboard.
Yeah.
But we can definitely add an officer a year the next 2 years.
but I kind of wanted the police department to grow the way that our city's growing, and, I want the parks to grow
Yeah,
the way our city's growing, but then I also learned by Chief Brown that they don't base their police size, their force off of population. They base it off coverage.
yeah, and
We
that
haven't
active.
added- we haven't really added any coverage, but that doesn't mean that we still need more officers to get to do the extra things that we would like. And also, thank you for facilitating today. Yeah, I mean, really, you would put us off to certain things and keep us on track, and,
Good.
really made a big difference as I'm sitting here.
Oh, thanks for saying that. I paid him to say that, but thank you. Yeah,
Good work.
yeah,
There's no change.
yeah, very good. Anything else before we move to Councilmember Fenton? Yeah, reactions?
Yeah, no, I like this exercise too, how, Councilmember Jay was saying, and we can see the, breakdown of it. And also, just going through this too, that we all talked about. And yeah, this is my first time going to a retreat and I thought it was really good. I like opportunities, like work state, studies and stuff like this, where we're all together and we can talk. Otherwise, we can't really do that, or 2 people. But, so no, this was really good, very, I got a lot out of it and I'm looking forward to how we go, forward to implementing all this stuff.
Very nice, thank
And
you.
thank you.
Sure, Councilmember Chang.
I think it was a very fruitful exercise. I hope actually that it's just the start of future conversations of topics that we bring to work studies or council meetings. Because I think we obviously have a lot of things that we still want to talk about.
Yeah. Any thoughts, Councilmember, on how the results shook out? Anything surprising or does it
No,
feel okay? All right, thank you, Councilmember Morrissey.
Yeah, I think it's fruitful. I think we know kind of where other people's priorities lie, just not our own. So I think that's helpful for me to better understand, as well as to understand those who have been around much longer than I have, to know how and why, and that I'm not completely off base in some of mine. It ranked fairly similarly. I think I'd like to rank the nows too. just to see, where we can put, when we have those capacities, what we should be plugging at first in those nows. I'd like to do that. As how they kind of shaped out, it kind of surprised me, the staff right-of-way agent went as low as it did. Through our conversations, I mean, I know I ended up ranking it a little lower too. But, and I think it's very telling, the disparities too. That the top four there were obviously the top four in some capacity for all of us. And the bottom four were the bottom four, so, that's a pretty tight range on, both of those ends.
Thank you for that, Councilmember. We'll end with you, Mayor, but Councilmember Diener.
I was okay with the police officers in the sense that if we had somebody that was prepared for the next officer who's gonna retire or move off to a better paying job or whatever. I'm always about having some redundancy there. Plus, it's hard for police officers to schedule any meaningful time off. And they probably need it more than the average person does. With respect to the right-of-way agent, I'm kind of ranked it low to mid because, it was not much, it wasn't a tremendous savings. So that was kind of how I looked at that. One of the things that I thought, and I mentioned this, I think, in my list of retreats items, but I thought it'd be hard to do is everybody except for the new council members heard a state of the city's fiscal health presentation by Noah last year. And it was really good to how he broke down our bond rating and our fiscal health. And I thought that would be useful. Okay, it's coming again. Okay. Yeah, I thought this was great. As to your point about ranking the nows, I thought we had suggested to you, Rob, that you do a priority pre-sort for us, and then we take a look at that. I'd like to suggest the same for the future planning efforts as well. So that you put together what you believe to be a priority and then kind of talk about.
Chris, I don't want to bias. This is your guys' process. It's not my fault. I don't want to bias it. I mean, I wasn't bashful about telling you,
Yeah.
I think this is a priority, at all. I don't think. I think you heard that when I felt, we can afford to do this now because I know where the pots of dollars are. So.
Well, I mean, okay, so that begs the question, do we want to do a priority sort for the now and the future?
Or I guess, can I add to that question? Do you feel confident that everything on the now would be done by the end of the
Let
year?
me meet with the directors and let them look at it and give me an implementation schedule that I'll come back to you guys.
Perfect.
Yeah. And then we can't ignore future planning, and that needs to be sorted as well.
Yeah.
Thank you again also for your facilitation.
Lots of fun. Councilmember Brennan.
Sophie, I'd like to ask if we could get the final listings of the nows,
Yes.
this
Yeah,
listing as
you
well as the futures. But, I thought it was a great exercise. Not only in building a little bit of teamwork here, but also in prioritizing what we're doing. I'm a little surprised that even I voted the staff right-of-way agent lower than I really think the value of that position would bring. Not just in a costing position, but in the timeframes that it's taking right now to move forward with our transportation projects. I'm sure we would save a lot of time and be able to finish our project quicker if we had an on-site right-of-way agent. But, we had such a good list here, it was really hard to give it much more priority than that when we need to take care of our streets. Our constituents have told us, we need more police officers, we need better safety. And we need more parks, and we need a cleanup and better parks conditions. So I think it was a great list, the way it came out. Happy with it, and thank you very much for facilitating.
So Mayor, I said that, you could kind of round us out, close us out with any of your thoughts or observations.
I think everything on this list is worth funding, and I hope we can. But as John said, there's clear separation in the top four. And so that's, by ranking this, those are really the priorities. Yeah, it'd be nice to have that right-of-way agent. There's value in that. But paving our streets and, providing a safe community, it was obvious more important than that. And, and I'm glad we went, it's important to me because when I was on the city council, and Fred, you were around too, I mean, Mayor Capola and Mayor Mathis brought us a budget that was developed in a vacuum, and council tore it all apart, and, well, we don't want to do that, that's not a good idea, and we want these things in it. Well, that's the budget. I can remember having, it's always my goal, we have the last meeting in November, you guys approved the budget, and the December holiday season, we're not worrying about the serious business, maybe things come up. I can recall at least once when I was on the city council, we had a special meeting between Christmas and New Year's, because statutorily, we have to have a budget passed. And, so,
Sometimes.
yeah, so it's so important that we all work together, and I appreciate you coming together here with me today, and Sophie, and all of you to, determine what our priorities are. Thank you.
Great.
Thanks for your work too, Mayor.
Yeah. So I'll just wrap us up with some of the action items I heard. So initially, there was interest in getting the cost of the public works charging station, just to find out about that. There was also a request to get a list of city-owned properties. And then lastly, I think, Mayor, you were gonna bring the nows and the future / planning to the department heads, and what word did you use, that you were gonna create some sort of
A timeline,
timeline, something, okay,
implementation timeline.
okay. Great, timeline. Very good.
And you'll email that to me.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, this is all gonna be in the meeting notes. So in terms of, council members.
Is there a way that we can, that you can share last year's?
Yeah, we have it.
Yeah, I'd like to
Yeah,
see that, how,
certainly.
I'm just curious if you know off the top hand, but I thought we were gonna have like 15 items up there, and I was, oh my goodness,
No, it's usually about like
usually
this.
about that.
Yeah, it was.
So, some of the same items.
Yes, cops and paving or.
Yeah.
Your government at all levels, your job is public health and safety, but, it's. So it doesn't surprise me, a lot of it, but, if we get a copy of that.
Sure, I'll add that to the
All
list
right.
here.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I can even pull it up. Okay, so those were the action items. I guess I'll just wrap by saying it is a real pleasure to facilitate this retreat, and I've said this to the mayor a number of times, and I'm not just being nice. Port Orchard, you all have something really special going on here in terms of the way you treat each other and kind of the tenor that I've seen over the last 5 or 6 years, so it was a pleasure to be part of.
Yeah.
I think he's getting copies of things, but anything else for the good of the order?
It's possible I may miss Tuesday because of a critical area ordinance planning commission hearing. I really want to attend because of fireworks, so I'm gonna see what I can do, but
Okay.
I may not be able to.
Oh, did we get an agenda?
There is an agenda out.
Not today.
Is that?
Very good.
Fire.
I think Brandy's bringing up the copies of the,
Fireworks, not fireworks.
She's emailing it.
she's emailing to everyone.
It'll be in
Okay.
your inbox, the summary from last year.
All right, well then, anything else for the good of the order?
Thank you.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
very
Thank you,
good. My
Sophie.
goal is always to end early, so then people and.
And you were worried about time.
Yeah.
I wanted to end at least 10 minutes early, because then everyone feels real good on a Friday, so.
20 minutes early.
I know, I beat my own 10-minute rule, so thank you all so much, and I'll send everything to the mayor right now.
And nobody attended
Done
online.
recording?
I was,
That's not surprising. Come on, Fred, give me a break.
they'll YouTube it though.
I forget, he's got like.
Yeah, it's work study next week.